บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดเป็นสโมสรอันดับหนึ่งของไทยและเราจะทำให้อาวีในไทยกลับมายิ่งใหญ่อีกครั้งหนึ่งในเวทีระดับโลกยินดีต้อนรับทุกทีมเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยครับ
ไม่เข้ามาก็ไม่เป็นไรงั้นขอเข้าไปเองเพื่อให้ได้ยิงไกลๆแล้วเหลือทีคนเดียวเท่านั้นที่โหมหรือเปล่ามีเต๋าอีก1 คนครับแต่ว่าตรงนี้เหลือถึงตั้ง4 คนทีเดียวครับไม่น่าไหวตรงนี้
GCS부터 RPL까지 그리고 국제대회인 AIC와 AWC까지 짝 선수와 저는 수많은 경기를 함께했습니다. 저희는 원년 챔피언이고 이번에 새로운 OP팀으로 돌아온 만큼 그 영광을 다시 한번 누리고 싶습니다.
Một năm trước tại AIC 2018, dấu ấn chúng tôi để lại chỉ là một đội tuyển non trẻ. Thì nay chúng tôi đến để khẳng định lại vị thế, để có một chỗ đứng rõ ràng trên bản đồ liên quân thế giới.
在 GCS 夏季赛初，没人看好 HKA 能拿下冠军，但在这2个月的比赛里，我们不服输的决心以及努力不懈的精神，让团练上帝不只是团练上帝，我们也证明了自己的实力，拿下 GCS 冠军宝座。而这股精神，我们也将持续延烧下去，横扫2019 AIC 国际赛。
这个是赢，这个 combo 可以什么都可以看到，恭喜 SK！
Selama bertahun-tahun menghadiri banyak turnamen internasional, tim kami selalu stabil karena tidak ada perubahan besar dalam personal. Bocah ajaib sudah memiliki keberanian yang lebih stabil di panggung internasional. Jadi saya percaya bahwa AIC 2019 akan menjadi musim bagi AOV Indonesia untuk memiliki terobosan yang belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya.
在今年 AWC 以及 GCS 夏季赛失利后，我们从中学习了许多挫折的洗礼以及丰富的国际赛经验。存在着粉丝期盼的我们不再害怕，期待勇敢追逐世界冠军的梦想。请再为我们欢呼一次，我们是 One Team 我挺。
Although we're only rookie team at AIC 2019, marami kaming surprise na inihanda katulad ng aming pagkapanalo sa MSP Championship.
I think after a year, Nova Esports will eliminate all previous prejudice and bring explosive energy from Europe.
很多人都因为我们很神秘而感到畏惧。没错，请当心我们的怪物动物以及强势回归的骏马。你躲到哪儿，它就会在哪儿。我们不止神秘，更是你的噩梦。我们在 AK。
今年の AWC と比べたら僕たちはたくさんの変化があった。この変化をもって今回の AIC では僕たちの侍精神を全て見せてあげよう。
ตอนนั้นเราแพ้ในรอบเซมิไฟแนลของ AWC ที่ผ่านมาเพียงแค่แต้มเดียว แต่ในรายการนี้เราจะกลับมาทวงบัลลังก์แชมป์และจะโค่นทีมแฟลตลงให้ได้ครับผม
Team Flash đang là thế lực mạnh nhất tại giải đấu này. Chúng tôi đến để chinh phục nốt chiếc cúp danh giá AIC 2019.
Sẽ ăn tạt tật ra bắt cao Xuân Bách cướp được tạt tật ra.
Và với bộ sưu tập danh hiệu danh giá này sẽ khiến Team Flash trở thành một huyền thoại sống của Liên quân thế giới.
What is up, guys? This is once again the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. We are undergoing with the group stage and we are at day 2. I am not alone this time, but first and foremost, my name is Asterai and with me now is Isaac Clays. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really good. I'm hyped. I'm excited. I want to see AOV action.
Love the energy, dude. Love the laugh as well. And sadly, we are not the people that you're seeing right in front of you. These are the Thai casters who are performing live at the Garena Esports Studio in Bangkok, where the AIC 2019 is undergoing. But again, just to give clarity to our viewers, we had a how do I say this? A couple of technical issues from yesterday. So the matches from yesterday will be rescheduled for Monday next week, which is I believe November 11. So today will be the day 2 group stages. But again, since this is just the group stages and we're just fighting for points here, I guess in terms of the overall, it shouldn't affect the outcome of the tournament. But you never know, you know.
Oh yeah, I wanna figure out and see who would take the top spots right now because these are some really, really good teams.
Yeah, so I mean, you have probably more experience than I do with in regards with these teams coming in from all over the our particular region, from Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the other ones. Who do you think is like the ones to look out for, at least for today? And while you're explaining that, I'm actually gonna just bring up our schedule for now.
Okay. Well, of course, coming from the Philippines, we have the Filipino pride going in. So I'm expecting a lot from Liab Esports. A big shout out to those guys. They are really, really doing well right now. So I hope that they show their stuff here on the grandest stage. But of course, they're gonna be up against some really, really big teams. The teams from ROV like Buriram United, for to begin with, they're really, really good, and they have, if I'm not mistaken, beaten AHQ for the Pro League title just recently. So that's another team to look at. We also have Team Flash. There's a one team. There's Unsold Stuff Gaming from Japan. Oh my god, I could go on and on, but there are just so many teams to look at.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And while you're looking at your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is our overview for the schedules. And of course, this is kind of like the portion where people just kind of shudder to think like, oh my gosh, these are gamers. These are people who compete with video games. But look at that, man. Look at that, Isaac. First place prize, $200,000 US. This is not, yeah, I know, right? This isn't like pesos from the Philippines. This isn't baht from Bangkok. This is from the US of A, USD, $200,000 for the first place, and then it goes consecutively lower. But of course, nobody loses here. You also have your your side prizes, where if you get MVP, you get 10,000 USD. Best lineup, you get 8,000, and so on and so forth.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely is.
I would be made. I would be made if I had that money.
It'll definitely help, like I love how there's actually a couple of players that use these type of prizes to help out with their families, to give themselves a better future than it was not accessible to them before. And again, this is just what esports does. But okay, enough of that gooey stuff. Let's go on to the group stages. We'll be having for our first one team and Team Flash. And just watch this video.
Lần trước thì ở giải lần trước thì mình có gặp Team One rồi, và thực sự thì Team One chưa gây được ấn tượng quá đậm với mình, nên ở cái trận đấu lần này mình cũng hy vọng là họ có thể làm được điều đó.
有实力的人不需要说太多。Các cậu giỏi đấy, hãy cố mà thể hiện nhé.
Team AK Unsold Stuff Gaming.
我们打 rank 的时候相遇，打排位都锤爆你了，更别说比赛了。
去年の AWC ではベスト4だったので手強い相手だと思うんですけど、頑張ります。
我觉得我们都五五开吧，一起加油吧。
AK チームに絶対勝つぞ。คิดว่าน่าจะชนะได้ครับ 2-0 เพราะว่าทีมนี้ก็น่าจะไม่ได้เก่งอะไรมาก
虽然我们一次都没有交手过，但是我觉得我们会赢下你们。
ทีมผมแพ้วันไหนก็ได้ครับ แต่ไม่ใช่วัน e-sport
我们比赛见。
チームフラッシュは、ベトナムのヒーローのようなチームですけれども、僕らが勝ったら、日本のヒーローになれるので頑張りたいと思います。
USG hay là USP, thực sự thì mình rất muốn nhớ tên họ sau giải đấu lần này.
AWC のチャンピオンかもしれないけど、結果はどうなるかわかんないよ。
Hãy cố gắng là đánh sức hết sức mình đi, mình nghĩ đấy là một cơ hội cuối cùng cho các bạn này.
ก็แมตช์นี้ผมคิดว่าทีมผมน่าจะทำได้ดีนะครับ แล้วก็น่าจะชนะไม่ยาก
For me, Buriram United, malaki yung ina-admire namin yung team nila na alam namin na sobrang lakas nila, iniidolo namin, and pag nakaharap namin sila sa tournament, bibigay namin lahat ng kaya namin na para maging maganda yung laban.
ก็ทำให้เต็มที่นะครับ เราจะเล่นให้เต็มที่เหมือนกัน
Hi Buriram, we're looking forward to our match against you guys and we hope to learn a lot.
True Gigatech Fiber เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อม True Gigatech Fiber Router เร็วแรงทั่วบ้านเพียง 799 บาท พร้อมดูฟรี True Premier League กว่า 100 แมตช์ตลอดฤดูกาลจัดเต็มกับความสุขที่ได้มากกว่า สมัครวันนี้ คลิก
And we are back. So, oof, it's gonna be a definite fire set of matches here. I'm kind of shuddering here, man.
I'm looking forward to seeing Team Flash. I mean, you know, to be honest, I'm a fan.
Also, like what have they done like in your eyes to make you a fan of the Flash? Sorry, Team Flash.
Oh, to begin with, if you watch a lot of YouTube videos, a typical AOV player would try to look for, role models on who to follow, what items to build, what's in the meta. And some of the videos I watched involve players from Team Flash, so that's one of the really hype stuff that I want to see coming in from them today.
Okay, that makes me think. I'm looking forward to seeing, what Team Flash can bring to the table. They are a team kind of mixed from... They're a mix of Vietnamese and Singaporean players, while I believe their opponents will be one team, which is mainly all from Taiwan. A lot of people say they're one team. I kind of get it. Taiwan #1, so one team.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually the reason why their team is named like that, but that would be pretty awesome,
Oh yeah. I mean, one team is another one, coming in from GCS Summer, and there are another bunch of talented players that people should really look forward to seeing as well. I mean, their mid laner Hualin. That's a really talented player right there. I want to see a lot of action from him. But of course, we have Team Flash's jungler ADC. That's another one everyone knows. Everyone knows who he is. We need to see the action coming in from these two teams, and hopefully they will bring it, even if it's just the group stage.
Yeah. Speaking of the group stage, here we go. Game number 1 in this series of 2 has begun. Team Flash versus One Team Esports. Now, if I'm not mistaken, One Team was one of the players or the teams that was actually able to 4-0 Hong Kong Attitude, from what you were talking about with GCS during the summer playoffs, which is, incredible, because HKA is one of the probably prominent teams here. But let's talk more about the bans. Okay.
Well, looking at this right now, we are seeing a Florentino and a Darcy banned by Team Flash. Lindis and Zip will be banned by one team, so let's see what the first pick is going to be.
What I think kind of like, it might be in the minds of Team Flash and One Team Esports when they're banning these specific characters. Lindis, I just know to be, that kind of one hero that has a lot of range, is pretty harass heavy when you just allow her to kind of stay at her zone, and then she just kind of whittles you down pretty easily.
I agree. I mean, Lindis is one of those heroes that even in ranked games, you would want this one banned. Mainly because of the pokes, the kiting, the movement, and the fast clears in the jungle. She can apply a lot of global pressure, which is understandable why one team chose to ban this hero. But based on Team Flash, they went with a Krizix first pick. I'm expecting a lot of dives coming into Team Flash because Krizix is a hero that you would expect to simply dive and dive and dive and turn teammates invisible for you. So it's a really nice first pick, but looks like one team is gonna answer with a Crixie and a Baldoon. What do you
Yeah.
think about that?
I feel like there's gonna be a little bit more control. Like you were talking about, lots of dive for Team Flash with the option of this Krizix, sorry, and Crixie kind of just says we won't let that happen, and Baldum is just there to kind of absorb a lot of that damage, a lot of that pressure. He's a pretty tanky character, and already One Team Esports kind of adjusting against their opponent, but all at the same time they're kind of making a statement at this very start. Just saying that we are here and we won't back down to what you want to do against us.
The good thing about one team's composition right now, it's a Crixie. There's the zoning potential from the ult. Moonfall is going to be really, really big. But at the same time, Baldoon's Wild Prism. This essentially allows one team to have this save or this disengage. So if things turn sideways, you use that Wild Prism defensively and it could help out and get some teammates away.
That's true. Now, adding up characters such as Hayate and Omen, that's gonna be pretty scary for
nice.
One Team Esports to deal with here.
I really, really like the Omen pick here because if you're planning to dive a lot, you would be applying a lot of pressure in a particular lane. So let's say, for example, Krizix goes straight down mid. A lot of the attention would be there, and who knows, it might divert one team's attention, allowing Omen to do what he does best, and that is to split push.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, this Omen might actually go for the DS lane, so that's something. He's 1v1 potential or 1v1 power is nothing to, kind of scoff at, so they have to kind of find something to answer with that for the most part.
That is true. One of the cool things as well about Team Flash's comp is Hayate pick. They ban out the counter, which is the Valheim. So this would allow Hayate to be... Oh, they're not gonna ban Valheim, my mistake.
Oh.
Hayate's contingency as a hero, he would be there in the late game and he would melt people. That's the Hayate right there that we know. But at the same time, he could still be countered by crowd control. Kunai Blitz, that AoE, that awesome skill, can still be stopped. Yena, Baldoon, Crixie, there's still a lot of possibilities for that, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just opt to not ban the Valheim instead and just, put Hayate with a different hero. Who knows?
Who knows? So, a couple of bans from One Team Esports side. They're actually banning assassins from the looks of it, kind of maybe reducing a little bit of the damage, because I feel like one of the weaknesses for a comp that doesn't have hard carries yet for One Team Esports is the assassins, or maybe because they want to get like a squishy carry, like maybe you were talking about Valheim being open, they might actually pick that, but no, they go for the Kriknak as their fourth pick, so they get themselves a little bit of crowd control, a little bit of assassination potential. I always like to see the Kriknak is one of the OGs out there, and then answer for Team Flash, they got the Rourke.
I like the Rourke answer because Kriknak will need a lot of damage to get rid of Rourke's shield. So that's gonna be a really big factor coming into fights, and Rourke could be a really nice pick. With Valheim still open, I feel like one team wouldn't necessarily need to pick up the Valheim, mainly because they've got some crowd control coming in already. It would be nice, but they would lack a lot of the late game if they pick a Valheim. Valheim is more of like a secondary carry now. And there we go. That's the late game contingency. you have a Violet. Perfect.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of power already for one team esports here in Team Flash. And immediately that concludes our drafting phase already for game 1. And might I just say, man, look at that. The AR right in the middle of the screen, you know, just giving us a little bit of you know, show on what these characters look like when they get into the field.
I love the butterfly wings. Look at that, Crixie. Awesome stuff.
Yeah. As we say that, immediately zooms into a player. So like, yeah, it's okay.
Oh, that's fine. But looking at the comps right now, what are your thoughts? Who do you think is gonna take this one?
I'm just being silent because I'm actually thinking at the moment. But I feel like one team esports has, at least for me, a much more favorable composition because I just really like the combo of the Baldoom and the Crixie. You have yourself like a very sustainable in team fights 2-man army that can just control a lot of the threat that might come along their way against their opponents. So I feel like I'm just gonna go for one team esports here. But how about you?
Well, I like the Violet pick. You know, that late game contingency once Violet hits critical mass, she's gonna melt heroes left and right with just one tactical roll. But then again, it's Team Flash. You know, I'm a fan. I'm seeing ADC doing his thing, and he would probably do a lot for Team Flash with his composition right now. So it could still go 50-50 based on the compositions because there's a Hayate, there's the Violet. At the same time, the mid lane matchup is gonna be wonderful. I am expecting Crixie to go further, but I don't know just yet. I agree with the one team though. Let's go with one team this time.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to look at the players. Yeah, you just have to look at the compositions. Which one do you favor?
Yeah.
That's how predictions go. It's all right. We won't put you at the stake, man, for like going for Team Flash or something if you wanted to go for them. It's okay.
Well, to begin with,
yeah.
You know, I don't know if the caster's curse exists, but both of us going for one team.
Oh. I mean, it exists out there, but I feel like we have the anti-caster's curse. You know, I feel like we're pretty lucky.
Oh yeah. Maybe one team pulls off something really awesome here. I mean, they're a talented team.
I mean,
who knows?
Let's reverse that. Let's call it the caster's blessing. But as we are waiting, as we are waiting to get into the field here, guys. Again, we would like to welcome you once again to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 group stage. And once again, my name is Asterai, and my co-caster here doing the color casting is Isaac Plays, but you can just call him Isaac, because that's how it goes.
Oh yeah, man, I'm excited. I've seen all the players. They look really, really tense, really ready for this game. Who knows?
Yeah.
But how does it feel to be in those groups?
I have no idea. Like I've been to a couple of, like, let's say show matches for, you know, some events and whatnot, but it doesn't even compare to the stress that these people might be going for, because they prepare days on end, like 8 hours, maybe even 6, like at the max 16 hours a day of training, from like solo rank grinding to scrims and stuff. It's a lot of preparation. It's a lot of mental, how do you say this? Yeah, preparation to be able to kind of compete at this high enough of a level, and this is probably the highest level for them to compete in, which is the International Championship 2019. It's intense for them.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. I mean, you know, if you would think grandest stage of them all for AOV, I would consider it the AIC, because this is where all the teams show up. Yeah, there's the AWC, yeah, but AIC, look at this. Look at that trophy.
Yeah.
See how wonderful it is? Oh my gosh.
And here we are, guys. Team
Here we
Flash,
go.
One Team Esports, game 1. Don't mind that match 2. This is the first match in the series of 2. Once again, the group stage is not an elimination group. It's a round robin stage wherein you can score points. I'm not 100% sure how the points will go, but for sure, if you get 2-0, it's much better than getting 1-1. So better do your best, and these teams will start off the day. Let's see how it unravels. What do you think is going to be happening, at the early stages of this game, Isaac?
I'm looking at this Krizix right now. If this Krizix can control a lot of the pacing for this game, it would involve a lot of dives and shutdowns to practically negate the impact that Kriknak will be doing in the early game. So if this Krizix could rotate really well along with XP on the mid lane, it would be a very, very nice thing to see for Team Flash.
Makes a lot of sense there. Pro E here is kind of just moving around. Maybe he's already predicting where Baya, as that Kriknak, will be positioning himself. We also have ADC here under the jungle, just, you know, doing his job. He's not going to have any trouble at all. But the Baldoom is actually at the left side. They might get spotted him out. This could be a 3v1. Immediately dashes over, but they're chasing him. There's the hook in, and Phantom might be the first contingency or first casualty, and first blood will be had by Team Flash.
Oh, that was really sick. Omen went in from the top lane, going to take out that Baldoom. There goes the support impact. Baldoom is gonna be negated. That that Krizix able to spot out, get information where Baldoom is. They get that pick off, allows them to get more control over the map this early game. So this would essentially give a safer time for most of the side laners for Team Flash.
Yeah, Bissell Dragon is already here being started right now, but this could actually turn from bad to worse. This is a 4-man contestant from Team Flash. They can actually maybe get this one. Bissell Dragon, who's gonna get the last hit, and oh, Team Flash gets it, secures it away from One Team Esports. This is not looking good. This is an almost 1,000 gold lead before even the 3-minute mark. That is insane.
Oh boy. And you see who got the last hit? It was the Krizix. Oh man. I'm so excited.
Yeah, man, your hype for the Krizix is already showing, and I mean, to a good reason, because he is making, Pro E is making the stuff happen here. And I love how Team Flash is kind of just using their range, their CC, and even their damage to kind of just force out a lot of the options. Baya on this Kriknak is pretty hard pressed to kind of get his stride. You know, he's been kind of just playing around and just letting his team work for him just for now.
Exactly. And if you see the positioning right now from the Krizix, he's in the top lane getting information and where the enemy.
They're gonna dive.
So,
They're just gonna go in. This is a 4-man invade. I don't even have time to cast this one. They get the 1. Are they gonna follow up onto the 2? Fanta is able to get away with the help from Baya and Hualin, but this will result into a tower being immediately destroyed. What? Wow. Okay. Wow.
That was awesome. Now you saw the pull coming in from the Omen. There was another pull coming in from the Krizix. That's the impact right there. If you do not have that disengage and a way from you to get away from those team fights, it's gonna be very hard, especially with the Krizix going around, because you see a Krizix, you're expecting a lot of dives, and that's what Team Flash are doing. They're going with their strengths, and they're able to pull off the really big calls there, immediately getting the first tier tower.
That was just, yeah, absolutely. Like, I totally agree. They just know how to kind of approach their opponents, and he's just going right at it. They have a little bit of shields here, and Ellie, man, this damned Omen is insane. He is just going in. He is absorbing tower shots and surviving with slivers here, gentlemen. ADC is actually in the middle of the fight, and they might have actually gone a little bit too heavy into this one, but it seems like it's a bit enough. They get the 1, though. ADC is still alive. The lifesteal is actually keeping him afloat for the meantime, but he has to still be knocked down. Here comes Swallen on the Krizzy, and he'll be able to at least stave away XB, but that was still Team Flash in the driver's seat. Amazingly done by them. And Gao on this Omen has gone to the onto this right side lane, and now it's gonna be too hard to kind of stop him, at least for there.
That's some really big stuff coming in from Team Flash. One team, they're gonna need to step things up a little bit here, because you already see what the game plan is. They're gonna keep diving head first, and they're not gonna stop. They're stopping a lot of the farm for the Kriknak to scale faster. So this is going to negate the Kriknak's impact as the game goes on. But there's still Tura on this Violet. She could still do a lot coming into the later stages. That is if they actually make it to that point.
Yeah, you can just see how fast the rotation of Team Flash is. Like, there is, like, you know how people say that chefs don't, that that real chefs don't waste any of their ingredients. This is kind of like the same thing, but in AOV form, where Team Flash is making the most out of everything, and they're not wasting any time at all to get any advantage that they can, and they are kind of strangling. They are keeping One Team Esports hungry in terms of resources.
Exactly. And if you look at their positioning on the map, they're planning to choke one team out. Once they get these first tier towers, they're probably just going to keep invading and diving to avoid this team from getting any more farm.
Yeah, that's like the second step, you know. Once you get those tier 1 towers, it basically opens up the map for you, and that's going to allow you to just kind of, like you said, bully out your opponent, and this is going to make it much worse. Like I mean, it's a Violet that still needs items. It's a Crick deck that doesn't have that assassin potential just yet. What can they do once, you know, Team Flash kind of starts to invade?
Oh, the best thing they could do is go for this counter engage. They have the Baldoon, they have the Crixie, they have the tools to be able to do that. But, you know, regardless what tools you have, it's all going to come down to that execution. And right now, you're seeing a lot of the execution going for Team Flash. They're doing really well in this stage of the game. 6 minutes, 50 seconds in. They need to step up.
Need to step up. I mean, those words cannot be understated at all, because this is not looking good for One Team Esports. I mean, they have 2 kills. That's all said and done here, but in terms of everything else, in terms of the gold, if you can see the stats down below, it's not really looking good for them. But see here what happens onto the right side lane. They're just immediately going to die for it. Kid will be able to stave them off. ADC is actually still alive with a good chunk of HP, and Pro E joins it onto the fray with the Krizzix, and he'll be able to kind of just shove away at his opponents. Oh, okay, I thought they actually got a kill there, but this will open up this tower here, and are they going to be able to defend it, though? It's pretty close. They actually almost get it. Fanta having to use his ultimate there. Well, might be able to. No, the Siege Minion was there. And say goodbye, Sweet Prince. Say goodbye, Abyssal Dragon. And say hello to all of the gold for Team Flash.
There we go. Just like that. You saw the Liliana coming in envy from the Krizzix ultimate. Right then and there, you saw a lot of pressure coming into that tower and allowed them to take the first tier tower and also get that dragon. And now all of the gold is piling in, and you can see one team right now, they're by the second tier tower. They're not going to be able to generate that much gold in that position, because you saw a lot of the impacts and all of the dives. They're too scared to come out right now.
Yeah. But as they say that, here comes the Murad. Okay. Oh, sorry, no Murad. But anyways, there was a hop over there from the Tura. Okay, I thought they were going to be able to get a kill there, but exactly to what you said, they have to make something happen here. They tried to, but it seems like there's just a little bit of a gap between them and Team Flash in terms of the items, in terms of the survivability. So they'll have to be hard-pressed to get these picks. But doesn't that seems that they're just playing the stall game for the Violet to kind of, you know, come online before they try to make any shenanigans happen? Hold that thought. Ellie just goes in. Does get obliterated though. Kid comes in from the backside, tries to assassinate, and they're diving in under tower range. This is no respect to come out from Team Flash. Fanta, a single hit, and he should be done so, but nothing is happening. Tura onto the other side, and say goodbye to your HP bar, say goodbye to your life, as that is 4 for 2 with Team Flash going over the tier 2 mid tower. They have every card in the book, or they have all the cards in their hands right now. That is insane.
You can see it immediately right after they take those towers, they take those fights, they immediately negate all of the farm, and they try to steal these camps. Now, one team, they're going to be falling behind in terms of golden experience, and as they just move forward and forward and forward, they're going to be choked out. So the best thing they could do right now is just delay the game as much as possible and hope for a 50-50 with the Violet just bursting someone down.
Okay, I'm going to add a question to your question. Do you think that the composition for One Team Esports is good enough to do that delay tactic that you are talking about?
Yes, that's one thing. I really like the Crixie. Yeah, Crixie right now in this patch, really awesome hero. Along with the Violet, There's the zoning. There's the anti-engage as well from the Baldoon. It's still possible, but it's gonna be hard. They need to be able to stop that initial dive, and once the Krizix blows all of his skills, it's done.
Oh my gosh, Fanta, supposed to be the tankiest member, has to just dash away because he can't really do too much. But they're trying frantically to save these towers because they need to give Tura, the Violet player for One Team Esports, time to farm. But like I said, no resources left to waste. Team Flash has already gotten the Dark Slayer, and this is gonna be even more trouble for them. But yeah, like you said, man, Crixie has to be the one to kind of turtle this game for One Team Esports, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, there's still a small possibility. I don't want to count one team out. They have the wave here to stop the pushes, but it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, because like even though he can stop or he can clear like a wave or so, like if there's just one one minion that is just in front of a tower, like the damage output from Team Flash is enough that look at that. They just need like one minion to just absorb like one hit from a tower, and they can just destroy the tower super quickly. That is very scary for One Team Esports to deal with, and because of that, it's already a 9,000, 7,000 gold lead here for Team Flash.
That was really risky. They threw out the Wild Prison, so they don't have anything to stop the fights for another 2 seconds. It's gonna be hard for them to contest.
Yeah, Fanta has been using his ultimate pretty much a lot, just because I think he's just afraid that Team Flash is gonna pull the trigger at any moment. So it might be the risky play, but it seems like they know the timing already. What? Oh my god! Hualin just kind of said hello and he disappeared like Houdini does to his magic tricks. What? In the blink of an eye, he just like said goodbye to his HP bar. Alright, I'm sorry for my reaction there, but that was insane.
That was sick. You saw the Crixie. That was the way to stop them from diving. Without the moonfall, they're just gonna keep going, and there they are. They're trying to get this tower.
I love how Team Flash is just kind of like using their, their zone pressure to kind of force One Team Esports to use their crowd control ultimates. Like you've seen Fanta on the Baldoon keep using his Wild Prison, was it? And they're just kind of forcing it out so that they can actually just go in like this. Okay, Pro E is going to be the one-man army, but this will allow his teammates to get the tier 3 onto the right, onto the middle, and even onto the top. This is not good at all for One Team Esports. They have to make something happen right now, or else,
no.
They're already naked in their base. This is bad. Bad, bad, bad.
Oh no. And you saw what Pro E did there. He just goes straight in, catches 3, wins his S2. Right after that happens, his teammates don't follow up. They just take those towers, and now all these towers are gone. Crixie popped that moonfall, doesn't do much because they didn't plan to dive. They were just there to take those towers.
Yeah, so, might I just add, did Pro E survive? He did, right? So that means he went in by himself, balls deep into enemy territory, and still survived. This roaming support right here, who's not supposed to be super tanky, you know, and that is a measurement of how strong or how big the advantage is for Team Flash. And speaking of advantages, there's a second Dark Slayer. I mean, this might just be, you know, game 1 closing out for Flash in just like 15 minutes. This is insane.
Rourke has the Drake. Wherever he drops it, that's where the pressure will be. I'm expecting them to just drop it in one lane and apply pressure in another. Once they control those creep waves and everything goes piling into the base for one team, they're going to be overwhelmed by the numbers and the creeps, and they have to manage all of that. It's going to be really difficult. And once it gets to that point, it's just one dive, and it could practically end the game.
Yeah, there's practically...
This is the last stand.
Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, if you look at it, there's practically no safety areas for One Team Esports to kind of play around with. All of their towers have been destroyed, so there's nothing that they can really do instead of just, you know, fighting against their opponents. So it's either they go head on here and hope to get a win, hope that this Violet player of them is already fed enough that he can make something happen. But it seems like it's not enough. Pro E just goes into the back, swallows everybody in, and in the blink of an eye, 4 members get popped like bubbles, and that will be game 1. Hot damn, Isaac.
Hayate. You saw that. Once the Krizik pulls them all in, Gunai Blitz going in, there goes the quad. Hayate just deletes everyone off the map. That was the late game contingency. And that was what you were expecting from the Violet, but they just came up pretty short in this game 1.
Man, I think short is like an understatement as of the moment. That felt a little bit overwhelming from Team Flash. And, well, I don't want to admit it, but Caster's Curse is really stacked it on one. We stacked it on one team. No. Yeah.
I asked, is there a Caster's Curse? Might be so. We both went for one team, and it just turned sideways.
Yeah, but, okay. At least from what you saw, joking aside, what do you think was one of the reasons why one team kind of, had a very difficult time going up against their opponents in game 1?
They had no way to back off. That was one of the problems in the early game. Team Flash was focused more on stealing camps, negating the farm for the Kriknak to scale hard enough, and at the same time, they would dive lanes specifically to get towers. And they weren't exactly in the position to disengage completely, so their counter-engage, by the time they actually try to do it, Team Flash were gone. And it scaled towards the point where they couldn't even get away anymore. And you could just see Pro E diving in by himself. That led to a whole lot of gold just going to Team Flash, even with the Enraged Abyssal Dragon to boot with the Dark Blessing on ATC. That was just an overkill or a cherry on top to finish things off. And you can see it right there. MVP performance for the Liliana. The poke, the dives, along with Pro E. I would have to say Pro E was the main factor here, but
yeah, I feel like Pro E could have is arguably like the true MVP for Team Flash. His setups, his rotations were so pristine, and like you said, I mean, One Team Esports, I felt like they did have the counter engage potential, but the timing for when they should try to go for the counter engage was pretty off point, and that just kind of allowed Team Flash to do, like you said, all these dives pretty effectively, pretty cleanly, and not really get any casualties whatsoever. So at the end of the day, Team Flash takes it. They have 9 towers to 0. That is a perfect record, mind you. 6 Abyssal Dragons and 2 Dark Slayers, which was a tremendous advantage for them.
That's painful, knowing that you went through game 1 not even getting a single tower. Hopefully one team doesn't get rattled by game 1 and pull off a really nice game 2 and bring this series to an even score. But with the way they played game 1, they're gonna need to think of an even better comp to match up with Team Flash, because that Krizik's pick was really smart, and they didn't do anything to stop the dives, or at least pick the right heroes to stop that from happening. Hence, this happened. I would have actually gone with a Thane, so that if ever, let's say, Krizix would dive in, they would just push them away. But who knows? One team probably had something to do there, and it just didn't fall into place.
Yeah. Sometimes even though you have the best picks, execution is probably the more important thing here. You have to have that proper execution. If you don't have it, it's really not gonna fly for you. That's kind of like the basics of it all. And one team, they still have another game to redeem themselves. And as we are kind of waiting, again, guys, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019 group stage. If you live in Bangkok, in Thailand, Bangkok, sadly I don't, and I think Isaac isn't. You can go to the Garena Esports Studio to watch the playoffs, which will be happening around, I think it's next week or this week. You can check the social medias of Arena of Valor to make sure, and if you want to watch live, you can.
It would be a dream to be there, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll fly us. Maybe they'll fly us in for the grand finals. That'll be pretty cool. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Oh, that would be nice. I take it. Who knows? That would be really, really awesome stuff. But I'm excited for game 2. At this point, based on how Team Flash and one team played for game number 1, what are you expecting for game 2?
you said it a while ago. There must be, well, in terms of expectations, I feel like there must be a good enough adjustment for One Team Esports here. Maybe this is a composition that they weren't as, if you think about it, maybe not as comfortable with. Maybe they tried something that goes to, actually the opposite direction of what they play. Maybe they're a team that loves to do a lot more dives than this one, because it feels like their composition kind of only looked at Baya, sorry, on this Crickneck to make the dive plays, and everything else for Team Flash was like, as long as Pro E can start something, we can just follow up. But yeah, again, for Team Flash, my expectation is they're just gonna keep doing what they've done already from game one, and then for obviously for one team, they're gonna have to adjust a lot more. And here he is, the key player of the game, XB.
Oh my gosh, look at that. 84.6% kill participation. You just know that XB, he was just going around the map, making sure that he would be in the right place at the right time with the follow-ups from Pro E. Gao was also, having a stellar performance in the TS lane, but, XB was MVP for a reason.
Yeah.
You could see that, that kill participation is pretty high, and it could be one of the main factors as to why Team Flash was able to just win that early game straight up.
His ability to rotate at the very start was pretty insane. And alright, we're just gonna take a short break here, so here's some highlights for you guys to just, sink your eyes to. So guys, what do you think about those highlights? They look like, again, just watching everything in replay it just showed how Team Flash is the one to kind of beat, at least obviously for one team right now. Again, my name is Asarai. This guy with me here is Isaac. And
I just really love the game right now, so I'm feeling good.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome.
And game one, you saw the highlights. Those were some really high plays, and that showed Team Flash at their finest. Who knows? They might be showing even more stuff for game two. So I'm hoping One Team Esports could bring something new to the table and take the series to an even score. What do you think?
I mean, only the match will tell, but I'm still rooting for one team here. I like how they kind of set their composition. It feels like they just need a little bit more execution-wise. But speaking of execution, let's get back to business to defeat the Huns. No, I'm kidding. That's just a song. We are here for game number 2 already. One team will be on the blue side, Team Flash will be on the red side, meaning that one team should be able to get themselves the first pick and immediately banning out the Kriziks. Get on out of here, you standing frog, you. We don't like you.
He's a chameleon.
Sorry,
I made
chameleon. Right, because he turns. Wait, no. Amphibians. All amphibians can turn invisible, so it's okay for me to actually say that it looked like a frog.
Yeah, I can actually say that as an answer now.
Right. Okay. So fine, but it's okay. It's okay. Thank you for correcting me. He's a chameleon. But okay, the more important thing in front of us here is that he's banned. One team does not want to deal with this roaming threat that is being played by Pro E from that last game.
It was a smart ban. I mean, you know, what if Team Flash just decides to do it again, and one team has no strategy to or plan to take Kriziks to begin with? Just get rid of it from the table.
True. Make the
They're
use.
gonna get rid of Florentino as well. The zip is practically gone, so we're not seeing any minions or allies being eaten. Let's see what the last ban is gonna be.
Now, at least while we're waiting for for the bans and the picks to come out here, what composition would one team want to portray here? They're actually looking at the Lindis this time. They steal it away from Team Flash, and they now have a really strong range powerhouse that they can use to their advantage.
Oh, based on what I can see, Lindis is a smart pick because Lindis as a hero, like we mentioned earlier, she's gonna be doing the kiting, the pokes, the damage from far away, and she could get away pretty easily. And with Team Flash right now making their next 2 picks, one team saw that they would be diving a lot based on game 1. Unless Team Flash changes their strategy and just avoid diving, which is highly unlikely, the smartest thing right now for one team esports is just go with the poke composition and avoid all those dives before they re-engage and take those objectives.
So there was a hover over the Crixie. I could have actually liked that, but wow. Kilgroth and Zen. Ooh. All right. I mean, we were talking about the dives, man. It seems like Team Flash might be doing the same thing. Zenial, pretty good for the front line, and Kilgroth is just, well, it's kind of like into his name. He is a monster to deal with. His auto attacks are just kind of a little bit too much to handle once he starts getting the items, and he's really fast to kind of bring down targets, especially the squishier ones.
Exactly. And based on the first 2 picks for Team Flash, you already know what to expect. KG going in for the kill with the C-Nil, adding some added supports with the ults and that heal, the disables. First 2 picks looking really good right now, and I can see how they are planning to just go after Lindis at this point, but one team is looking to answer with Hayate and Baldu.
I mean,
that would be nice.
What do you think is the synergy for Baldoom and Hayate? Because I feel like Baldoom is one team's kind of like comfort pick, even though he's not as effective. Maybe from like game 1, it seems like they just use him very. How do I say this? Very comfortably. But what do you think about the synergy there from Baldoom and Hayate at least?
Personally, I like it. I mean, Baldoom's prison, for example, you catch several people and then Hayate would dive in with a kunai blitz. That would be some damage really, really early in the game. So adding that kind of factor into team fights, that would, save them at least probably towards the late game, who knows? But, like you said earlier, you wanted to see a Crixie. Maybe Team Flash is trying to get this one.
I like how they actually pick up the Crixie. Now they lock it in. There was like 5-6 seconds before they might have been able to pick another one. But I'll say my thoughts later. Now, we do see the ban onto the Omen from Team Flash. Maybe they're looking at the Hayate Omen combo. It's actually pretty potent. We saw a while ago how Team Flash used it. And it seems like one team might be actually also kind of looking at the chance to be able to employ it in game 2, but Team Flash not gonna allow that to happen.
And I'm not surprised with what one team was looking at. El Suban, pretty smart, I guess. I mean, you would see Senior KG in the middle of those fights along with the Crixie with the zones. with Elsu and the back line for Team Flash, that would be absolutely devastating for one team to go up against. So I'm liking the two bans. Fennec, Elsu, we see a Raz and an Omen ban. Let's see what the fourth pick is gonna be for Team Flash.
Yeah. I also kind of like the Fennec ban from one team. This is actually a really nice kind of synergy pick for Team Flash. You get yourself, I believe Fennec's ultimate's like sort of like Kha'Zix, was it? But he's also, at least from I'm 100% sure on this one, is that he's really strong at taking down towers. And since you have kind of like a dive comp with the Zenial and the Kilgroth, and you have Crixie to kind of clear out the waves, Fennec kind of evens it out pretty well with his pushing power. So that's pretty scary if you put it into the hands of Team Flash.
If you think about, putting a Fennec onto Team Flash, the Cyclone from Fennec, along with the possible stun coming in from Fennec's Thief Marks, for example, and then a reset for the roll, it's going to be crazy having Fennec on the other side. So it was a smart ban. Instead, Team Flash is going to take a Yena for this composition. I'm assuming this is a Yena for the side lane. And looks like they're hovering on an Ignis right now.
I do like the Ignis pick. Does kind of give a little bit more range for one team. And, Ignis is just that kind of character that just looks really, really cool. He's the how do you say this? The moderate mage. You always see a mage like with his outfit, but once they have this kind of skin, it's fine.
Yeah, the guy from Enchanted Kingdom showing.
Oh, okay. People won't understand that. Okay, so I'll explain it first. So guys, if you go to the Philippines, we have a an amusement park called Enchanted Kingdom, and if you search it on Google or on the internet, you'll be able to see basically a guy that looks like Ignis. So that's just to explain, just in case. So if people don't know, he basically looks like, or okay, for co-nerds out there, he's kind of like Gandalf. All right, much better. Gandalf.
I love it. Yes, and with that, one team is gonna go with the Ignis pick. Let's see what the guy from Enchanted Kingdom can bring to the table. But with that complete composition, along with the Roxy, I feel like One Team Esports has a bigger chance of winning this. But with the contingency plan coming in from Team Flash, they pick up the Tel-Anas. So, if it gets to that late game, the pokes and the damage from the standard marksman for AoV, it's gonna be really, really scary. So right now I'm looking at one team taking control of the early game with the Lindis and the Baldoom. But if this goes on pretty late, I feel like Team Flash would get this.
Again, I'm kind of still thinking about the compositions here. But yeah, I feel like Team Flash, again, with that Tel-Anas, pretty scary kind of carry to just be able to counter, especially once she hits the late game. I do want to look at the composition. I'm kind of slightly leaning towards the composition of one team just because of how they built it. It seems so entertaining to watch, and there's a lot of how do you say this? There's a lot of executions that you have to do to make it work. But if they can make it work, I feel like it's gonna allow them to control the early game, at least compared to what happened, what transpired during the game during game one. So fingers crossed for those who are supporting one team. But Team Flash, they're looking pretty comfy from what happened from game one.
And with the Roxy pick for one team, whichever lane you put Roxy in, Roxy's that hero where you just roll your face on your phone and she would do fine. So I'm thinking, she's gonna make the dead lane, make sure that lane does not get pushed, probably go for invades and all of that to apply even more pressure to the enemy jungler. But aside from that, if they could get this really nice sustain going, at least in one lane, jungler won't have a hard time going other lanes and just make sure that other lanes can fare better. It's a nice pick.
Now game 2 is underway. The question now is the retribution for one team. Is it gonna happen? Fanta already into the front line. He scoops up Pro E here with the Baldoom, and Hualin has to kind of absorb a little bit of damage there. Has to already pop his heal. So, oh, look at that. It's just connecting onto Hualin. Fanta is going deep here. Is he just by himself? Oh no. Oh no, Fanta. But he does have a dash, so never mind. He's fine.
And that was smart, I guess, from Fanta, because what he was trying to do there was probably to figure out where the enemy jungler started. So going there gives a lot of information on where the jungler will finish the first rotation. So at this point, Roxy needs to be very wary, because knowing that the last camp completed for the KG would be in the top side, that means essentially the first gank might be in the top lane.
Yeah.
So that would help out with the information.
Obviously, that's kind of like the route there. The possible weakness of this, actually, no, never mind. I thought it was going to be like, oh, there might be a bit late for the dragon, but he spawns a little bit later. So, you know, hold on to your horses here. Ellie is just kind of farming into the side lane here, not really having to deal with anything at all. He has Pro-E, has his support onto the Zenial, and just going to make sure that Ellie is going to be alive and just kind of farming to her heart's, or to his heart's content. For the meantime, but this could actually be a 3-man gank into the bottom lane, maybe even a dive, but no 4-man. But with the Zenial there, they're like, never mind. We try to make maybe the mid happen. Goes in, immediately catches onto XB here, and maybe, just maybe, can they get the first blood? Ignis gets it this one, but here comes the retaliation for Team Flash. They're following up here onto Fanta, but the dash for the Bao dude finally keeps him alive, and that will be at least them to survive. No, 1-for-1 trade. Baya actually got caught in the crossfire there, and while that was happening, here's the Abyssal Dragon for TF, or for Team Flash, rather.
That was favorable for Team Flash, because while one team got first blood and took out the Trixie, Team Flash was able to get rid of the Lindis. And, you know, the Lindis is going to be the deciding factor on whether they would be able to contest that Abyssal Dragon. With Baya gone, that essentially allowed them to just take that Abyssal Dragon uncontested, because Lindis was going to take a while before she would get there.
That's true, and at least to kind of add to that, members of One Team Esports were not how would we say this, healthy in terms of their HP bar, so they can't really contest if they wanted to. Team Flash could have had actually netted more kills from the looks of it, and it might have been a smarter decision. They're actually not too far behind in terms of gold, maybe just 300, but I think it's mostly because Kid on this Roxy has been dominating his top side and kind of just, you know, evening out the gold.
Oh,
what a save! Pro-E. Fanta's going in aggressively though here. He's trying to go onto XB. Can he? He's tanky enough to do so. And that dash will make sure that he gets his mark. He gets his target. But one more smack. ADC. Oh, he dashes right over. He spots out Kid, but Kid is on the Roxy. Pretty durable character here. But Hualin could be caught in the crossfire once again. The knockup. And there is the shuriken tossed by Gao. And say goodnight, as that is going to be another kill. Team Flash showing their fangs immediately at the start here, making sure that the mistakes of One Team Esports will not be gone unpunished. And they find another one.
That was really risky. You saw Hualin stay for a little too long there, and you see Roxy getting picked off as well. And that's bad. You're the mid laner. You're not going to be able to tank too many hits, especially at this point in the game. If a KG, a Xenial, and another follow-up comes in, it's going to be hard for you to get away. So with the Roxy backing off, that should have been signal for Hualin to try the same. I feel like that was a pretty big misplay.
You already said it. There's two words to what you said a while ago there. That's bad. The communication from One Team Esports might be a little bit lacking here, and they're kind of paying the price. They started this actually pretty well, but it seems like they're not going to be stopping at all. They're just going to be going in, have at it against their opponents. But Pro-E and ADC are so tanky. They're just basically doing 2v5 at the moment. They don't need the numbers from XB, but as the Crixie kind of joins in and the other members of Team Flash joins in onto the party, they have to back away. They have to respect their opponents. Pro-E, he could just dive in with the Zenial once again if he wanted to make sure that they maybe get some more kills, but at least this play will open up the mid, and Kid, I don't think he can be able to keep this tower alive. ADC will make short work of it, and look at that, nom nom, 2k gold lead for Team Flash.
And during that engagement, you already saw it. Hualin dies again, gets picked off. You're not going to be able to stun this Kilgrove. he's gonna be immune to control effects. So once this KG dives in along with the CEO protecting him, 2v5, no problem. They get the red buff, they get a tower, they even get the Abyssal Dragon, and right now they're in firm control of this game and this map. They're gonna do completely fine moving forward unless one esports they pull off something else.
I'll stop you there for a little bit. Tura. Okay, he got stunned right in the face and he almost got blown up there. Thankfully, he was underneath the tower, but that was scary. That was scary.
That was really close. He was essentially one hit away, but let's say for example, wishful thinking here, maybe Tura had a Reaper's Blessing ready. He probably wouldn't die at that point because he would still have that save. But who knows? You already saw the damage coming in from Ellie. She's scaling just fine, and with ADC and Pro E just dictating the pace here. There, boom!
Oh my goodness, it follows up. Hualin is actually a rock in a hard place. No, this is a Kilgroth in a hard place. ADC goes in while Pro E absorbs a lot of damage and still survives after that onslaught. And I just want to point out, Pro E, with what he's been doing, he is keeping his teammates, or he is enabling his teammates to go for these dives as aggressive as they can. And he is making sure that they survive even after all of their shenanigans, which is in a way the reason why I feel like Team Flash is just beating down onto one team esports right now.
It's a thing of beauty to see a CDL playing this well. ADC, no fear at all. I'm just gonna keep going in. I'm gonna hit you until you die, and that's what's been happening most of this game. Pro E and ADC just dictating the pace, going in straight up, not even thinking about what to do next. But as you can see, the control from the map and the pressure they're applying is just the two of them. What more if Crixie was around? What more if Talanis was free hitting?
Yeah, I mean, the way for you to kind of beat out this certain strategy that Team Flash is implementing with Pro E and his response, should be that you should be able to kind of blow up your opponent at before the Zenial comes in. But the problem is the timing, maybe the positioning for One Team Esports, or even just the outright lead of Team Flash. It's making it difficult for them to kind of punish these super risky, super aggressive dive-ins by people such as ADC. And well, if they can't do that, it just means that One Team Esports are going to be playing on the back end here. They have to make something happen, or else.
Exactly. And I'm not seeing any item counters for this KG.
All right, I'm going to stop you there for a little bit,
man.
They're okay. They just found two. Are they going to look for a third one? Maybe not, but that just means now that Team Flash have a lot more options to kind of go for. ADC will be going for the mid. He just wants to gnaw on it, and as his 4 members are going to just try to work down onto this bot, or onto this right side lane, or this side lane here. This is not looking good at all. There's even some rock music playing in the background because they know that this is rock and roll for Team Flash. They get the one. One kid, Roxy, is already down. This mid tier, what ADC doesn't even care anymore. He's going for the 1v3, but he will not be able to survive as, of course, he is underneath the base. He is underneath 3 members of One Team Esports. And finally, Team Flash's aggression gets pushed back. But at what cost?
They lost their bottom tier tower for that. They may have, taken 4 kills in return, delaying the game even further. But the reason for that is because finally Hualin buys the Tome of the Reaper. That negates a big chunk of the regeneration coming in from the side of Team Flash. So I feel like that was one of the big factors going into that fight. With the negated regeneration, it allowed them to take these fights even better and stop these dives from getting too far. And a little over-aggression coming in from ECC and company, thinking they would be handling even more of that. They bit off a little more than they could chew, but they still got the towers. Middle lane about to go down, and they still have control of the map. So once they get the Dark Slayer, they could continue pushing in. And I'm seeing it go into the late game now. With Hayate and Lindis together, there's still a possibility to turn this around, so I'm not counting One Team Esports out. But it's going to be hard. They
Yeah.
need to make sure ADC does not get earring.
Well said, well said. It's going to be very difficult for them. And I don't know, I feel like Team Flash, after that one mistake, I don't think it's going to happen once again. Pro E, he is actually fine just kind of doing this. He is able to absorb so much damage a while ago. And you know what this actually does? It's going to allow a 4v3 onto the other side of the map. Even if they take down Pro E, the Dark Slayer plus a kill onto Fanta will be the result, or will be the outcome for Team Flash. And I don't think that that was a worth enough trade.
Exactly. You kill the support for what cost? Again, they lose the Dark Slayer, they lose Fanta in return, and now that's pressure added onto the top tier tower, while Roxy is just trying to defend the mid lane.
Now,
so as this
yeah.
goes on, it's hard.
I mean, this is going to be much more difficult, aside from what you were adding there. Ellie on the Tilanis has, if I'm not mistaken, has had all the time in the world to farm up. Interestingly enough, actually, if you look at it, Hayate on the other side, Tura is stabilized in terms of the gold, so he's not lacking in items or gold worth at least. He can make something happen.
Fanta. Oh, Fanta.
And Fanta is like, you know, he just goes in head in, like he doesn't fear his opponents at all, and that could be a good factor here. That could be a good attitude for One Team Esports, but as of the moment, it hasn't really resulted into them winning as much. Maybe in the early game, but now we are on to what you were calling it already, the late game for Team Flash, and this is going to be muy bien difficult for one team to deal with.
We're gonna need to just take care of that mid lane, but nope. ADC says, no, I'm just gonna go in. I don't care if there are no creeps. I'm gonna take this tower, and God. Now there's one tower left, and they need to see.
Oh, Tura! Tura into the back! He gets the one. He's still following it, but we're looking onto this other side, and it seems like One Team Esports is are they gonna pull the comeback for this particular fight at least. Fanta, with blood in his eyes, with blood in it, kills in set for himself. He is looking to follow it up, but at least for now, the other members of One Team are looking to get some advantages here. And Tura, I noticed it a while ago, and it seems like he is on a point where he can assassinate the squishier members of Team Flash.
Not only that, this is a double marksman lineup. The way they're going to be able to push this is going to be really fast. It's going to be very hot if they do not kill this late game hero. You saw what happened. Tura just goes in, and suddenly two people are dead. With Lindis doing her pokes while these fights are happening.
I mean, Hayate is just showing us what
it's coming to a point that's pretty hard.
True. I mean, sorry, I was just saying, like, Hayate is showing us what a true ninja is. You know, the shinobi way. You know, you never give up. Always work with your friends. You know, datebayo. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know what I'm talking about. It's not an inside joke, guys. It's Naruto. But anyways, speaking of, you know, never stopping to believe, it seems like Team Flash are believing that they can make something happen here. But ADC just goes down, and he is gonna make this into a 4v5 for Team Flash. They're not looking to stop at all. Fanta is leading the charge for One Team Esports, and Pro E follows it up. And from what looked like to have been a horrendous set of kerfuffles for One Team Esports has been brought back by Tura and his teammates. Tura spearleading his teammates to victory, and now they're even getting themselves the Dark Slayer. What a turnaround for the blue side team.
That was smart there. You get two, you immediately go for that Dark Slayer. Now it's turned around. It's gotten to the point in the game where there are two marksmen you need to worry about, not just one. Yeah, Team Flash has Ellie and Tilanis, but you can see the mobility showing up for Lindis and Hayate. And once they're going wild in those fights, who's gonna dive them? It has to be the Yena, it could be ADC, it could be Pro E, but it's not gonna be enough to catch these heroes with all of their mobility being faster than the ADC. And now they've taken control back into this map. They're only down like 200 gold at most.
That is, yeah. That is such a quick way for them to kind of get back into this game. Now this could be the deciding team fight here. The Abyssal Dragon is regenerating back up. FL is looking for a opening here They don't have anybody to flank from the bottom side, so they're gonna have to crash in from the top here. But it seems like Pro E is going in with the Zenial. Actually spots out the Tura, but are they gonna be able to go through? Because look at this, a wall of defense has been portrayed, has been deployed by One Team Esports, and it's working. Tura is free hitting from the backline. He's not even done. He's chasing them down. Ellie coming in from the side here, maybe to get some shots in with the Tel-Anis, but is this the turnaround that One Team Esports have been looking forward to? Is this already the GG call? Because like there's 25 seconds onto their 2 members. They have to do this 3 versus 5. Pro E into the front line as Zenial cannot really do too much. And now all up onto LA, but there is the base exploded. And here we are, 1-1. One team comes back.
Ow. I am at a loss. We did not give One Team Esports the casting curse this time. And look at that. They come back. Double marksman lineup. It's the Lindis and the Hayate getting to the late game once they get their items. Who's gonna stop them? I highly doubt a KG could do it in the late game. And it showed just that. Once they got control and that game changer from Tura, diving in, taking out 2, this allowed them to get back onto that map, take the crucial objectives, and win the final fight while they were buffed from the enraged Abyssal Dragon. Getting the Dark Blessing as well onto the Lindis allowed them to survive even longer than intended, and with that best of 2, it's a 1-1. That was wonderful. It showed One Team, Team Flash, they showed a really, really good play there.
And they just show that Taiwan is indeed #1, at least for game 2. And One Team definitely going to be able to at least use that to their benefit. And here you are, the end game stats for game 2. I'm actually curious to see what the outcome of game 2 was in terms of the overall kind of participation and assists there.
Oh, look at the stats. 8 towers to 3, 4 Abyssal Dragons to 2, 2 Dark Slayers to 1. It shows that Team Flash had everything necessary to finish the game, but they just took way too long. One Team Esports, they played it smart, cleared the right waves, delayed the game long enough for Maya and Tura to get into this critical mass, this state where they would be hard carrying the game, and it got to that point. By that stage of the game, ADC, Pro E, they're not gonna have enough to stop this duo, and it showed in game 2.
I mean, I believe you said it already. Was it? I believe you did. Like, Team Flash, they had a very good composition, but the problem was they had kind of no way to dive into the squishier targets of One Team Esports. And it was very obvious, you know, once that final clash showed that Tura, as well as Baya, sorry if I'm butchering the name, was well protected into the front line. They just throwed out all of their crowd controls, and there was no way for ADC, for Ellie to kind of just, you know, munch onto their targets. And even though Pro E was in the front line, yes, he has a dash or he has a knock-up as a Zenial, it wasn't as effective as if you would have maybe like Fanta's Baldum here, who was amazing in game 2. Like, I was looking at him a little bit, how do I say this, with like criticizing eyes, but game 2 he redeemed himself incredibly well, and it just showed, you know, Team Flash, yeah, they got the short end of the stick here once that late game transpired as well. So hot damn.
I feel like, you know, ADC became a little too aggressive to the point where, you know, it was just too much for him. So once the anti-regen item showed up on Hualin, that was the point in the game where it just changed. He got that, they dove in, they nearly got wiped, but once the second fight came in, it's another fight in favor of One Team Esports. And because of that, you know, it goes to show, boys and girls, you pick the right items, even if you're not, you know, doing so hot in the early game or the mid game, things can change in the late game with the right strategy and the right items so that you can counter your opponents. And that's what One Team Esports did, and it was a really good performance.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better than that. But imagine this. This is only the first set of games for today. I believe we have like 3-4 more to kind of view here. And here is our key player of the game. It's none other than Tura. Kill participation of 81.3%. And break it down even further for me, man. Hot damn. Oh,
Look at the damage dealt. 31.3. You know, it goes to show the damage from Hayate, it was a lot.
yeah.
Hayate would go in, he will take someone with him. And if he survives, that's even more pressure on the map. And with the kill participation, 80% is nothing to frown upon. Yeah, we saw something at 86% earlier, but 81% is, you know, might be less, but it just shows if you participate in the right fights, you could get the right things to go for your team.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Yeah, Tura was fantastic. I mean, he hasn't really shown up the entirety of like game 2, but then at the later stages, he just kind of knew what to do. But anyways, we're gonna take a quick break, guys, and when we get back, it's the next game for you. But now, just watch the highlights and enjoy. All right, we'll be right back for AIC 2019.
ดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! Quad kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใครขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ ROV Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 พบกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุดเอรันดอร์และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมพบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง2เล่มคือคัมภีร์แบบฟรีและคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปองผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้299คูปองและแพ็คที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูงบวก20เลเวลรับฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ทันทีในราคา549คูปองโดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ4อาทิตย์ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิมพร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงานซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจโดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวันและรายสัปดาห์หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน50คูปองต่อเลเวลเมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนดผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดเลือกรับฮีโร่1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดรูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้นเอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกมฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้นนอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง60จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตาเพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษรูปโปรไฟล์สกินลิมิเต็ดและไอเทมมากมายพิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล60ภายใน7วันแรกคุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปองแล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 เริ่ม 4 พฤศจิกายนนี้ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุกหายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอรันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอัลติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอรันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอรันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอรันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือก
Gigatech Fiber เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อม 2 Gigatech Fiber Router เร็วแรงทั่วบ้านเพียง 799 บาท พร้อมดูฟรี True Premier League กว่า 100 แมตช์ตลอดฤดูกาลจัดเต็มกับความสุขที่ได้มากกว่า สมัครวันนี้คลิก
From all regions, from many regions, far and wide, teams have come to compete for the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. My name is Asarai, and joining me as my co-caster is Isaac.
Hello. Hi.
All right, so again, guys, just to confirm, we are not these two handsome gentlemen that you are seeing right in front of you. We are just a voice in your head. And of course, before anything else, we would like to thank Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall for all their support in making the AIC 2019 happen. And now we are just waiting for the next match to go underway. What is the next match, my friend Isaac?
We are looking at Team AK versus Unsold Stuff Gaming. This is gonna be China versus Japan. Is that right?
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, the land of dragons versus the land where the sun shines. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I will.
Land of the Rising Sun.
Land of the Rising Sun. Why am I so bad? I love it. Why am I so bad at trying to describe these countries? I'm terribly sorry for you guys, for anybody there watching. If you guys want to hate on me, please, by all means, do. But yeah, so quick recap. If you guys are just coming in as of the moment, we have already finished our first set, our series of 2 set between one team that was competing. They won the GCS Summer, and the other one, which is Team Flash, which won AOG Winter. Now, both of them actually got 1-1, but the thing that I think popped out the most, for at least for the two of us, is that one team from game 2 definitely came back with that Hayate, just kind of making his opponents mince meat, especially once he reached his power spike in the late game.
And we're not just gonna see them. We could see them again later after this series. So, maybe one team has something even better in plan.
Yeah,
for the
I think
series.
I think they're going up against the Buriram United Esports later.
That is gonna be a good game.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to. Oh, here's the thing. So if you guys were actually looking at our schedules, you might have seen that there was like a 1v1, B1, and B2 type of thing on our schedule. So what this means is that after 3 series of 2 sets, which is we are already the second one, and after this one, the third one, we will be having the 1v1 show match tournament, which whoever wins that will be able to get $5,000, which is not too shabby if you think about it. Just 1v1 tournament and all that goodness. And then after the 1v1, we'll be going back to our scheduled series of 2 matches again, which will be which will be Unsold Stuff Gaming versus one of the Vietnam teams, and then we have Liab going up against the #1 in Thailand, which off stream Isaac was like kind of hyping to me. So Liab better be prepared. It's gonna be scary.
Yeah, I'm excited because coming from our server here in the Philippines with MSP and Indonesia, I got the pleasure of playing with these individuals, and I have to say I was carried hard. So, I want to see
Okay.
what they've been up to while they've been practicing, and maybe it translates to the grandest stage of them all, the AIC. If they show up here right now, I'm sure they will make it, a really, really good series. So hopefully we see just that. But before anything else, let's check out the draft for Unsold Stuff Gaming and Team AK. What can you say so far with the drafts that we have already seen, actually?
Okay, so it just seems like Unsold Stuff Gaming immediately taken away at the Lindis. We saw how strong she was from the very first start, or rather from the previous series, pretty much untouchable, especially with the right comp around her. Team AK on their hand, kind of banning out the control heroes as of the moment, and now it's gonna be, of course, we saw it on the first series. We'll see it in this second series. It's Krizix. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, if Unsold Stuff Gaming are gonna pull off the same thing Team Flash did, I'm pretty sure they would do just fine. But this is a big tell for Team AK. You already know what Krizix and company will be planning for their composition being the first pick, so you can already formulate a 5-man strategy on how you would stop this from happening.
They're actually looking at the Crixie too. This is going to be a lot of like AoE, lots of crowd control. But on the side of Team AK, they have a lot of stopping power already with the Zenial. He's also pretty good with the Respond. And it's actually, I feel like it synergizes well with what Hayate is. I mean, he can just maybe start to kind of just farm until the late game or whatnot. But that was just, I think, situational for one team on the previous series. But yeah, going into this particular series, Hayate and Zenial could be very, very difficult to deal with. So this is maybe why Unsold Stuff Gaming is looking also for the Kriknak, pretty strong assassination type character.
It's a smart pick, mainly because the Krizix already has that pull, and it clumps everyone up together. If the drone drop hits that clump, you're gonna see a lot of damage done in just, a fraction of a second. When that happens, I'm pretty sure Crixie would just melt everyone moving forward. So it's looking like a pretty nice early game strategy here from Unsold Stuff Gaming, but Yena, Sinyo, and Hayate so far for Team AK based on what they're hovering.
Ooh.
They're
Also,
changing the
yeah.
ban to Omen though. Huh.
Yeah, I was actually looking. They were hovering over as you said, the KG, or rather the Kilgroth. But I guess it kind of makes sense. They're looking for a lot of, I mean, just from the look of it, a lot of crowd control, a lot of multi-hit kind of skills here on their side. And this type of composition, it just says to you that a team, it's not because, how do you say this? It's not because they're not confident with their skills, having multiple hits just makes it so that it's easier to kind of be able to obviously hit everybody. It's the execution of it, it's not as difficult. You're very versatile with what you can do with the composition, and being able to ban out Omen away from Unsold Stuff Gaming, knowing that is going to help them out quite a bit here. Now there is a ban onto the Ignis and a couple more heroes here, so a lot more crowd control is away from the board. But now let's see if we're going to be seeing maybe the Violet, maybe the Talanos, come into the fray once again. We haven't really seen the Violet really show his stride, but I am looking that this game maybe we'll see something different.
And just to follow up, based on what you mentioned earlier, Team Flash pulled off the Omen and the Krizix, and that might be the reason why they banned out the Omen, because you saw a really good synergy coming in from those two heroes. With Krizix just sticking with a Crixie so far, the last two picks would practically dictate how they're going to be playing this game. So hopefully they pull something out really cool, because They answered with an Elsu here for Team AK. They're going long range for this one, and the snipes could be a really big factor in spotting out the Kritics before the dive happens, especially with the wards. That's a really, really nice pickup.
I mean, Kreknak can just come out. Like, yeah, you're right. But maybe Kreknak is actually a pretty good answer for Elsu. Really depends on how good the protect for Team AK will be. Now, is this gonna be okay? I thought it was gonna be the Valheim, but either or, they had themselves the Kilgroth locked and loaded already here, as well as the Tel-Ana. So this is a lot of firepower that Unsold Stuff Gaming really needed to kind of how to say this, even out their composition here. And this is something to very much look forward to. Not what is the last pick. Oh, the Ryoma. Okay. All right, I see.
Ooh, if you look at that lineup, if they pick the Ryoma, they're not gonna have a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm looking at this Elsu in the mid lane and Hayate in the side lane, so if their jungler is gonna be another AG champion. Huh.
I mean, it's not as bad in other games, but I feel like in AoV you have to round out your damage output. But
Exactly.
I mean,
Because they could just practically stack armor and it'd be
yeah,
good.
and exactly, that's a pretty easy to counter to how to say, it's a one-dimensional damage comp. But we have seen Ryoma in the past be really, really good in the 1v1s. Maybe they're looking for maybe a split pusher with the Ryoma. They actually really lock him in, so that might be a chance here. Maybe the 4v1 split, we might see that. Zenial actually might be the one to kind of, go with the 4-man team, and then if Ryoma gets into a bit of a hairy situation, he can just use his ultimate to help him out. This could prove to be a very versatile comp for Team AK.
It's nice, actually. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's all AD, yeah, but based on the skills each hero would be doing, it's pretty good. You would be able to pull off a lot of good things, especially with the critics trying to dive you. You're not gonna have that much of a hard time, so it could be a big factor going into the game to see how they would control it, especially with this Hayate as their backup plan in case it gets to the late game. Again, you're looking at a Crixie for Unsold Stuff Gaming. That Crixie in particular, the damage is gonna be immense. So you cannot clump together. I'm looking at them just going for quick pickoffs and running away, getting the right objective, and splitting USG apart. If they can do that, Team AK are gonna have a pretty good game.
All right, now we go to the predictions. What do you think? Who do you think will be able to get the win, maybe the advantage at the early game, or at least what is your favorite or your preferred team composition, just in terms of the heroes, not the players themselves?
Oh, you know me. Press like. I'm gonna go with Critic and Team Japan. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
pull out the Critic. I want to
okay.
see it happen.
Well, I have to kind of go with you as well, because I do enjoy seeing a Kreknak come into play. He's probably one of my favorites to see in AoV. And, I also do like Japan as a country, but because I've been there before. I haven't been to China yet. I want to go to China as well, but we'll see. Maybe in the future, guys. No bias whatsoever, though. Here comes game numero uno in this series of 2. This group stage for the AIC 2019. Unsold Stuff Gaming. What a name to Team AK. Oh, immediately going for the invade. They're really forcing stuff out, but this will allow at least the Kriknak to go to the other side. But immediately, as you check out that mini-map, you can see the positioning from Lanyu on that Hayate goes into the other side. But now back onto the fight. Nanawan says, nope, just gonna back away as they are forced out by USG. He's gonna base check this. Oh, this could be a kill. Has to go over the wall. Kriknak has that mobility. He's fine. Still to follow up.
Really close as well.
Oh my goodness. No escape. No surrender. No mercy. First blood taken by Team AK. What a sequence, man.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. You don't have the armor yet. And if they take control of this early game and just stop you from farming, just like what, Kriknak is countered with, it's gonna be very, very hard for them to make their picks happen. So Team AK playing it smart right now, securing a lot of buffs for themselves and making sure that they get the right picks. And as they scale towards this Abyssal Dragon first really big team fight objective, it's gonna do a lot of damage to Unsold Stuff Gaming if they don't get this dragon. They're gonna need
Nan1
to take more control right now.
getting spotted out here. There's a snipe. Oh, that Lily brought out there, but he's not going to be able to hit it directly. Now he does onto Soda. Like I said, the dragon is already up here, gentlemen. Oh, that range, that is insane. That is crazy good from Lily. That'll force back Soda for the meantime. Maybe he can even get at least some items. But for what has happened, what has transpired, it's going to be Team AK to get themselves the dragon and maybe even a couple of kills here if Unsold Stuff Gaming is not careful with their positioning.
We're seeing a lack of dives from this Krizix. I feel like they could press the issue even. But then again, it's a smart play not to do it because you're seeing Team AK. If you're gonna dive into that, they don't have the finish.
Can I just ask the
yet.
the scouting skill for Elsu, is it spotted by the opponent if you're inside a brush or no?
Oh, you need to have that, you know, that circle.
Yeah.
You have to be on it or in that circle for you to spot it. So if you're in a brush and that is there, it's fine.
But you know what's not fine?
Fine.
It seems like Team AK just immediately from 1 to 100, or sorry, 0 to 100, they got 3 straight kills, and now Slash Moon on this Telanas is in a bad spot, maybe even possibly getting dive on, but well, the safer option for Team AK here is to just clear out the jungle, get the waves here, and this is going to look pretty good. They might even get their first tower into the sideline immediately. Telanas is here to kind of push them out, but Nan1 is coming in from the side. Could go for a dive as of the moment, but they're pushing them out for now. Dejua on this Krizix says no, but it seems like he still will not be able to save that tower. Sad enough, that's going to happen, and it seems like Team AK already, you know, putting pedal to the metal. The driver's seat is in their favor, but here comes USG in the blink of an eye. Lily, the sniper, spotted out, and Triple A, triple dead. Ooh la la. Hippie just comes in with the correct knack, and with the help from his teammates, shuts him down.
Now, this is what I was telling you about. Krizix is nice if you could go for those dives, but with Team AK playing this kind of pace, you're not going to expect this Krizix to dive for his team because they're not going to be able to take kills even if he dives as well. So it's going to be really hard for them. At the same time, you are seeing a Krizix not getting enough information for his team. At one point in the game, they did not know where 3 of the members for Team AK were. So when that happened, it was an easy pickoff. Yeah, they were able to get kills, but at what cost? They are not getting control of the map after those kills.
That's true. Maybe that was a retaliation play. Maybe there still needs adjustment period for Unsold Stuff Gaming because they might not be, how do I say this, too respondent or too comfortable with how their opponents actually are playing. But Junjun here onto the Ryoma, almost catching out Dejua on that Krizix. But now it seems like they're trying to set up for a mid flank here, or a mid push, as there is not really much they can do onto that right side lane. They could go for the left side and maybe something to happen. But as I was saying that, Abyssal Dragon has come into the fray and nobody is contesting it from Unsold Stuff Gaming side. Not good at all. That's going to be a good chunk of cash for the red side team.
They were so far from the AD.
Oh, I'll stop you here first, man, because they're going to just fight on. Okay, as I say that, come on, guys. Fight a little bit. But Lily, oh my goodness, he actually made a mistake. As an Elsu, you want the range, but he actually just goes quick into his face. A mistake that might cost Team AK. I actually bumped my mic because of what happened there. The frustration that Team AK should be feeling must be big. They lost 2 of their members, but at least they got the second Abyssal Dragon. But hot damn, was that possibly a turnaround for Unsold Stuff Gaming, because right now there's a 200 gold deficit from what was like 2,000 already. So that was a big, big comeback for them.
That was really risky for the side of Team AK. That you get rid of that Elsu, it negates a lot of the pressure for them to die because they're not going to be worried about the snipe. But at the same time, you get those kills, but you don't get any objectives done right after that, so it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, you're gonna catch up in terms of gold, but you still need to do more than that. Like we always say, it's not about the kills. To win the game, you need to get these objectives and get these towers. They're getting the kills so far, but they're not getting anything done right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard for them if it lasts to the late game.
It's what you call the true objectives of MOBAs, you know? The objectives. That's the true objective. The objectives, which is get yourself some towers, get yourself some much needed big camps. But oh my God, Dejiwo all surviving, able to keep himself alive and allowing Soda and Hippie here to snipe their opponents. Triple A is onto the side. He spots out Soda, makes quick work of him, slash and dash, dine and dash, and he'll be able to clean that up as Slash Moon comes in from the left side and breaks down the tier 1 tower here. We'll be able to get the Sentinel. But now, as the Abyssal Dragon is up, is this the first true objective for Unsold Stuff Gaming? This will definitely help them in the comeback against Team AK. Oh, wow! That was quick.
There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You get those kills, make them objectives, and that's what Unsold Stuff Gaming. They probably heard me, who knows? But oh, that's another kill.
Triple A was like, do it again. I want you to go into the brush and I'm going to do it again. Now there's some heals onto Triple A. Myas is slashing down onto this Kilgroth, but he is actually surviving in the middle of the fight, but he's not a tanky boy. He has to get away from that one because it's danger zone. It's danger time as Team AK retaliates with a 4-man retaliation against their opponents. Still not getting the Abyssal Dragon here. Junyun actually spots it out, but they were pretty good in kind of staving off and playing around their opponent. And Team AK, from what looks like to have been almost a turnaround by their opponents, they come back and say no. We're still gonna at least spearhead this game for now.
Triple A right now, showing a Triple A performance. This Yena is, you know, at this point, making sure they don't throw the game hard enough. They're
okay,
they're
I
having a
like
hard
how you
time.
said it.
They're having a hard time right now, but you know, Triple A making sure, no, we're not gonna throw this hard. I'm gonna make these kills happen so we can get something done, and that's what this Yena is doing. Yena is playing really, really well. She's picking the smart fights. She's not going after kill after kill after kill. She's gonna choose the ones she's supposed to take and then go for it. But then she would also back off. So win-win for Team AK. Instead of, you know, Lily going out of position or Junjun getting caught out.
Okay, hang on, my friend. This is gonna be big. They immediately back away. They respect the power of Team AK, but that was a pretty risky Darkslayer to take. Although if they did, that would have been a huge swing for Unsold Stuff Gaming. I like the idea. Nanwan is zoning out Sota here. That's going to allow the other members of Team AK to break away at these towers. Did you just see that snipe onto Sota? Okay, my heart could not take if Lily actually sniped that. He is playing a different style of game here. The range from Elsu is just showing right now, and it is being used very, very well by Team AK.
And I want to point out that Lily is playing aggressively, not because Lily wants to get killed, but it's because he could place those sentries on those bushes. Seeing where the enemy position is, it allows them to adjust their strategy and think of, okay, what are we going to do next? Or where are we going to go? Are we going to take this fight or not? Those sentries are very crucial, and it doesn't seem like USD are trying to clear them right now. So it's playing really well into their favor when it comes to map control.
Well, at least that will allow them to, well, those sentries will allow them to kind of get around, get a couple of towers here. Dejiwo was kind of looking towards their opponent, and maybe I can find an opening here. Soda! Oh no, he tried to set up. He tried to set up, but it countered. He set himself up for a kill against Team AK. And now onto the other side. Oh my God! Team AK's Triple A. How does he do this? How does he continue to survive the 2v1s?
Oh,
you gotta be kidding me. That was insane. Nanwan just comes in with the ultimate from the Zenial and keeps Triple A alive. And Team AK has totally flip the table, flip the switch, flip whatever they need to in order to get. Oh my goodness, they're gonna just go
Going
in.
for GG.
What? The
This is
damage?
GG.
They're no one's defending. GG game 1, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. What the hell? What the hell, man?
Triple A making the plays, showing up. 2v1, no problem. I got T-Nil. I'm gonna take this fight. I'm gonna survive, and we will wipe the team. And right after they take those kills, they just go straight on mid. Once they take that tower down, they have the damage. They can just get rid of it, and that's where it goes. You thought it would still be close, but all of a sudden, Team AK stealing the game in just one spell swoop.
Okay, I thought nobody was defending, but okay, I was too engrossed in what was happening. I didn't notice that that was an ace. That was a team wipeout, so no one was gonna defend. My bad. But still, that was, yeah, that was so quick. Like, just a few wrong steps. It started with Crixie being spotted out, and it transitioned horribly for USG, and they paid the price for game 1. And Team AK knew how to make the most out of it.
Triple A, bow down. That Yena, that was a god.
Yeah.
Look at that. 8 kills, 1 death, 2 assists, 11.7 for the KDA. Yeah, you're a DS laner. You're gonna apply pressure on the map, but Triple A did more than that.
I mean,
8 of the kills? Come on.
I mean, it's in his name. When you go for a test, you don't look for the A+, you look for the triple A. And AK's triple A, he did what needed to be done to carry his team. Like, I mean, okay, aside from the spectacular play at the end there with the 2v1 and then Nanwan with the Zenial kind of helping him, giving him a helping hand, Triple A's ability to kind of figure out, set up these kind of bush ganks was paramount to keeping Team AK afloat. Because, okay, you also have to give some credit to USG, where there was a time when Sota on that Crixie and Hippie on the Cricknack were starting to make some work, but Sota got caught so many times. He is like 4 kills, 4 deaths rather, the highest amount of deaths for USG. So Triple A was the reason why that happened.
I feel like it was a smart thing, because you know, if they lasted longer, it would have been really difficult for Team AK to close this out, because that's a Talanas. You know, you never joke around with a Talanas. If it's the late game, we know the late game queen when we see it, and it's gonna be really difficult for them to, you know, keep things afloat. But AAA made sure, you know what? We're not gonna go there. We're just gonna end it now. And 2v1. Oh god, he was a god in that game.
Yeah.
Look at that, boys and girls. 36.9% damage dealt. Kill participation 66.7%. Yeah, 66.7, but he's gonna get 8 of the kills anyway.
Yeah,
so who cares?
that was what I was about to say, man. You took the words right out of my mouth, and he was the reason. All right, now we're just gonna take a quick break, guys. You enjoy the highlights. We'll be right back. And we're back. What did you guys think about that highlights? What do you think about that highlights, Isaac? That was like triple A. Yeah, he was basically everywhere there. Amazing to see that he kind of, I won't say single-handedly, but he had a big role in keeping AK or Team AK kind of, in the front seat for that entirety of that game. And now, as we are going to be just, kind of waiting, resetting to get into the second game, what do you think is going to be? You asked me this a while ago. Now I'm asking this. What is the adjustment that needs to come out from USG to win against their opponent? What do you think was wrong from game one? All right, so game 2 is underway. We're seeing another ban onto the Florentino. What is actually the reason why? I mean, I'm not too versed in this particular hero. Why would people actually, remove him from the board? Okay. That's the best way to, yeah. The best way to explain it. All right, thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Now, oh. I was waiting for it, man. There was a chance because a lot of these teams really like to get that first pick Krizix. Now, Krizix might not be the, how do you say this, the favorite hero per se of the player. It's more of like, it works so well in so many comps that if you pick him firstly, you don't really give any information at all to your opponents that, oh, okay, we're going to pick Krizix, so that means that we're going to be going for a control team. No, we can actually go for a dive, we can go for a control. Basically, everything is open for the table here. So, they can't? Oh. Hang on. Hang on, guys. I will fix this issue in a bit. There, can you try again?
Oh, yeah, guys, can you hear me now?
Oh, okay. I think I know what happened. I apologize for that, guys. I was talking to somebody. I'm not insane. I was talking to Isaac, okay? he was talking the entire time. I assure you, he wasn't on break or anything. We were talking about the Florentino and stuff. But I hope they got the context from me just speaking. Do apologize for that one.
Yeah, and to give you guys an idea, this time Team AK with the Krizix, they're gonna, probably gonna show USC, okay, this is how we play Krizix. We're gonna dive full front. We're gonna go wild. And, when you're playing Krizix, you're not going to lean back or, relax. You wanna just keep going. Because that dive is what's, more important. That's what you need. And if they could show that to USD, maybe USD could learn something from it and realize that Krizix.
Yeah, dude, this is actually pretty scary. Krizix, Omen, and Zenial. Now the Krizix Omen, we saw this again. I do apologize for repeating on the previous series of 2, and it was a super scary combo. And this just means that Team AK might be going for the same play as one before.
I like that.
It's gonna be scary.
Yeah.
USG is kind of just like looking a little bit stressed here. Or no, he's just looking actually down on his phone.
I like the Yena pick. You know, you guys pick Grizzix, we will pick Yena this time. Let's see who has the AAA performance. Oh, they're showing stuff out, huh?
Yeah, man, they are. Oh, what's gonna transpire?
They're gonna ban
here?
Fennec though. I think that's a smart ban.
No need to get that that slippery, strong pusher onto the side lanes. You don't no need. You don't need that teammate. You don't need it.
KG being banned. Like the KG ban because Kill Growth in particular. Once he pops that ult, he's gonna be immune to any control effects being done by Team AK. So, Team AK wouldn't want to dive onto someone who cannot be controlled.
That's true.
That's gonna be really risky for them. So it was a smart ban.
Makes a good jump
But
of sense.
for the side of USG, they're gonna be banning a Violet. You think? What do you think? Should that be the case?
Ooh. They're moving a lot more crowd controls on Team AK side. No Baldoom for USG here. I mean, maybe on the Violet. Ooh. I'm kind of waiting here. What's gonna be the answer? Now, they did remove. What was I supposed to say? Oh yeah, they removed the Crixie away from Team AK that played it a while ago, which was, I believe, that was Lanyu. So maybe he's gonna pick up maybe the Ignis or something else to kind of incorporate around this composition, something that can snipe from afar. Maybe another Elsu, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We'll just have to see what they kind of bring. After the pick from USG. Oh, Teamy! Haven't seen the Teamy in a while.
Teamy's smart. That's a smart pick. If Grizzix is gonna be diving, if they're gonna be able to take any picks, being a bro can essentially save that advantage from happening. And yeah, you lose, you get kills, but then what happens after? When we resurrect? Well, we counter engage and we're gonna bring the fight to you. USG making a very nice pick in the team. I was actually expecting an Ormar and just, go dive as well. But Teamy's an even better pick.
Yeah, you get yourselves that, I believe that invincibility for you and your team. Pretty strong at kind of using like slowed crowd controls as well. It's going to be very good to kind of controlling their opponent. And, okay, Team AK bringing out the Enzo and Key.
What
do you think? What do you think about this one?
I like that. You see, for example, this hero, it's gonna be that hero that stacks up and gets tankier the more hits she dishes out. Enzo, on the other hand, there's that pick-off potential. Xenial is there for the save just in case, along with the Omen for the split push. I like the idea, but they don't have a marksman. So it looks like Team AK are planning to end this early yet again. Whereas for USG, they're probably gonna stall and negate that dive so that it gets to the late game where Hayate and Trixie will take control. But with the last pick Murad, they're gonna need a lot of, security going for this Murad. Probably 3 bodyguards at least to make sure that Murad gets to level 4 and, scale just enough. Because this is not going to be an easy game.
The thing about Murad is once you kind of let him do his thing, once he kind of, he gets his stride, he is pretty difficult to deal with. So, like, he has, I remember he has like a ton of dashes. He'll be able to kind of seek in the needed targets against Team AK and just blow them up pretty easily. Now, as we are already finished with our drafting phase here, USG need to redeem themselves. They look pretty, just pretty calm. They don't really need to do anything out of the ordinary. Just have to play to their strengths and hope for the best because Team AK is looking so strong, coming in from that first game.
And, based on the first game, they pulled out a lineup without a mage. They're doing the exact same thing for game number 2, and they have 2 support heroes with them this time. So, by the looks of it, Team AK, they have their own meta. We're not gonna follow the standards, we need a mid laner, we need a marksman, no! We're not gonna do that. Let's go with 3 3 really damage heavy heroes, 2 support, and let's just dive. And if Team AK can pull this off, these are people to watch. They are changing the meta based on what they're doing.
I 100% agree with you on that one. I mean, there was a time where I saw that as well, like at least like a year ago, where everybody, about a year ago, where everybody was like just going in for as much dive as possible. The bad thing about it though is if you don't really pull it off properly, if your opponent has a late game carry, if they're able to survive and bring it to that stage of the game, well, put in your seatbelts, put in your safety, whichever's, because you're in for a ride. But if anybody is going to be able to do it, Team AK is the one. Here we are in Game 2, Series of 2, Team AK or USG. Give your support, guys.
Team AK's win condition is going to be very simple. You just need to get rid of this Hayato. And of course, make sure that Crixie does not scale fast enough. If Soda does not get to that critical mass, Team AK they're just going to breeze through this game onto H0.
AAA, again, just immediately trying to go for the counter jungle here. But, of course, USG will also do the same. That's going to allow them to maybe steal out a camp, but what was that? They didn't. That's going to be huge.
Oh, that counter invade, though. That wasted a whole lot of time for Murad. Because of that, he loses his red buff and does not get the enemy red buff. It's going to put him and delay him really bad compared to the Enzo.
That's basically a 3-buff start for Team AK here. You don't see that too often nowadays, but when it does, that's such a, like you said already, that's pretty bad because that's a huge boost onto the blue side, while that's a bad start for the red side.
Soda,
yeah.
Woo! Nearly caught out.
He might have gotten
that would have
knocked
been
up
nice.
there. Dejua is there to kind of hold his.
Lily.
Yeah, as we were saying.
Yeah, you were seeing Lily already just applying pressure on the map. She's going forward. You're not seeing a Kha'Zix that's, just hiding in the bushes. No, this one is just diving. And that's what you expect, a Kha'Zix to do. You're just going to go around the map, trying to get pick off, trying to get objectives done. And Lily is performing as intended.
Oh, there's the Murad. He's already level 4. Say goodbye? Does he have another dash? Can he actually stick to his target? Seems like he cannot, but Dejiwal is already here into the backside with the team. He has to flicker away from the fight. Nanwan has to also kind of back away from this one. And it seems like USG will be the ones to get the first blood. And Hippie did kind of go a little bit too far, but he's a Murad. He should be fine. And it seems like they are looking pretty dang strong despite of what happened at the very start of the second game.
That was a nice pick. They know that this team from Team AK, yeah, you guys are strong in the early game, but I'm a Murad. Temporal Turbulence, say hello. You will get whittled down. And once it hits that late game, you guys are going to get a lot of hurt. And you saw that Enzo. You're fighting against a teamie with the main damage dealer for Team AK. He barely dealt chunks onto that teamie. So you can see the impact right there. If they cannot single-handedly get any pickoffs, it's going to be hard. But with that, it translates to a Hayate kill. You see the dive right there. That's what they need to do. Get those pickoffs, avoid those team fights, and they should be fine.
Man, the multi-hits for Hippie was actually pretty good. I kind of just getting a little bit of chunk damage. Ooh, it's actually bouncing the boomerang on that throwable skill from Crixie. It still was not enough to kind of stop, the opponents or the team AK from just chasing down, but it will stop at least the Abyssal Dragon from being taken away from them. So a life for objective, I think that's fine, but it seems like after that one fight, Team AK is back onto the fray to fight.
That was close. That was really close. Soda nearly got away from the Arctic Orb. So if there was no full follow-up from Team AK, Soda might have survived and they could have turned that fight around.
Speaking of turning the fight around, it seems like USG isn't even done. Nanwan able to kind of use his invisibility to get out of there. Oh my gosh, sliver of HP, and he was able to hop over or hop away from his opponent. But USG spelling something else with the Team AK name. We're going to be taking your mid tower, and with that they got a little bit more control around the map and even maybe some free reign onto this dragon. They could even look at Lanyu here as the Omen and maybe take him out. spots them, has to
Oh,
back
man.
away, and this is the Abyssal Dragon for USG.
This is really tough for from Team AK. They were not able to dictate the pace in the early stages of the season, and now you're seeing Hippie. You know, yeah, Hippie was delayed, but didn't really happen too much. And there goes another pickoff. That's all they could do right now. If they could keep getting pickoffs, they should be able to get objectives right after. But as you could see it, pickoff after pickoff, it's not translating to any objective. So they're getting to gold, they're keeping up, but USG, they're gonna scale harder into this late game.
Dejiwo on this teamy is kind of maybe the product of why USG is so good at kind of just staving off the pressure. But we'll see if it's a different different spell here, a different outcome, because wow. I was gonna say because Dejiwo was knocked down, but of course he does have the resurrection, and Slash Moon on the Hayate was basically free hitting, and they just turned it out around. Team AK knew that they had to go for the dive, but not that hard.
So that's Dejuo on the teamy. They could have gotten some kills there, but based on what you can see from this replay, they tried to go in, try to get as many kills as they could. But Teamy popped being a bro. Yeah, you're gonna try to kill me. Not gonna happen. I'm just gonna resurrect. 3 of you are gonna go down, and we will take a tower in return. And now they are in control of this game.
Another fight ensues here. They were actually able to spot out Junjun right there, then and there. Junjun.
No.
Sorry, it's just a name that we have here in our country, and it sounds so freakishly funny. But what's not funny anymore is USG is, they're rooting for the comeback. This has been like the spell that we have for today. Like the second game, the one that loses the first game will win the second game. Now into a 1v1 into the bottom lane. Who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be Mai, or is it gonna be Lanyu? Lanyu trying to run away with the Omen. Does he have enough sustainability? Looks like the answer to that question is a resounding no. Mai with the Yena says goodbye to his opponent.
There we go. There we go. Mai says, you know what, AAA, I can do the same thing you do. I'm gonna take out this Omen. And there we have it. We see a Yena playing really well again. And right now, AAA on the T, it's not translating. Team AK, they're not seeing a AAA performance right now, and Yena is just having a hard time taking control of this game compared to the other members of USG. And because of this, they're not gonna be able to get into.
He's gonna look at it, or is he gonna be able to get Soda? He's actually way too far. Dejuo is not a good target to go for because he can just revive himself. He has the being a bro, should be able to get away from that one, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. And while that was transpiring, Slash Moon onto the side lane, taken away at another tower, and they're looking for more. AAA could be in a bad spot here. He has to just skedaddle because right now USG are on the warpath. They're on the main control of this game, and this could be bad for the blue side team.
This is not the AK we saw in game number 1. This is really, really weird. I was expecting a lot of aggression from them, especially with the Prisons. They were able to do it in the early game, but it's not translating.
He actually got away!
Here we go.
Wow, Lanyu is... Nah, you cannot escape.
Oh, Dejuo!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Dejuo wastes being a bro because he thought, okay, Yena, Mai, you're gonna die. I'm gonna just save you and resurrect you. But instead, nope. Mai just says, I'm gonna dash away and let's have my team follow up and finish these two off. And once they get those kills, that's 3 dead on the side of Team AK. Dark Slayer's the answer. They're gonna take this one.
Again, I only wanted to point out what happened on the previous game, but hot damn, the second game, USG is coming back with a vengeance. They basically have written the name of Team AK on their first revenge to-do list, and they are crossing it out today immediately because of what happened in this second game. Hallelujah. They're just like, they're just basically ripping away at their opponent right now.
And here's something I really want to mention, man. If you notice, out of all of the games that have been won so far, there has been a Hayate in their composition. So, that might be going, that might be saying something, but Hayate.
I think that is saying something. That is a good thing to point out because it seems like Hayate is such a versatile pick. Oh, he stole it. Hippie is such a dastardly villain. He didn't even give the chance to get that red buff. And then he's gonna be able to get the Abyssal Dragon. He just has this game in the bag right now. Slash Moon is gonna go in. He's aggressive. He has the help from his Murad. And say goodnight, AAA. You're not gonna be the star of the show anymore. It's time for the USG show to come on to the limelight, to come on to the prime time. And it is USG with 3-12 in terms of the kills.
I like that. Slash Moon. See, Hayate has been in the team for each composition that has won so far in this day 2.
Lily just walked up.
And right now it's translating.
Okay.
Oh, Jun.
Oh no! They're just diving right in. Murad activating his ultimate, immediately slashing through adversity. Gets the 1, gets the 2. The last man, AAA, is down for the count. And game number 2 will be taken by Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Oh, there we go. USG showing up, making sure that they make the plays to bring this series even, and they were able to do just that, with this time pulling off their own Yena strat along with a Hayate. And based on the playstyles, I felt like Team AK was a completely different team from that one.
Yeah.
And because of that, it allowed USG to take control and finish off this series even. Very well played for both teams.
Exactly. Very well played from both of these teams. I just want to add, nobody has yet to do a 2-0 win in our day 2 group stage. Maybe it's gonna change with the next series, but for now that is the case here. And that's just actually the why I pointed that out. It just means that these teams are on even ground. They might be good on the one game, but on the second game they get trumped by their opponents, and this just means that we have ourselves a tournament to behold.
Yeah. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You're seeing two good games from Team AK, Unsold Stuff Gaming. Turns out to be another 1-1. But what if every team for day 1, day 2 technically, they get another 1-1 and another and another and another? Imagine how the standings would look.
Just all see those 1-1s, right? Now, check this out. This is our endgame stats for game 2, and the MVP. Ooh, it's Dejiwo. He's been everywhere, so you gotta give this man some love.
Yeah. This was the winning hero, based on what I could see. Team AK were banning out heroes like Baldur. They wanted to make sure that, okay, there will be no decisions. Yeah. But what if USC did not plan to do any decisions? They would take the hits just so they could be revived. And, Dejiwo's teaming did just that. Changing the tide of the game, making sure they would get the right pick so they could get these objectives. And based on the stats, you could see 8 towers for USG, just 1 tower for Team AK. This time, their off-meta composition did not work out, and you can see it based on this performance there. Damage alone, along with the damage taken, kill participation, the highest is 3, compared to the other side where it's 14.
Yeah, I mean, having a quote-unquote off-meta composition, especially without a plan for the late game, if you don't, how do you say this? If you don't get the advantage that you need in the early game, it's definitely gonna kind of bite you in the behind, on the late game or even on the mid game, depending on how the match kind of turns out. And we've seen how it kind of works. And of course, let's see the man behind the armor, behind the cutesy.
Oh yeah.
It's Dejiwo playing the teamie.
There we go. Look at that, man. 82% on the kill participation. Yeah, damage dealt, 8.1, but he's a support. Look at the damage he took. Look at the assists he made in that game. He was the reason why his teammates were able to hit their item timings, were able to get those objectives. Dejiwo, hands down, player of the game. Match number 2.
Oh, hey, look, we're back on screen. I'm just kidding. That's not us, guys. That's not us, all right? These handsome gentlemen are way too handsome to be us. So, yeah. But anyways, if you are curious again, which voices you're listening to, if you're just tuning in, it's me, Asteroid, and with me is Isaac. And here we are. We saw them on game number 1. Now they're going against one of the feared competitors here in our tournament. It's Buriram versus one team. Definitely something to watch out for. So we're gonna be at least having that match after the break, which you guys should definitely wait for.
Yeah. So for the people watching right now, please don't forget, enjoy AOV. It's fun. Oh my god.
Don't forget.
I wanted to say it. I couldn't
Man.
help it.
Yeah. Remember what they said? The enemy of my enemy is also my enemy. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're just gonna let you watch the highlights, and when we get back, it's gonna be game third match. See you guys in a jiffy.
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแฮร์รี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุกหายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1ครั้ง 3. ภายใน 3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! One kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใครขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ ROV Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 บกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุดเอรันดอร์และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมพบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง2เล่มคือคัมภีร์แบบฟรีและคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปองผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้299คูปองและแพ็กที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูงบวก20เลเวลรับฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ทันทีในราคา549คูปองโดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ4อาทิตย์ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิมพร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงานซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจโดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวันและรายสัปดาห์หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน50คูปองต่อเลเวลเมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนดผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดเลือกรับฮีโร่1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดรูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้นเอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกมฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้นนอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง60จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตาเพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษรูปโปรไฟล์สกินลิมิเต็ดและไอเทมมากมายพิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล60ภายใน7วันแรกคุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปองแล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น11เริ่ม4 พฤศจิกายนนี้ ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุภายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอรันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอรันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอรันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอรันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
And we are back. Once again, that is not us in the front of your screen. Before that, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai, and joining me is Isaac Plays, and we are about to go underway with our third series of 2 for the day, which is, I think, pretty anticipated by a lot of our viewers.
Yeah. Buriram United along with the returning One Team Esports. I'm looking forward to this because everyone seems to think that Buriram United is the favorite. So them stepping up finally in this series, let's see what they have and let's see what they're bringing. We already know what One Team Esports have shown so far, so let's see if anyone's gonna be pulling off any interesting strats coming into this series.
Yeah. Right, Buriram United is a professional football club in one of the provinces in Thailand. It's actually the Buriram province. That's why it's called like that. And like you said, this is one of the teams that are the most feared. I just wanted to add that's kind of like a trivia. Why is that their name? If you guys want to search it, you could just immediately like search it online and you'll see what I'm talking about. Because their icon looks like they're from a sports team, which actually there is. So that's pretty cool. And
trivia time. You should warn me next time. Oh, you're gonna give trivia? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I would. Okay.
I could do the signal.
All right. Sure. Let's do that the next time I drop in some
All
trivia
right.
knowledge. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, actually, all right. I'll do it this time. You do the trivia that you said a while ago pertaining to all of the matches. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Okay. My turn to do it. Trivia time.
I have a very, very nice trivia for you guys, and the trivia is amazing. If you guys think about it, all of the games that were won in the previous series, they all had Hayate. So you know what to do. Ban Hayate. Don't let him be played. Get rid of this hero. He is strong. He is awesome. He's my favorite hero. Ban this guy. End of trivia time.
End of trivia time. All right. Joking aside, laughing aside, it does make a lot of sense that Hayate is going to be pretty ban-worthy, especially against a team such as Buriram United Esports. Is really, really strong. You saw how good he was in controlling the later stages of the game. He was able to blow up a ton of people once he got the proper items that he needed, and he is just a scary threat to deal with left uncontested, and it shows. You said it already. All the games has been won with in their composition a Hayate. So be forewarned, viewers. Be forewarned.
And you guys are probably watching the commercials. You're seeing a new marksman on the horizon. Who knows when it is going to be released for us? But once it gets to our servers, you know what's up. It's a Murad style marksman. I'm excited. I want to see it. I'm probably going to spam the hero. But before that, let's go ahead and dive into the draft. Buriram United and One Team Esports. We are seeing a zip ban along with the Murad and the Sino ban for Buriram United.
You saw how
Based
strong.
on these picks.
Yeah. Drop it on me, man.
I like the Murad ban this early. I think I think this team did their scouting. Let's not give Murad away to one team. They might have problems. So pretty standard on the side of one team. They're gonna get rid of Zip and win this, but instead, whoa, there goes the big boy, Florentino, first pick. Remember what I told you about Florentino? Well,
Yeah.
now you're gonna see it in action.
I can't wait to see that. And I'm just okay. Aside from like the potential power that this can bring for Buriram, this man looks like he's just gonna take you out on a date. Like, I mean, I don't think I'm ready yet, but maybe one team is already ready to be taken out, not on a glorious date, but on a glorious battle against this particular hero here. But we said it before, we'll say it again. Hayate seemed to be the trending hero here. still is 100, or still is 100-0 in terms of him losing, but maybe this is the time to beat. Me and Isaac were talking about this before, or rather during the break, that this might be Buriram United to take away that Hayate win, especially against one team who struggled against their opponents a while ago. But we'll see. One team might look better right now because they got themselves the Hayate, and they also got themselves the Kriziks.
That is a scary lineup. It was the trend. Kriziks, Hayate being seen on the main stage. We're gonna see a lot of action here. Buriram United, they're going to answer with the Talanis. Let's see what the third pick is going to be for Hualin. But based on the lineup so far, I'm favoring Buriram United. It's a Florentino. It's a very stable DS later. Hualin, very smart pick. Gonna counter that with the Roxy. So it's gonna be a dead lane. At that point, it's all gonna be Cricknack. All eyes on Cricknack. If Cricknack can take control of this early game, it's gonna be really, really fun to watch.
Now the question is, with these starting picks, I don't think Buriram has enough power to push out Kriziks and maybe even Hayate when they try to invade against Cricknack. We saw how easy it was to just bully out Cricknack when you don't have the proper defenders, because he doesn't have any fighting threat at all at the very start of the game. So you need somebody to kind of keep him, somebody to kind of gatekeep for him, or defend the gates, whatever you want to call it. But one of those options might have been the Baldoom, but one team immediately seeing this opportunity takes it away from Buriram United.
Based on the bans for the second phase, you can see One Team Esports getting rid of that, that gatekeeper idea that you're saying. Baldoom is going to be banned. Xiao Chan is going to be banned. They do not want this Cricknack to snowball. So they're going to get rid of the ones that could potentially stop them from diving this Cricknack or invading the jungle for Cricknack to snowball. But then again, they are going to be probably in a difficult situation because Buriram United answered with 2 bans for junglers. They're going to get rid of Quillen. They're going to get rid of this very, very awesome Rourke.
Yeah.
But now we're going to see the guy from Enchanted Kingdom. Ignis, 20 seconds left. Are they going to lock in the big bad man? We'll have to wait and see. If Gandalf shows action here, it is essentially the Florentino counter pick once it gets to the team fights.
Now I'm kind of curious what Buriram United will actually bring to the table now. There's so many options that have already been taken away from the board, but they're looking at the handsome man himself, Darcy, as probably their carry here. Pretty curious to see what he can bring to the table, but they need somebody, again, we were talking about this, to defend the Cricknack, or maybe even just provide a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Provide a little bit more defense, a little bit more tankability for Buriram United. And I was thinking about the Ormar because he does have the slow. If he can at least have one chance to smack someone in and keep himself stick like a glue to them, this might be good. But it seems like they're gonna go for the Thane for that frontman position.
I think Buriram United know what they're planning. I like the Thane pick if they're going to go with that, because Kriziks, like I keep mentioning, based on this day, they're gonna go full front, they're gonna dive, they're gonna try to, get these kills happening in order for them to have these objectives. But if they pick this Thane, after that pull in that we would usually see from Kriziks, Thane will push him away. And once that happens, there we go. It's gonna get rid of all of the potential Kriziks is applying, and it will give time for Cricknack, Talanis, Darcy, or Florentino to get into position. But then again, if One Team Esports picks this Nacross, I feel like this is going to be a very nice pick. But instead, they're not going to do it. What they could have done was probably pick the Nacross, counter the Darcy's potential. It would have been nice. But, they're going to go with Chi instead, which I don't really mind either, because they want those follow-up stuns.
Yeah.
Ignis with a mini stun, Chi with those mini stuns, Roxy pulling people around, creating a dead lane, and then waiting for Tura on this Hayate to show his stuff yet again. If they can make this happen, they could counter the lineup from Buriram United. Then again, this is Buriram United we're talking about.
Yeah, I
They
like.
are, one of the top teams for a reason.
Yeah, I like the idea. Like you, as you said, they were kind of hovering over the Nakroth, which I also would have liked, but he doesn't provide as much crowd control as Key would. But he does have a lot of gap close. I think he's the one of the few who have like the triple dash maneuver or dash skills in AOV. But yeah, definitely having somebody to use that ultimate, such as Key with the Dragon's Bane, and kind of like, being able to stun somebody, especially that the backline after Thane is pretty dang squishy on Buriram United's side. It will help them kind of, I do like to use this term, pierce through the defense of Buriram United, and it seems like they really need to pierce through with their lance on that shield that is the Thane to win this game. But when that is all said and done, what do you think, man? Buriram or one team, just in terms of the comps?
Well, looking at the compositions, if this Florentino gets wild really early, it's gonna be a very easy win for Buriram. But if one team can build up and do the exact same thing they did the last time they had a series, I'm seeing Tura taking control yet again. So it's a 50-50. It's more of who executes better in the early game that would translate.
I'll just let that sink in for now as we go into game one. This is the third series of two for day number 2 here in our group stage for AIC 2019. And after this one, we'll be having the best of one, or sorry, the 1v1 show match tournament. I'm also curious about that. I don't actually have all the rule sets for that, but it's either first blood or first tower to win. But we'll just talk about that a little bit later. It's all eyes on. It's a little bit difficult to pronounce, so I do apologize if I butcher his name. Isilindils. He sounds like a freaking elf.
Isilindils. I like his name.
Yeah, he sounds like an elf, right? Like from, like you have Gandalf on the other side with Hualien using Ignis, and then you have Isilindils here with his elf ears. Because Thane does look like he has elf ears with that helmet of his.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
right?
based on what's happening here, you can see Isilindils just making sure, you know what? No invades. You're not getting this red buff. You're not gonna stop first one from snowballing. I am here. I am the shield. I will guard this gate.
Yeah.
And there we go. First one, nearing level 4. So more or less win-win for Cricknet.
This is much, much better than what we saw on the previous matches within the day. Now, looking at a little bit of a kerfuffle here, it seems like Overfly will get spotted out. The Florentino, not so handsome now, huh? Gets actually blasted to bits, to pieces by one team. And it seems like Buriram wanted to make something happen on the top side, maybe to counter jungle, but it did not work for them, especially with this Thane not even reaching level 3 just yet.
That was really costly. Florentino being the first one to die in this series, it's showing that, One Team Esports, they know how to use this physics, this lineup with Hualin. They might have a hard time, but they're executing right now, and compared to Buriram United, they're gonna need to up the pace here, because I'm favoring One Team Esports to take this even harder and towards the late game.
So I have a little bit of a paused match here, but yeah, I do like the sentiment of how One Team Esports have kind of used their advantage. They made an immediate play onto the Abyssal Dragon, knowing that Overfly had to walk all the way from base to Abyssal Dragon if he wanted to contest it with Buriram United, or walk all the way back into his lane where Kid, playing the Roxy, is already a level above him and maybe even a couple of CS above him, which means that the gold will definitely be looking pretty dang good for a Kid here. So, all in all, One Team Esports looking to start this game pretty strongly.
I guess it's fine, but then again, it's a Roxy. Yeah, you're gonna pressure the lanes, you're gonna make sure that you keep things behind, but Roxy's essentially a glorified delay tactic. She's not gonna be the one pushing the towers or making game-changing plays. She's there just because she's there. You know,
Okay.
like I said, roll your head on your phone and Roxy will still be fine.
I like it. I like it. She's basically a face palm hero. You know, you literally just put your face, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Isalindils
Pause.
wanted to get a kind of a flank there or something, but not gonna transpire at all. Nunu with this Darcy kind of going in, just gonna help out, at least secure a couple of river monsters there. Gonna go back to his own lane. Maybe a setup here or something for one team esports, but no. Both teams are just kind of playing really safely. Like after that first fight, we only have one kill, mind you, and these are teams that's supposed to be like super aggressive too.
I think that they're both gearing for the late game based on the because it should have been a really nice early game composition, especially with the Florentino. Look at that.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a really bad fight here for Buriram United. Well, the 1-for-1 trade might have made it well for One Team Esports, but okay, that was sort of successful for BRU. They got themselves a kill, but that kind of opened up the other members of Team 1 Esports to go in and chase down onto Defox, who was on the Tilanas, gonna be able to at least survive with herself. Ultimate will be dropped down by Isalindos to at least keep himself alive and his tower standing into the other lane. The
That was a smart play.
Very smart
Very
play.
smart play. You noticed that Florentino could have survived, especially with the Reaper's Blessing being popped, but it wasn't enough. He still died. It was essentially a trade kill, but there was more pressure applied onto the bottom lane, and Talanas was forced to use the flicker. With that in mind, One Team Esports should take advantage of that while the flicker is down, because if they force another team fight onto the Fox, it's going to be so much harder for them to get away. And because of that, it could translate to even being unchecked.
Abyssal Dragon was taken again by One Team Esports. They're not much well enough to kind of contest this from BRU. BRU is at least losing a good chunk of gold as of the moment, but like you said, it seems like they are kind of just, you know, saving up for the late game in a little bit. Nothing too much to explode, but look at this. 4 people onto the mid side. The problem is, do they have enough pushing power to kind of stop a Crixix and an Ignis from clearing out the waves? Looks like the answer to that is a no, so they have to kind of transition to another lane to at least find a little bit more resource to get for themselves.
And right now, One Team Esports, they're playing it smart. They're just clearing the waves.
First one! Oh, the stun! One more hit, does he have it? What? Tura is a god. Hayate is... He's not gonna get touched... Well, he got touched hard, but not touched hard enough. Able to escape with a sliver. That's just gonna make BRU a little bit frustrated there. Incredible.
That's what I call the tilt loop. It's because at the 3-minute mark, you're gonna get this this Reaper's Blessing. That's essentially the Death Sickle buff, where you would survive the last hit. You would be immune to damage for that 1 second, and it could make or break any full dive in this, you know, this early state of the game. They could have translated to a kill, but that was a very smart rune. It could potentially tilt the dives. It's happened in so many games, and Tura surviving really, really well from that fight, but that's not gonna happen again unless he tries.
We haven't really seen any Cricknack assassinations, you know, that I was very much looking forward to just yet, but maybe it's the change that I was looking for. One more attack, come on, get him! He actually does. Nice fadeaway shot right there. The push from the Thane actually denies Kid from getting the follow-up on the first one, and BRU strikes back. Nobody was able to get the Abyssal Dragon there. Tura wanting to get or to provide a little bit of support to his team. So it seems like BRU break the tower, then break the Abyssal Dragon.
Oh, that was costly there. They got Fallen, they got Panta, and because of that, they know, okay, Tura doesn't have any any defense here in the bot lane. We could just force the tower, get a fight. Square does not have a Reaper's Blessing ready, so we could force this out, and he would be playing defensively, knowing that 2 teams down. That's essentially 2 objectives for them with a tower and the Abyssal Dragon, if they ever do.
To
There
honest,
they go.
is looking already pretty dang strong. Like her attack speed is, it's amazing already. Does get the stun onto Walden. There's 4 people right here. Roxy is, or rather, Kid is on the top side or the left side rather. Oh my goodness, Nunu is just popping heads left and right. Fanta gonna get chased down by Isolindels, but he's not gonna be able to make anything happen. Defox, as of the moment, has to kind of stave them off. There's Isolindels going in with the ultimate. Nunu comes in from the sidelines, but cannot follow up quickly enough. But they keep their tower alive just for now. Cricknack, plagued by first one, has to escape. Does he have enough? What the heck? Turns around, pops the head, and is now even looking for some more. First one's not even done. Well, he is. But that was too scary for comfort. He could have gotten Hua Lin on that Ignis.
That was some overcommitment there from.
Oh.
He could have gotten that if he forced it.
Yeah. Speaking of overcommitment, that was a little bit of overextension from Defox, and he's gonna pay the price with his life. Oh, I was
with the Tilanas there, it was really bad because you're not exactly the one that could run away.
Yeah. The weird thing about that though is he knew that there was like 3 to 4 people on the mid lane, and they were pretty quick to possibly quick enough to rotate to the Anna's lane, and she didn't back off. She was just kind of like pushing still aggressively. So that was a little bit weird in terms of positioning for Defox here. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, they got a 2-man stun. They get the anti-CC out, but they're gonna be able to escape that one. Wanted to see if they were gonna be able to, and they do. But first one just comes in from the side, spots out the Tura, and gets him. As Ilindo's onto the front line, looking for a little bit more. As first one here will begin to get to consume this Dark Slayer.
Based on what's happening right now, that was a kill onto Tura. That's really costly. 5 to 5 right now. Yeah. First one is actually playing this Cricknack pretty well, you know, not to mention the overcommitment he did in the mid lane, but right now, you can see that One Team Esports, they're looking pretty lost. It's like no one's communicating. I stand corrected. There goes first one, dead yet again.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Buriram have to match the aggression of One Team Esports if they kind of want to make something happen. At least for how they're playing as of the moment, which I do like. You see a little bit more action here. First one is kind of the one to get the brunt of the deaths, but it's fine because he is also kind of using the opportunity to force people to go to him, you know, and he actually is successful with getting the kills. He's like 4-2-0, 4-2-1 right now, which is nothing to be laughed at. Overfly with this Florentino had to back away because there was like 3 members of One Team Esports that was right there. He could have gone in for a 3v1, but with his items, maybe not just yet.
And you have to consider as well, this is a Kha'Zix, a Roxy, and a Chief. Heroes, essentially, they're going to be useless targets for Overfly. Overfly needs to get the big targets like Hua Lin and Tura. If he cannot do that, this Florentino is essentially going to be useless. And how One Team Esports are smartly playing this map right now. There we go! Dead Florentino! Just like that, say goodbye.
In the blink of an eye. They're even looking at Isolindos here. They get themselves the mid tower. What a turnaround. These gentlemen are just trading blows. They're just going have at it. Oh my goodness! There's no escape! Defox! Defox! Oh, Defox! He got obliterated. You saw that Fanta. Where was this Fanta on the previous series? He has come back though to redeem himself. First one spotted behind enemy lines. He has to back away here because right now everybody's going to be chasing him. He's level 15, but in a 2v1 situation, maybe not. He's a pretty mobile guy, so he should be able to escape, but damn, this is people turning heads against each other. I love this game. This is awesome.
Right now, you know, the tides are turning. This is what I was talking about. Tura is getting this momentum. And as he goes on towards this late game, this is what they did for game 2 in their last series. You thought they were down, you thought they were out, but all of a sudden they just turn around and suddenly dive, and all of a sudden 3 dead. They get 2 towers.
They're not done just yet, man. Considering it's been like 4 additional kills, there's a lot more Abyssal Dragons into the name of One Team Esports. They're not really too behind in terms of the gold, gotta say, especially now that we're around 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Overfly, though, he's baiting them out.
Smart from one. That's very smart. They know that Overfly is essentially a bait to overcommit, just so Buriram could delay the game even more. That was really good. They didn't go for that one.
Wow, this is so fast. They got the Dark Slayer again. BRU is... Alright, I gotta say, One Team is good at setting up ganks, but BRU is even better at kind of just figuring out the timings on when they have to go for the objectives. Which is, I think, a skill that a lot of teams need to have. Now they're kind of just roaming around here. First one into the front line. He spots Kid. Oh no, this could be bad. It is a Roxy though, so maybe he can absorb a couple of damage. But there it is. The shish kebab. The wombo combo coming in. They're so low. Can they find it? They get the one. They get the second. Fanta into the front line, but this is a sort of tanky Crixix. They get it. Do they trade anything in terms of the kills? Looks like that's not going to be a case. 5 members of Buriram United is still up and running here, ladies and gentlemen, as they've lost 2 tier 2 towers. They're looking for the mid-tier 3 here. Are they going to dive? Get us into the front line. Filas going in. He wants to suck everybody in right now. Maybe setting up a position here from Tura, but there is the misposition from D-Fox, and he pays with his life.
Oh boy. That stops the push. There we go. Towers are still up. Yeah, they were able to get a lot out of that. It was really costly for One Team Esports. But the consolation there, they saved the towers. They get a kill onto D-Fox, which is really, really crucial at this point in the game. And they stop that push, and now they can reset, restart, try to get another thing going.
They're setting... Oh, I love this. They knew that they were inside the brush, but they did not have any... Or rather... They didn't have the conviction to follow through. Still, that was just a play safe thing for BRU. They don't want to overcommit. Maybe a misposition here could have spelled disaster for them, because if you look at it, there's only one mid-tier 3 and then the base, and then it's over. Same with One Team Esports though.
This is just going to be the last fight here. It's essentially going to that point. Whoever screws up catastrophically can practically end the game then and there.
Overflies into the front line, taking quite a bit of damage because of that zone potential from Hua Lin. They can actually go for it, but Overfly is taking a substantial amount of damage. Are they gonna come in from the behind? Fanta's absorbing quite a bit here. Just gets pushed back, not even allowing him to actually get anything. But they are setting up. They're pretty low, and Tura is chipping them down. Do they know that Isalindos is actually here? He actually shoves in 2 members already. Fighting a kid onto the sidelines. Isalindos pretty low. Difox into the front line. What can he do? He's absorbing a little bit. Here comes Tura. Flickers in. Isalindos pushes him back, but the mistake has been done. 1, 2, 3. OMG. No. Follows you up onto Difox. Bad position at the wrong place at the wrong time. And they get 3 for... basically only the support. They get the Enraged Abyssal Dragon here, and a quick transition onto the Dark Slayer maybe. But if you can see the minimap, it seems like Florentino as well as Darcy are there to contest it. Maybe.
There we go. There we go. Overfly's online. If Overfly can take control of this game in the late game, this is essentially an easy win for Buriram United. But then again, they're not executing as clean as they are expected to do it. So, One Team Esports, they're playing really smart right now. They're getting the right objectives. They don't have to kill. They just need to get the objectives, and that's what they're doing. They managed to get 3, get the right objectives, and now they're in control of this game. 52.5k in their pocket. This is all Tura.
Just a little bit of a calm here before Like, I feel like, yeah, it's definitely going to be one big clash, and that's it. But for now, both teams are kind of just, you know, picking up the resources around the map for the moment. Waiting for the next Dark Slayer to come up is going to be in like a minute 30. Abyssal Dragon in about less than a minute here. And that particular big objective will be something that both of these teams will use to make or break the fight. This could go either way. They spot it out though. Buriram is onto the top or onto the left side of the lane.
Hey, Buriram, what are they gonna do now?
Oh, I'll stop here first, man. Xianyo is so close to getting bombarded there, and Darcy makes sure that he cannot live to fight for another day. He'll have to go to the respawn timer here. Are they gonna follow up? That's the question. They have no objectives to go for aside from just straight up to a tower, so there's nothing that BRU has to get outside of this map in particular. They do spot out Isalindos right now, but are they gonna follow up? Looks like no, they're just gonna back away. They can't really do much as of the moment.
Dragon. This dragon is still alive. It's being wasted right now. Oh.
A little bit of a tussle here. Kid, oh! The Kid with the pull! He finds the opening for one team. Overfly is down, and Kid, from out of nowhere, has turned from boy to man with that particular play. I don't even believe he knew that that was going to be possible, but he was sneaky enough to get that one, even get a second for his team. And with that, Buriram United has lost all control around their map, and it seems like it's going to be straight pushes, at least before they respawn, for One Team Esports.
You know, not to mention, if you look at what's happening, the push happened in the bottom lane for Buriram United. They lost their second tier tower, so this is all the pressure right now.
Ooh.
There we go.
He got it. Did pop the revive there though, but I'd say that's pretty worth trade, especially when you get yourself a mid-tier 3. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to spot out Fanta. Darkslayer should be up, yeah, in about less than 10 seconds. And what that means is that that's the next objective that one team are going to be looking for. You can see them already corralling around that particular venture, that particular area. Xianyo right here gets pushed back by Isalindos. And oh my goodness, you thought it was over for Buriram United. They will not give up. They have the stun from the Tel-Anas, and they are not done at all. So this will open up the Dark Slayer. Back and forth, the tugging of ropes we go. Isalindos is trying to push back Fanta into the embracing hands of his team, but it shall not work. But it seems like this is far from over. One Team Esports cannot catch a break against this Tel-Anas. And Kid, he pops it up. First one, though, does have a dash because he's a Cricknack, so he should be fine. Isalindos into the front line, and this Enraged Abyssal Dragon is the next objective.
If Buriram get this, this is essentially game. That's a double buff.
Are they gonna use it though? Xianyo is about to come out in like 3 seconds. They're not using it yet. Maybe they're gonna regroup first, get more items, and then go in for the finishing blow.
That was a throw right there. They engaged onto things. It could have been even better.
Isalindos is so good at kind of figuring out where these opponents are. They do get the 2-man stun there. Following up, Isalindos was the one who get kind of tethered in by one kid, or a kid rather. He's pretty tanky, so he's not really the target that the One Team Esports were looking for. And this will burn a couple of the ultimates. No, just the one ultimate from Kid there. But this will open up at least the side lane here. The tier 3 to finally get broken. This dragon is doing so much work. Before he got knocked down, he even gets that tier 3. So that's perfect. And now they're just looking to systematically break down the defenses of one team.
Here we go. Buriram are in control. Overfly is online. They made a costly play. And now you are looking at this Florentino. If they cannot stop Isalindos from taking control, this is essentially game, especially with the double buff. They should not be fighting right now. The only thing they could do is delay this game.
How can you do that though? Right now, up against Buriram United, who's so on point. They have everything under control. Darkslayer will be summoned in about less than a minute, and Abyssal Dragon will be the same. After they get this double buff, like you said, it might already be over.
Oh. Count on Tura.
Count on Tura. Okay. Count on the Hayate, the Shinobi warrior. The Shinobi ninja. Wait, Shinobi is a ninja already.
Hayate is undefeated in day number 2.
Cross your
Can
fingers.
Tura make this continue? We'll have to wait and see, because now we are 22 minutes and 50 seconds into this game. It is going to be a wild one, and it's boiling down to this one late game fight. All just fighting for the creep waves right now. Whoever takes control of the creep wave essentially takes control of the map at this point, and that's what they're doing. And Buriram United, very smart play. That's the 4th Dark Slayer. Number 4 right there.
Yeah, scary,
Oh my God.
scary situation for One Team Esports. They're setting up a death brush. They want Buriram to try to immediately go for the Abyssal Dragon. The thing is, it's still a minute before, so they're gonna use the ultimate from Kha'Zix to find an opening already. They want to catch their opponent off guard, which I really like from One Team. They've been pretty good at kind of finding these nifty openings. But the thing is, the base is already popped. The mid-tier 3 is so close to being destroyed that BRU, they don't even have to work around the jungle anymore. They can just walk up straight and just blow up, you know, the objectives already, if they wanted to.
Both teams are looking pretty lost right now. They're playing very safe. They don't want to lose this game.
I agree. I mean, it is points at the line. Again, group stage might seem that you can actually have a mistake game where you can lose it and you can net for the comeback. But these teams are playing out to be the best among the rest. Gotta catch all the wins. And now, Enrage Abyssal Dragon. Next objective here. Fanta gets spotted out by Isalindals, but they are not able to force them out. And Darcy immediately blowing up Tura. Not getting the kill though, but still the damage you can already see. Nunu on this Darcy is nothing to be laughed at.
This is it. It's another double buff. I don't know how many double buffs One Team Esports can take, but you know, Buriram United, they're being very methodical right now. They know that they could still lose if it came down to a really bad team fight. So they're ensuring that they take and make all the stops to get these towers. They don't want to overcommit.
That's true.
First one though.
One team though, Tura on this Hayate is a little bit stronger in terms of the items. But look at this. Kid is actually coming in from the backside. He's going to be able to pull somebody in, but is that the right target? I don't think it is. It actually is only Isalindals. That is not the target that they were looking for. They lose so many of their members. Turo is coming in from the sides. Is he able to actually do the 1 versus 4? It seems like no, never mind. And with only Fanta to defend, Game 1 will go into the hands of Buriram United Esports. But they had to work tooth and nail to get that victory.
There we go. Whew. Man, that was anticlimactic.
I mean, it was climactic enough, you know.
I really, you know, fear that both teams were just really afraid to take that leap. But in the end, you know, Buriram United felt like, okay, we got the second double buff again. We should probably try to make something work now. Let's just go and wing it. We're supposed to be in the lead here. And that's exactly what they did. They nearly got turned over by Tura, but Tura had no other follow-up. The rest of his teammates were dead. So once he resurrected, he was essentially, you know,
yeah, the execution for one team, really needed Kid to get the push onto a true good target against Buriram. He wanted Defox, or at least maybe even Nunu, but he wasn't lucky enough, or he wasn't in position well enough to actually get that. He got Isalindos, which is the worst possible target, and everybody from like one team was like, you can't make this work with that. And after that, like you said, we all saw Tura try to make the hero play, but with the execution at the very beginning for one team lacking, he did not have enough firepower to clean up 4 members of Buriram that was battering on his behind. So yeah, that was pretty hard.
And this was a 25-minute game that should have ended 15 minutes earlier. I mean, you know, it's hard to not be honest, but this game just dragged on for way too long because, quite honestly, both teams were just afraid to push. They had the right tools, they just had to execute. They weren't getting the execution, so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
It took too long, it dragged on, and there we go.
I'm kind of curious to see how Buriram plays out the entirety of this tournament. They look, I mean, you say scared, I say methodical. it kind of goes hand in hand. You play to anticipate what your opponent will do, and you play around it. And it seems like Buriram tried to do that the most, but their weakness is actually what one team was doing. If one team kept doing what they did successfully, they could have won, and that is to always surprise Buriram, where Buriram was trying to play as passively as they can, trying to get objectives, and then going in for the plays, maybe getting kills or maybe towers. One team tries to shake it up a lot with their catch-off type of playstyle, which I really admire. But at least for game 1, it will not be the savior of them for this game. But still have the next game, man. It still could go either way.
2, 5, 1, and 6 for Nunu. You know, we hands down, Nunu was able to just show up in this game, so it was the right pace for a Darcy. It's not gonna scale as hard as a jungle Darcy, but he did his work.
Yeah. True though. I didn't really feel him as much, but he was there in the sidelines. Anyways, guys, watch the highlights. We're gonna be back after a quick break. And we're back. Again, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai, and the man with me is Isaac.
Hi! What's up? Are you ready for trivia time?
You have a trivia?
Oh.
thought you had a trivia there, man.
Would have been nice though. We should probably think of trivia after each break.
Yeah, if we find something, we have the power of the internet in our hands, so it's pretty easy to do that. Now, all right, as you are watching the highlights, this means that the streak for today has already been broken by Buriram United.
Oh! Trivia time.
Trivia time. Yeah. Okay. You did the trivia, man. You did the trivia.
All right, boys and girls. Before this Hayate game against Buriram United, Hayate was undefeated in day number 2. Every game that had a Hayate in the composition won. But Buriram says, no, we're not gonna follow that. We're gonna get rid of this Hayate. Took them 25 minutes, but got the job done. A win is a win is a win.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of the day, a win is a win. Like, however you make it happen, as long as it happens, it's fine. So now we have gone into game 2. Are we gonna see the retribution for one team, or is this gonna be Buriram to not break only the Hayate streak, but also to get the first 2-0 in this day?
We'll have to wait and see.
Darcy.
Right now, we are looking at a Darcy and a Tortino, but oh yeah, there we go. Let's go. I want to see this. We got the zip for One Team Esports. Are you ready for some really, really hype play? Because Zip is not gonna bring that. He's gonna annoy the hell out of Buriram United.
I like how you just kind of hyped it up, but then immediately says that nope, it's not really gonna happen. It's gonna be Zip. Saying otherwise, it's not gonna happen. Man, he looks like a freakishly cute devil.
Yeah. This is essentially the Teemo of AOV. He's here to just annoy you.
Yeah. He has a lot of disruption tools, perfect for kind of scrambling a team that has a good chunk of defense. And I think it makes sense because One Team Esports here, they're thinking, we need somebody to disrupt our opponents. Buriram United is really good with how they position in their defense as well as their objectives. So being able to catch them continuously or multiple times off guard will definitely help One Team Esports get the win that they need. And I like how they comboed it with the Omen as well as the Crixie. That's a lot of chaos that Buriram United has to kind of, shuffle through.
Not only that, we are seeing Hayate on Buriram United this time. So is this going to be the first 2-0? Who knows? Hayate is not exactly a sure hero now that he's finally lost, but there's still the Yena. Yena's also somewhat undefeated, right?
Yeah. Right? Yeah, actually true. Pretty strong picks for BRU here. They even have the Zenial for the support. But again, I am very curious to see how this Zip will be implemented by one team. And seems like BRU gotta be banning out the Murad on their side.
That is smart. You know how Murad dashes and can cancel skills because of the stuns? Well, I think that's the reason for the ban. And, at the same time, One Team Esports, they're going to decide on banning this Quillen. Let's see what their second ban is going to be. I'm hoping it's something strong because they need to get rid of some heroes right now. There we go. The man from Enchanted Kingdom will be banned. And we can now focus on the fourth pick, Buriram United. Are they going to show a very hype hero? Yes, they are. They're going to show a Cricknack. Oh man, Buriram United with the second Cricknack game.
It worked.
Okay.
I think it worked in the mid game, so it might work here again. Now, one team, they can look to get themselves a carry here. They're looking at Kafeni. Huh. Interesting pick there. What do you think about Kafeni here, Isaac?
I don't like a Cafferty. Personally, I think Cafferty's a really bad hero right now in this meta, especially with the meta where everyone needs to be running around, moving around, making sure that they take plays and all. But Cafferty's not gonna cut it. She's not exactly the kind of hero that would have a lot of disable. She has none to begin with.
Has good damage though, so maybe good damage and mobility around the fights, and maybe that's enough to kind of play around the Kriknak and the others. But like you said, you don't like it. They immediately go for the Chi as well as the Tilanas. So it's all fine, good in the hood, as we might say. And she slipped through the cracks. The Ice Queen herself, Diao Chan, is gonna get locked in by BRU. Okay, the first Diao Chan of the day has been brought to the field.
You know, I just want to mention that in the last game, the Chi kept getting caught out.
Yeah.
If you noticed, there were two crucial points in that game that she was caught out immediately, and it cost practically one team esports the control over the map. This time though, it's a different player playing team. It's going to be Baya, probably subbed in at this point. So we're not gonna see Xianyu. Is that right? I think that was his name. But yeah, the other player's gone. We're seeing the standard 5 for one team esports playing again for game number 2. The same 5 players that played for the other series. So let's see if this Chi this time will have a significant impact. But based on the compositions, I'm still favoring BRU. I like the Jiao Chan pick. Very, very smart, especially with the zip around. Not to mention the Sinyo to help out with all of the fights going on. So this is going to be a very interesting fight. Who are you rooting for in this game number 2?
It's hard to say, but I do also agree. I do like the BRU composition. I feel like they answered a lot of the issues that they might be facing in terms of composition that one team kind of made for themselves. I do like the point that Jiao Chan was the last pick. She's pretty strong. She has a good chunk of crowd control in her arsenal. So that's definitely something that one team has to kind of deal with. So yeah, I'm looking at Buriram to get this 2-0. What about you?
It's looking like a 2-0 as well.
Yeah.
But there's a zip, you know, first zip game of the day. Let's have some fun.
It could go either way, man. It could go either way. I just gotta say, this studio is insane. Like, imagine that is like 2 monitors, big LED monitors at the very top, spewing the graphics, and then you have the AR trophy spinning at the top. That is some next level production slash studio magic. So I can't wait to possibly go there, if ever. But here we are for game 2. Yeah.
See Zip. Zip is still in the base for some reason. Probably waiting for the second wave. And probably delaying the creep wave or something.
Yeah, he's
allow them to rotate further.
He's out now. You can see a lot of rotation coming out from Buriram. They're gonna be able to maybe try to contest for a jungle here. Oh no, they're just gonna clear out the wave onto the mid side. Oof, damage.
They're not really, you know, playing too aggressive in the second game. They already know what each other can do, so they're chilling for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, first one is already level 4, so he can go for an immediate dive if he wanted to. A little bit of overextension could spell disaster for one team, as BRU is already looking for advantages. 25 seconds on to the Abyssal Dragon. Kriknak has nowhere else to go just yet, so he's clearing out a wave onto where the Tilanas is, and maybe they could even dive for Tilanas, but Zip, played by Fanta, is already there. Gonna try to back them away. And it seems like perfect timing for Buriram. They're looking straight up at the dragon here. Yeah, look at the transition. They're gonna go for the dragon.
That's smart. Clear the waves, get the Spirit Sentinel, get that early advantage so that you can run into position for the Abyssal Dragon once it spawns. There's this 10-second timer in between the Sentinel and the Abyssal Dragon. So that's enough time for you to get into position, get the rank farm, force that fight here, or get it.
It's ridiculous how quickly a Hayate can, clean out particular objectives because of how strong or how quick the rapid fire of those shurikens are. You saw how quick that the HP of the Abyssal Dragon kind of just like shot down. So, it's pretty good for Buriram here. They're slowly getting a little bit of their advantages. Difox is kind of forcing them back away, and for some unfathomable reason, Baya on the Chi was spotted out and punished because of that out of position. Yeah, bye indeed.
Oh man, that's another dead Chi.
Like you said,
okay,
man.
There we go. You saw that? You saw Fanta ate the Grixie, popping the potential second stun.
All right, I'll stop you first now. Oh, they're gonna charge right in. Fanta is backing away, but it seems like there it is, the Grixie combo. Able to get it.
Fanta. Oh, Fanta.
Oh, Fanta indeed.
I love it. All this was happening is Lindell's died because of that. Fanta just saved Omen from dying. Made sure that he would not die.
Went over the wall. They're chasing onto Nunu here. Here comes Overfly. He's charging. He flickers. He's chasing. Fanta, can he escape? One more. Fade away from Defox. And that is how you do it with the Hayate. The chase power is incredible, especially with Overfly. Oh my goodness. With the Yena, is able to kind of rip through his targets. One kid here, though, with the Omen. Could be in a bad spot, but hold that thought. Never mind. Oh my gosh, the damage from Defox. And Noon is going to be absorbing this with the Diao-Chan. The tower hit. And Tura is down. He survives. He survives because of that sidestep. Beautifully handled to survive that kerfuffle by Defox as well as Nunu.
Oxen, very nice. I really liked how he played that. Because if they had overcommitted, Fanta's just around to eat up Tura. So there's that, there's that really easy reset for the Zip. Gonna take one in, drop him out, start a fight, and there we go.
Wow.
Dead.
He got it. Like, very quickly he got it. That was just out of nowhere. Spots out Fanta here. Pay for your life, maybe. Nunu activating his ultimate there. Ice Queen comes in rain. Let it snow. Let it go. Here we go. Team 1 or One Team Esports there, though. You saw they actually committed to the fight, and they got the W from that one. Nunu will be the collateral. And it seems like they weren't able to turn around the fight. BRU are starting to lose a little bit of the grip around this map. But if you look at it, they still have the gold lead.
This is looking like another 25-minute game.
It's going either way.
Oh. And
underneath the tower, beautifully executed. He got the knock up there though to make sure as well that his opponent cannot escape.
Oh man, that was nice. That was really nice. But still though, he's not gonna be able to push. And Fanta's just gonna get the wave, delayed even further.
Nunu spotted out. He's being chased by Fanta with the ultimate. Activates her own ultimate as well. And here comes Overfly. Overfly has a good chunk of damage already with the Yena. But without the brush, he can't make much happen, at least for now.
Really good fight so far for One Team Esports, but I don't know how well they could execute. That's the problem right now, because BRU, they're gonna be able to execute, straightforward, dive, get in. One has to play this with a lot more finesse to make it work.
What are you thinking? Like, how do they how do they, make it work? What kind of finesse might you have? Like, what ideal play would that be? Because I'm thinking maybe they get some initiations with Kid and Baya, and then follow up with Tura. I feel like
I'm thinking differently. I feel like it's all on to Fanta again. If Fanta can time the S2, it's going to change the dives completely because BRU would most likely commit a lot of skills onto a particular hero. Let's say, for example, like Kid. If they waste all of their skills, Fanta can reset, make the re-engage, dive in, and change the game as Hua Lin and Tura free hit.
Speaking of engagement, here we go. First one actually able to escape the grips of death. Baya is actually onto the side. Will not be able to escape this one. And One Team Esports losing 2 as BRU is still onto the warpath. Here's the chase down by Tura. He really wants to kill onto Defox, and he does get it. Now the chase down from Kid as Isalindos is here. He should be able to absorb the damage because he is that Zenial. And here comes Overfly for the assist. Will allow Zenial to escape, and that will only be Defox with the one death, but that is given to Tura, who is the Tilanis. You never want that to happen.
That fight happened, let's say, I don't know, 5 minutes from now, it would be a different story. I feel like One Esports, they're just lacking in terms of damage right now, but if this goes on, like how it's currently playing out, BRU are going to have an even harder time.
Still though, BRU are in the driver's seat. They still have a good control of this game, and they haven't, I just want to point this out, they haven't lost a single tower just yet. So one team have to make a lot happen to kind of get control around this map, because even though it still isn't like 5 minutes into the future, the amount of objectives that they can get is pretty minimal considering how well BRU has set up the control around this particular game.
And based on what's happening right now in these 2 games, it's BRU that are team fighting so much better. So they're taking the smart fights, but then it's usually the draft that's enabling One Team Esports right now.
And I do like how that is the case. Overfly is the 1v1 against Kid. They're waiting. First one is right here. He doesn't want to help Overfly kind of commit because he wants a much easier target to blow up. Franza might have been one. Baya, or rather Atura, might have been one. But it seems like they're not going to be able to. But because they were able to provide enough distraction around that lower side of the map, this upper side, Dark Slayer, is pretty much uncontested. They get it, and nobody will go for the punish. Well executed by BRU.
That was expected right there. They dragged a lot of attention onto one lane, forcing One Team Esports to not realize that, oh, hey, we're getting this Dark Slayer. Are you going to do anything about it? Nope, because you're looking at something else. And that's exactly what happened. BRU in complete control now.
Exactly, because if you look at the top of your screens, the only thing that... Okay, hold to your horses, because right now, one team is looking for the revenge. Overfly pays with a slide. That's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. They haven't done everything just yet. They want to go for a dive here, but that tower is making it very difficult. Does dodge the skill shot of Tura there by Isalindos, but it's only a matter of time before the Zenial goes in. Tura is in a bad spot. If he did not have any of his teammates around him, or maybe a little bit more of a misposition, Isalindos could have dove in, and first one could have blown him up. That was very scary.
This is just a battle of attrition. It's looking like another 25-minute game, but Nunu with a very nice sidestep there. Could have died, but she didn't. So now it's 7-6, 11 minutes in. We're looking at another 15 minutes into this game before something really good happens. So just sit back and relax, boys and girls, because we are going to see some action pretty soon. We just need to make sure everyone is in their full item slots.
Yeah. I kind of want to point it out this a while ago that if you look at the top of your screens, aside from the gold lead from Buriram, one team has had no objectives whatsoever. No towers, no Abyssal Dragons, no Dark Slayer. And the longer this goes, that actually might hurt one team in the long run, because right now they have no control around the map whatsoever, and they're losing even more control against Buriram as tower after tower falls. They've taken all of the outer ones, and the only ones to remain are the tier 3, and this is not a good premonition at all. First one, he just looked like he wanted to dive there.
And if you think about it, it's not going to be smart for first one to dive in and get any kills anyway. So you're not gonna expect this quick attack to perform.
I was hoping for him to dive, because if somebody was like, maybe until Anas was there, I think he had enough damage. But that was just me being a little bit optimistic of the situation. But you know what is the more optimistic of the situation? They didn't even need to go for that dive, for that invade, because they can work at these tier 3 towers without a single hitch. They don't even look to get to finish the game yet, because they want to make sure that they play by the book and they destroy all the tier 3 towers that are there. He just goes over the wall, and Kid is in a rock in a hard place, but now they're taking quite a bit of damage from Hua Lin, but because Tura is not into the fight, they don't have enough firepower, and that should be GG, and this should be the first 2-0. Maybe there's something else to happen here. Fanta uses his spin to win, but it seems like the boulder from Fanta will not be enough. Tura comes into the fight in a 5 versus 1, frantic, dying to grasp the scenario. He cannot get it. He will not get it. And the 2-0 will be taken by BRU, Buriram United Esports.
If you look at the whole game, it's like BRU played it to a point where, you know what? We're not gonna use Crickdack to kill anyone. Let's just have him run around. And that's exactly what happened. Crickdack was essentially not doing a thing based on what happened there. But they were applying a lot of pressure on the map, getting the right objectives. One, Team Esports. They did not do anything to get any objectives. Yeah, they were winning some of the fights. They had a better draft in the sense, but they had to execute really well for it to work. Whereas for BRU, let's just run it out, let's get the right pick and get the right objectives, and then finish off. And once they hit their timing, they just went full throttle, and suddenly, game's over.
And the way that they just kind of picked off the members of one team, one after the other, it was majestic. And now, here is your endgame stats for Game 2. 0 towers, 0 dragons, 0 slayers. One team were not able to triumph against their opponent. It actually even was even worse than Game 1. They had a good chunk of counterplays against Buriram, but Buriram adapted so quickly, Isaac.
That was painful. That was painful to see. A 30-minute game that could have been probably another 25-minute one, but they did capitalize. They weren't getting any objectives. They were probably hoping to turn the fights around and then get objectives, but you're practically playing the game to find a cure instead of just preventing the disease from happening. And this disease just overwhelmed one team esports. Them not accomplishing anything allowed BRU to just cruise through this game without the Crickdack even performing at all.
And now, here's your key player of the game, the Ice Queen player herself, Nunu. Kill participation 85.7%. He was basically almost always there. KDA of 4, 1, and 8. That kill participation really showing itself that Yao Chan was able to dip her toes in everything. And next up, we have ourselves the 1v1 show match.
Woo, fun times!
Team AK up against Team Flash. It's going to be AAA versus ADC, the battle of the triple alphabet lettered players.
Yeah! 3 letters!
3 letters. Because it's not 1, it's not 2, it's 3.
Alright, well, my name has 4. So, you know what? I would probably lose against these 2 talented individuals, but I'm really, really excited to see them play in this 1v1 tournament. I really want to see how it's going to work and how their strats are going to be like, because this is going to be a 5v5 game. So, let's wait and see. Let's find out. Highlights are coming in.
Yeah, again, guys, who you're seeing in front of you is not us. But we're going to take a break, and when we get back, it's the 1v1 show match, so don't go anywhere. We're still going to give you all the action here in Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. My voice, the one you're hearing right now, my name is Asarai, and the one right, well, you can't really see it, but the one with me is Isaac. So
Hi, I'm Isaac Plays. I'm gonna make a lot of noise and laugh. Get ready for 1v1. It's time for fun. Are you ready? Yeah, you'll be ready. Watch the highlights now. You'll see it. Woohoo!
all right, guys, see you in a jiffy. We'll be right back.
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอ ในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคคลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอเลนดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟและจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอเลนดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! One kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร ขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ ROV Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 พบกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุดเอลันดอร์และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมพบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง2เล่มคือคัมภีร์แบบฟรีและคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปองผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้299คูปองและแพ็คที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูงบวก20เลเวลรับฮีโร่ใหม่เอลันดอร์ทันทีในราคา549คูปองโดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ4อาทิตย์ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิมพร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงานซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจโดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวันและรายสัปดาห์หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน50คูปองต่อเลเวลเมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนดผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดเลือกรับฮีโร่1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนด รูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้นเอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกมฮีโร่ใหม่เอลันดอร์และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่ 1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้นนอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง 60 จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตาเพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษรูปโปรไฟล์สกินลิมิเต็ดและไอเทมมากมายพิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล 60 ภายใน 7 วันแรกคุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปองแล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 เริ่ม 4 พฤศจิกายนนี้ ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุกหายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ 3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม 1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน 3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่อง
And what is up, guys? We are back for the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. And we are now here for the 1v1 show match. My name is Asarai, and with me is Isaac.
Hey, are you ready for 1v1?
Oh man, that actually caught me off guard. But yeah, I'm ready for the 1v1. And obviously, when you call it as 1v1, it's the true test of skill. Because there's no teammates that's gonna help you. You're only on the middle portion of the map. You're just locked in to killing your opponent or destroying their tower. I'm not sure if we have like a CS counter or something, but I think it's more of the kill and the I have to double check how we are actually going to be able to do this 1v1 show match. Maybe later our production can show us the rule set, but you saw it a while ago. It's AAA versus ADC.
Oh yeah, I am ready. I want to see it. It's the two players with 3 letters in their name. It's going to be AAA and ADC. They're going one-on-one on the battlefield. Let's call it that. And let's see who's the better player. I guess that's essentially the game here for 1v1s.
Yeah,
and it's time for some hype and fun.
Yeah, we can finally figure out if it's this guy or the other guy or the other guy.
It's probably the other guy. Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. And I think a lot of our viewers are also kind of looking forward to watching this 1v1 show match. Again, whoever wins this one gets $5,000 the winner. I think this is just the group stage. We'll be having this in the duration of the group stage, and then we'll be also having the finals of the 1v1 during also the dates near the grand finals of the AIC. So that's pretty cool. We're gonna have
not only that.
Yeah.
I just want to add, this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. There are gonna be 6 1v1 matches for day number 2. Aren't you excited?
I'm pretty hyped up for it. Okay, so just to kind of clarify again, to those who are just wondering, if you guys were watching yesterday and you just you started watching the stream as of the moment, and you're wondering why are we talking like this is already day 2? Because it is. This is the schedule for the group stage day 2. And I actually bumped into my mic there. And from yesterday, we actually had a couple of technical difficulties, but we rescheduled day 1's matches to next week, which is November 11. So if you guys are wondering what happened from the yesterday's matches, they did not push through. We had to fix whatever was ailing us from yesterday. And now you can see we have no issues, and it's been smooth like butter. Smooth like butter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I honestly want to see what you guys think about the 1v1. So I think it would be nice for you guys to share it in the chat. Who knows? We're gonna be seeing AAA, ADC, Nunu, Miggy, AAA again, and then Tura. We would see Nunu and Sora, ADC and Tura, Miggy and Sora. It's going to be a very, very nice 1v1 tournament for day number 2. So I'm pretty sure the fans are looking forward to seeing their favorite players in action in just a bit. But before anything else, who are you looking forward to seeing out of all of these players?
You put me in a spot, man. Okay. From just what we've seen. I actually don't know who are gonna be joining. Is every single player from each team gonna join?
We're gonna be seeing BRU, Liab, Team AK, One Team Esports, and USG, along with Team Flash. So all of the players or all of the teams playing for day 2 will also be participating in the 1v1.
Okay, so
you're gonna be seeing all of that.
With that in mind, I actually am looking forward to seeing One Team's Tura, because he was really good with the Yena in his other games. He's been really smart. He's been really calm and collected, tactical even with how he approaches these 5v5 games. And seeing his micro skill in the 1v1s will definitely be something to kind of behold. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, he's just one of the players that I'm just kind of looking forward to.
Not only that, I mean, we saw what Tura could do on the Hayate. He nearly pulled out all the stops, carry the game, and make sure that one team esports and Hayate would not get a loss. But fell a little short. But of course, we're also going to be seeing Triple A, that Yena, 2v1. Those were some really hype plays earlier. We're going to be seeing more of him in a bit. And also for the MSP fans, we're going to be seeing Liam Esports' own Miggy playing as well in the
Oh yeah.
1v1s. So for the people watching, you know what's up. You know what to look forward to.
I love
The
watching Miggy
best
play.
of the best are here.
Yeah,
It would be fun.
I love watching Miggy play. He's really good. He's one of the reasons why I felt like Liab is such a strong team. Like, I know that everyone is strong in their own right, but Miggy plays his jungle role to a whole different level, and definitely someone you want to see in these 1v1 matches. And come on, it's the 1v1s. This is a true test of skill. This is where when you play a game of Arena of Valor, when you play any game, you say to your opponent that dissed you, that disrespected you, why don't we play 1v1 and show who the real winner is? Yeah, you kind of just walk up to your opponent and just like look into their face, they click your tongue a little bit. Let's play 1v1.
Yeah, like who's the boss?
Yeah.
Is it you? Is it me? Or is it the other player? We'll have to find out.
Yeah.
But I'm really hyped for this. Right now, we're seeing the two awesome casters speaking their stuff there. That's not us, just like what we keep telling you guys. But with all of the things that we could talk about right now, aside from the 1v1s, we're also going to be seeing some more 5v5 actions, probably. USG versus Team Flash, Liab Esports versus Buriram United. We're going to be seeing all of that. So, who's excited? I'm excited. I'm pretty sure you guys can tell.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand here, but obviously you can't see it because we don't have a camera. You're just going to be seeing our Thai casters. And again, everything right now is going live at the the Arena Esports Studio in Bangkok. So if you guys have the chance to go there during the playoffs in the grand finals when it's open to the public, be sure to do so. I believe... Actually, no, they're going to be setting the finals. Sorry, I keep saying Garena Esports Studio for the finals, but they're actually going to be doing it in Icon Siam. Did I pronounce that right? It's the biggest luxury mall in all of Thailand. It's pretty dang big, like from what I can see in the pictures. Hoping to actually get there, but, fingers crossed. So we're just waiting for our players to set themselves up.
Yeah, and with all of this hype building up for the 1v1s. I want to talk a little bit more here. Out of all of the teams that are actually playing for this tournament, who do you think is going to come out on top? There are 12 of them. And if you reach the top 8, you would secure $16,000 already, just for reaching the top 8 out of 12 teams.
That's a good chunk of cash, yeah.
That's a big chunk. And right now, all of these teams have the potential to get even higher, get even further, and who knows, maybe even take home the championship. So, what are your thoughts? Who's gonna take it home so far, based on your predictions? Let's do the casters' predictions.
Casters predictions. All right, I'm kind of game for this. I don't really know. All right, I'll be frank. I don't know 100% much about how these teams play, especially, of course, that we're gonna be seeing them in this kind of international tournament. But based at least from what I've seen, from how they played from their own regions, I think that. And this is just kind of me being maybe a wishful thinker. I feel like Liab has a good shot in this tournament because this is, again, a team of mixed players from possibly all the best teams in their country. And, I feel like they have had the whole duration of AOV for them to reach the top. And I feel like this is their year. But I also have another team that I am also looking at, which is HKA, which is Hong Kong Attitude. I've seen them play before, and I do like how they perform.
not only that, um, you know, just like what you said, these are teams coming from different regions, different countries, having their own styles, their own strategies, and these types of plays and strats, they're going to be clashing against each other during this AIC tournament. And when that happens, this is where we could practically figure out, oh, it's not working in our region, but it works for theirs, and they're bringing it to the table. Let's see whose strat is better.
Is there gonna be a pick and ban for a draft for the 1v1s?
Oh my gosh, if there is, it's gonna be so interesting.
I feel like no, it's just gonna be a pick because like we could just like have mirror matchups even. I think they don't have teammates right beside them, so nobody's gonna be like, you got this, man, you got this. Maybe they did it off camera, off screen, but this is it. Triple A versus ADC. I actually was about to say ABC, but this isn't the alphabet. This is the ADC. Oh, okay, so we have 3 bans, and then the one pick. So it's a Chi versus a Violet.
Ooh,
okay.
Interesting. So it's range over Chi's tanky, tanky skills and all. That's very interesting.
She does have a lot of gap close with her S1, that is the Star Chaser, and then she can make quick work of her opponents. And Violet is definitely somebody who is basically a glass cannon. So one misposition and she can immediately just kind of blow you up. So, be careful.
I wouldn't count ADC out. I wouldn't count Triple A out either. We saw how the Yena God played earlier, and it might be a really big factor coming into this 1v1. It's a Violet versus a Chi, as far as we can tell. And call me cliche, but you're putting ADC on a marksman. ADC for ADC. I think that translates to ADC playing his comfort heroes, his comfort picks, and he's gonna bring the hype to Chi.
Here we are.
There we go.
First 1v1 match.
Let's see how they play.
Yeah, what's gonna transpire?
Oh,
here?
look at the skin! ADC showing the flash, showing the style.
Do we have on the other side? I didn't see.
Chi's using the standard skin. Because Chi only has one so far.
Jumping over, using that range. And this is what we were talking about, having, or we didn't actually talk about this, but having a marksman at the very start kind of nets you obviously an advantage because you have the range. And what this means is that you can have free damage onto a tower. But the thing is, I don't think it's enough. Triple A will have level 4 pretty soon, and that just means that he's going to be able to, do the shenanigans that a Chi can do.
Exactly.
Also, to kind of add to that, man, Chi might actually have a difficult time making the most out of her skills, since we're in probably the lane that has the worst angles for hitting somebody to a wall, especially when you position yourself properly.
Exactly. And I feel like that's going to be one of the biggest factors.
Yeah.
If you think about it, oh, hey, I'm a Chi. I need to knock you into a wall to make things work, but I can't do it this setup.
Yeah, because the walls are not, your back is not against the wall. It's technically that. It's gonna be a hard one.
Oh my god. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Man.
Oof, look at that range. Oof.
That's ADC. Pew, 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 pew.
Ace is absorbing so much damage. He had to actually buy a lot more AAA had to buy tanky items just to kind of survive. But look at this. If AAA backs away to get heals from his base, this could be bad. Like, I am now eating my words, but as of the moment, ADC has lost a good chunk of mana, but he's regenerating it really quickly. AAA is now level 4. This is the chance. This is the chance that he needs to.
Exactly.
He's probably just waiting for a little bit more HP to regenerate before making something happen. Oh, there it is. Here's the commitment. He did use the ultimate. He was hoping to get it. The damage from ADC is real though, but if he recalls, if he goes back to base to regenerate, say goodbye to your tower.
Oh, this is gonna be really costly for him. ADC, I'm just gonna chill here, you know, I'm gonna shoot you when you get near, I'm gonna take these creeps away. Pew, 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 pew. Triple A, you're gonna sit beside your
The
tower.
range is insane from ADC. I did not see this coming. I thought that AAA would have it. I was thinking like in a 5v5 scenario, but this is 1 versus 1. Mano y mano. Okay, he's gonna try to do some shenanigans again. Oh, he gets the wall though. Can he actually hop over the wall? He's chasing him down. This could be it. My oh my, AAA coming back. That was great, but if you look at it, he cannot really put any damage onto the tower. He's going to be using these minions onto the side to regenerate him. Smart decision, and it seems like he's going to keep himself afloat for now, man.
Man, this is fine for ADC. Look at ADC. You know what? Yeah, you took me down. I'm gonna recall. You need to stay beside your tower because I'm gonna destroy it pretty soon. So ADC back at full health, walking casually towards the tower and gonna show some more pew pew pews. But AAA managing to catch back up. Let's see what he can do this time.
His ultimate's gonna be back in like 20 seconds. Make that less than 10. So he's just waiting. He's even level 6 right now. ADC should also hit level 6, but they should also show the items. I want to see what they have as of the moment. It's gonna be a straight kill. ADC is waiting. Does ADC know, or rather AAA is he's waiting, but does ADC know where his positioning was? Now he knows. He's following it up.
Hi. Hi, I'm here.
He's waiting, man. He's looking at the brush. Peek me, peek me. Oh, he gets the stun. Does he have the flicker over? He's going for it. He's committing underneath the tower. AAA is surviving. Both of them take critical damage. Wii U.
Oh boy.
He's got regeneration though. I like it. He has something to kind of get back in terms of the HP. And he's about to hit level 7 too.
This is so lopsided, to be honest. It's a melee hero against a ranged hero.
Man, AAA,
but AAA making it work.
Exactly. He just had to kind of play around the first 3 levels of weakness against ADC, and now he's toe-to-toe against the Violet. For sure, if this kind of continues, I do feel that ADC will get stronger, but it might take too long for him. AAA is pretty low, but he's a pretty tanky dude with that chi.
They're slowly farming up right now, so the styles, they're not really having too many difficulties, but AAA, I gotta see this. If AAA can make the stop and just suddenly delete ADC, he can potentially win this 1v1.
Oh my gosh, AAA has to make something happen. Yeah, exactly. Because the tower's about to drop. Here we go. Flickers over the wall. He's trying to chase him down. He's going to use the brush for a little bit more cover. But he did force the flicker. And AAA is chasing. He doesn't have an ultimate again. He is not dealing any substantial damage anymore. And is taking actually damage on his own. ADC could actually decide to chase him. This wave is going to be hitting his own tower pretty soon. And the options for AAA is already dwindling. That tower's about to burst.
Oh boy. Here we
Oh no, that's
go.
it. Oh, sidesteps it. Oh, no, the slow. One more auto attack. Hits. Oh. No, it's still GG. He's gonna recall, and that tower's gonna go down.
Oh yeah. The blessing saved him there. That was it. This should have been game.
He was like, he's just like maniacally fiddling with his hands. And he was, after he broke the tower, he was like, what happened? Did I just win? He doesn't even know if he won.
Exactly. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's like you're bringing your fist to a gunfight, and that's exactly what you saw there, boys and girls. You're gonna punch someone, they have a gun, you're gonna die. So, ADC, very nice win. Picking smart, GG. Well played.
And
That's a
Triple
violet.
he had no chance to kind of make something happen there. That was also the thing that I was a little bit afraid of, because Triple ADC invested, you know, in hitting the tower earlier on. There was more options for him to kind of pressure Triple A, and he had the range to keep doing that. So the man with the plan was ADC.
He tried to make it work. Nearly pulled it off. Just wasn't enough though.
Exactly. And now we're gonna be watching Buriram United's Nunu up against Liab Esports Miggy.
Ooh. Here we go. Here we go.
Heck yeah. I am gonna be waiting for this. Kind of looking forward to this one too.
So it's like, you know, first tower, first kill. Whoever does it, you win the game. And right now, we see ADC taking the first 1v1 match of the AIC. Now we have BRU and LYB headed towards the stage. Can Miggy make the plays and take the 1v1s? Or will Nunu show some new stuff and make some new plays to take the game?
Yeah, again, there's like 3 bans, 1 pick. It's gonna be an interesting showdown to see what they know about their opponents. It's gonna be a battle of the wits, you know. These guys have the big brains. They got the galaxy brains to be able to make the plays work, and we can only just kind of wait to see the next match. I wonder if they're ready for it. Yeah. Here's a fun fact, a trivia. We're not trivia time, you know. Buriram United, when they won ROV Pro League Season 4, they beat HQ Esports Club 4-2 and won themselves a $200,000 first place prize. That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
That's a lot of money.
It is. It is. Compared to the other teams, I think this is one of the biggest for any tournament for AOV, aside from, of course, AIC here. So they're looking pretty dang good, like in terms of like what they've done in the previous tournaments that they've joined in.
Oh yeah, I want to see more. Let's see. Let's honestly see what these players are gonna pick. But imagine if it was a 1v1 tournament and Toro was picked. Toro AD. Well, imagine, you know, the possibility, you know, for the
Toro
memes.
AD for the memes, dude. Come on, not like this.
Yeah, or you know, attack speed Toro.
He's not gonna die at all. Yeah, okay.
You know, Toro with a blitz blade. I mean, come on.
Okay, I can sort of see it. All right, okay.
Yeah, let's make it fun. Let's see what these pro players can do. I want to see some fun stuff.
I mean, even though we're trying to have some fun here, in terms of the players themselves, this is like a pretty big tournament, so they can't really. It
makes sense.
Yeah, they can't really, you know, mess around too much. They'll probably hate themselves for doing that.
I probably wouldn't mess around either if I would earn $5,000 if I would win.
Yeah, that's basically. I mean, let's just talk about it in terms of like a device. You can probably get a new smartphone, like 5 of the new iPhone 11s or something.
Or maybe, you know, a new computer.
True. But since this is AOV, I'm just gonna
a new camera.
Talk about mobile devices. True, even that mobile cameras, cameras in general, you know, to take the shots. When you win against your opponent, you want to take the beautiful shots. So maybe you can also go for that. Or
I'm so excited.
If you want, you can buy those pretty nifty. If you've seen the ones that are made by ROG, they have like this this gaming, quote unquote gaming phone that has like a crap ton of attachments, right? And then you kind of just have like a big smartphone device with like a cooler with like joysticks and stuff. You basically have a gaming device on your hands.
Oh my gosh, that would be awesome.
That would be awesome indeed.
Man, this is taking a long time. Let's talk about another thing. What if they pick something like I don't know, Alice in a 1v1? Huh? Alice ADC? Anyone? Don't you guys
Raise
think
your
it would be
hand.
awesome? Show support in the chat, boys and girls.
Or
Come on.
we haven't really seen this in forever, but why not have like a 1v1 show match DC Comics edition? Like only the DC characters that we have. And like Superman, Batman, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Joker. Wait, am I missing anybody else? I don't think.
Oh my god.
Right?
Oh my god.
I mean,
wanna see
they're
that.
not the strongest. They're not meta, but I mean, it would be pretty fun to see who the true strongest DC character it is. But for now, it's not gonna happen. They're just gonna immediately show us what the bans are, what's gonna be the picks for
Tell
Nunu
honest.
against Miggy.
They tell honest for Miggy. So it's a Elsu, Hayate, Florentino band picking Taladas. Nunu is gonna ban a Violet, a Murad, and a Darcy, but he is going to pick nothing. He's that strong. I'm not gonna use anything. Oh, he's gonna pick him. He's gonna
Raz.
pick Raz. Okay, there we go.
Okay, Raz with the pizzazz. I like it. You get yourself. Wait, who's did Miggy pick again? I actually immediately
It's
forgot.
a Taladas.
Oh, so it's gonna be the same thing with a while ago. We got a melee to range matchup. Oh, whoa! You saw how Nunu was like clapping his hands. He's like, okay,
Yeah.
I can make this work. I got the Raz with the pizzazz. I can make better choices than what she did, or what Triple A did on the Chi. So, yeah. But Miggy, he doesn't even care anymore. He's just looking straight at his phone. So focused. Like, it's the 1v1. You don't want to show.
Fine.
Yeah, you don't want to lose. Go back to your teammates and said like, I didn't win the 1v1, and then his teammates are gonna disown him. But like, no, we don't want you anymore. You can't do 1v1s. You're not part of the team. You're not part of Liab. I'm kidding. Obviously, that was a joke. Don't take it too seriously. But now here we are, second 1v1 game of the day. Nunu versus Miggy.
I'm so excited. I just want to say that, oh my god, Raz with the nice skin. And it's Pew Pew versus Pow. Imagine how cool that is. It's just one letter in difference, and they're just fighting right now. There goes the punch, there goes the hit. Saladas is trying to do damage onto this Nunu. Nunu is just gonna run. Okay.
Did you see that? Raz dashed 2 times and hit none of his auto attacks.
Yeah.
Was that right? Did I see that right? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Miggy.
He's gonna go once again. He's committing to it. That's it.
Oh, boom!
No
GG.
way. He's wrapping around. That's it. GG. So quick. Look, Nunu's clapping his hands again.
Oh my god.
I thought that was like a mistake from Nunu, but he's like, once I reach level 2, this is it. That was the fastest game, the fastest 1v1. He's just like laughing. He's like laughing. What? He's like, what happened there?
Miggy face palms himself. It's like, well,
it's like, oi, man.
And I like how Nunu reacts. He's like, first blood. Drops his phone, stands up, walks straight to Miggy.
He just wanted to say, yeah, okay, I'm gonna shake this guy's hand before he even realizes what happened. Like, Miggy was like in disbelief. It's all over already? And the next match.
What was that, Miggy? Miggy, why? After all the hype you brought to Miggy.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, but okay, this was what I was expecting to see on the first 1v1 match, where we had the Chi, because I thought that this was gonna happen, but it seemed like the Raz was the particular pick to actually allow that to work. So, all's well that ends well. Well, it ended well for Nunu, but it ended not so well for Miggy.
Well, in typical fashion, Miggy shows what he does best, and it's to have fun. And he had fun. He made it quick. Pew pew pew.
Yeah, again, it's not the end of the world just yet. We still have like how many days? 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 days of this 1v1 show match action. So, hold on to your horses. It's not yet the end of the world. There's still a chance for Liab to maybe get back into this. Maybe.
Oh yeah. And it's gonna be completely fine. Miggy is just gonna bounce back. It's typical in our servers as well. I mean, most of us.
Oh
yeah, it's 1v1. We earn money from it, but we're gonna just have fun. That's why we're playing AOV. We want to have fun, and Miggy is showing the right way to play the game. Let's have fun.
Yeah.
He picked Alanis, but it's a Raz.
Yeah, Miggy actually has a chance to play or to redeem himself later because he's gonna be closing out the 1v1 show match. He's gonna be going up against USG's Soda. That's also something to look forward to. Something to kind of sink our teeth into, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, jury and judges.
I want to see that. Let's see. I mean, we're done with 2. There's 4 to go before anything else. So this time we will be seeing Triple A again. Maybe pulling out something else other than Chi against Tura this time. So this is your bet. You want to see Tura? Let's see how Tura plays in this series. It's gonna be the Yena God versus the Hayate God. Let's see what happens for match number 3.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, I'm always looking forward to Tura play. Like we said a while ago, he's so good. But this is AAA gonna try to redeem himself, against that battle with ADC. We're gonna roam around. Okay, so just to clarify also to our viewers out there, this is the only round robin for these particular players. I thought that there was gonna be more chances for like Miggy or AAA or the other ones to play on the other days, but here's how it's gonna pan out. So for today, we have the Group B players for the 1v1 show match. Tomorrow is gonna be the Group A players, and the day after that is already quarterfinals. The day after that is the quarterfinals another quarterfinals. And on Sunday, we have the semifinals and then the finals for the show match.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be quick.
It's gonna be fast and furious.
So it's like no holds barred. If let's say for example you lose but you manage to get to the next stage, then it would be cool. I mean, it's not the end of the road. It's whoever loses twice, right? There might be a tiebreaker.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm so hyped today. I mean, I had a good time when I was watching the 5v5s, but the 1v1s, we're here to have fun, boys and girls. So I had fun seeing that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was shocked.
You're shocked with what happened, right?
Yeah, that was. Oh my god. Miggy's awesome. Yeah, I'm a really big Miggy fan, so seeing that was just so funny.
Yeah, you just can't believe like what happened to his face. He's like, I can't show my face to show you how Miggy looked like, but he was like kind of drawn back. His eyes were sinking back into the back of his skull. And his lips were kind of like pouting. What happened?
And he face palmed, and then he was laughing when he saw his opponent.
Yeah, I'm just curious if he's gonna drop down the ADCs or the range and then just straight up go for some brawlers, because we need more brawlers in 1v1. We don't want to see always these how do I say this? These.
Let's avoid the pew pew. Let's go with the pow.
Pew pew. Yeah, you just go for straight powwows.
I love it. I want to see more action, and hopefully AAA and Tura could show it in the next match. It's gonna be the third one, boys and girls. So as we have fun with the 1v1s, who do you guys think is going to win the next one? Is it gonna be Tura? Is it gonna be AAA? I think it's gonna be Tura. But how about you, my friend? What do you think?
Sorry, I was zoning off a little bit. I was looking at like the possible picks that they can bring to the table. Ooh, what was your question again? I did not hear that properly. I was deep in thought, man. Like I was kind of like, you know, putting my hands together, looking directly at the monitor, and what is gonna be the comeback here for AAA? Is he gonna bring not anymore the Chi? But again, I think it's all the batting and the pickings as well. There's a drafting phase to this one, so they kind of are pushed to a corner somewhat, because they might not know the hero that they use, or it might not be the best pick against their opponent. So being able to figure out if you can ban enough and pick the one that you want against your opponent is going to be crucial, even in 1v1s.
Oh yeah. And I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I honestly hope that we would see some really fun stuff. And here we are. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. There it is.
There we go. There we go.
Players
Triple
once
A
again.
picking it. This is it.
Oh,
Tura though.
is that
Lubu?
Ooh. It is what it is. We're gonna be using fisticuffs against the spears fisticuffs. Okay, let's do it.
Oh yeah.
Dan it. Music. Background. Let's go. Sorry, Yena. I was thinking about Shi. No, never mind. This is the crescent blade against the spear. Are you gonna get wrapped around by the blades, or is the one gonna pierce through your heart? This is it. Intensity onto the face of the player. You can see Tura minding his own phone there, looking intently. Can he win this? Can he make the Lubu win? Or will Lubu say boo-hoo? That's the question.
I like the matchup. You know, this time they're gonna pick brawlers. They're gonna, you know, let's fight. Let's show up.
It's a battle of attrition, man.
Yeah, AAA is gonna be using the hero that he picked that essentially won them the game earlier. Whereas for Tura, gonna go with a Lubu. Was stuck with Hayate for several games, but you know what? This time, Lubu. Let's see what happens.
Let's just wait a little bit. See what's gonna happen. You can see AAA is kind of like, you know, fidgeting with his eyes a little bit. He's looking at his screen. He needs that eye to screen contact. He needs to know what's gonna happen in the map. Obviously, he has to. Can't be just blinded by the screen.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
Oh yeah. They're probably just very, very serious.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, this is the 1v1. I will show my stuff. I lost the first game, but the second game, I bring out my Yena. They're so serious. Here comes Tura though.
Yeah, he's just flexing his muscles right there. His finger
flexing
muscles.
those finger
You know-
muscles.
You know, I feel like the most worked muscle for an esports gamer would be their fingers. Depends on the game, but I feel like it seems like to be a true case. So we might be seeing these people have like the best, like super buffed. You know how like when you look at the biceps, when you curl it, there's like a big lump of muscle that's super hard. I feel like that's also true with gamers. When they try to lump their fingers, there's like a big chunk of muscle right there.
Well, man, that's something.
I know, right? Something, dude. Look at your.
I always thought it'd be the eyes, to be honest. I mean, you know, we use our eyes for nearly
True,
everything,
but-
especially when playing.
But your eyes don't go hard when they're worked. They just be fatigued, you know?
It sounds so wrong, but okay.
It's your eyes, man. What you're gonna do with your eyes, that's gonna be wrong. Oh my gosh. And you're gonna be blinded, dude. You gotta be
Yeah.
careful with those eyes.
And with, you know, with all of this talk on which muscle is going to be crucial, let's see what muscles they bring in this brawl. Right now, we know what Yena can do. We know what Lubu can do. Who do you think is going to come out? Let's just base it on the heroes so far. What do you think?
I feel like Lubu will come out on top. I feel like he's more of a duelist than Yena is. Especially an early game duelist, but I feel like his skill set's going to be better, at least for 1v1s. Compared to Yena, who's going to rely to play around the brush a bit more. I mean, I could be wrong though, but I feel like Lubu is much better in the 1v1s at least.
Well, based on what I know, Yena has more skills to throw out, especially once it hits level 4. Whereas for Lubu, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna knock you up after the 3rd swipe. He's gonna poke you down with S2, and then he's gonna rage with his ult.
Yeah.
Yena though, she could do so many different combos, and it might be a factor in the 1v1s.
True.
There we go.
But for me, I'm just kind of thinking that Lubu also has a nice set of skills. He has the slashes, the dashes, and to said what you're talking about, the rage that he uses. He also has a heal that he can use with regards to that. So whoever gets level 4 might get the advantage here. Let's just see. AAA already getting his level 2. But once we get level 4, I think that's when we'll be seeing these two really duke it out in this 1 versus 1.
Not only that, if you think about Lubu's sustain, that's one of the biggest factors with him. So as fights drag on, Lubu's going to be a really nice hero. The question is whether AAA could burst this BB down.
He was stuck in the freaking middle of his own minion. That could have been like an easy hit for AAA. Toura's immediately backing up. Oh, I like this. He knows that since AAA isn't a ranged hero, he's not going to be able to deal much damage onto the tower, so he can immediately just heal up and go back to base. I like the idea here.
And he's there on time. That's the good thing about it.
Yeah.
So he's smart. He makes the right recalls. He clears the wave first so that he could prioritize just go with back. So by the time he goes back, that's where AAA finishes the wave, and then he loses nothing. But he gets a lot of heals in return, so that sustain is going to last even longer.
That's true. I do also like the point where he actually also bought boots as he was coming back into the lane, meaning that he's going to be able to chase down and maybe even deal a little bit more damage onto a retreating Yena. They're both now level 4, but Toura does have the advantage here. Is he going to allow Yena to recall? Ooh, probably not, but he's taking quite a bit of damage himself.
Oh, yeah.
I like this, though. He's going to be able to clear out the wave here. Maybe even reach level 5? I'm not sure if
he could recall as well now.
That's true.
There we go. So, this is going to last a couple of minutes. I don't think they're going to go into a full fight just yet. Probably going to get at least the right items, and then they go on for a full fight.
Now, this is where they're going to be spotting out each other. Finally, at level 4 with full HP and items to boot. Does he know? Oh, that's free damage already. He's going underneath. There's so much damage from AAA. But here comes Toura. The heals, the rage, the battle damage. AAA, what have you done? He tries to run away, and Toura is the victor. Wow.
There we go. You are right, my friend. You have seen it. The power of Lubu.
Is Toura just absorbing the tower hits?
I have no idea what he's doing. Is he lagging?
No, I don't think he's lagging. I think what he was doing there was he's controlling the wave. Oh, because he wants to force AAA to go to his side of the lane. This is smart, but now Toura is actually pretty low in terms of its own HP. This is basically a 1 versus 1. He has to back away, and that triple dash will be super handy in him, kind of just getting back into position. I like the idea to it. I like the idea.
Now these two, they're actually putting strats on the table.
Yeah, it's working.
This is smart. Yeah. This is actually interesting to see, but the Toura, like what we talked about, this is a Lubu with a lot of more sustain.
He was going in. He activated his ultimate right as it went off of cooldown, went into AAA and just backed off. So he's going to recall. Both of them are going to do that. So no first blood just yet, and we're already almost reaching 5 minutes in.
This is gonna be tough. You're already reaching the point where they're getting their items going. You can see the Curse of Death onto the Yeda to negate most of the regeneration that Lubu does through the hits. And for Lubu, he's finishing off the items for Armor Pierce. So he's looking into more damage, whereas AAA, he's planning to counter.
Now the question is counter better than damage? Oh, he's actually bringing him to the tower. I like the idea. You can only deal so much damage though, but you can also only absorb as much.
Oh,
it seems like AAA is starting to get a little bit more leeway here. Like he is pushing back Tora ever so slightly.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like AAA's strategy, buying Curse of Death for that, anti-regen, that's a really big factor. They're putting the items, they're putting the strats into consideration. They're actually playing this 1v1. So right now, I'm seeing Lubu having a hard time.
Is this the true 1v1 that we're talking about? He's so low, he should be dead. But he was forced to flicker, he was forced to dash. Get
Siege
on
minion
out
is
of
up
there.
though.
Oh man, this is gonna be much damage. He can't recall.
No.
He knew that he was gonna lose his tower here. He has to go for it. He's diving in underneath the tower. He can use his own team. Oh, tower. Oh, Triple A survives.
Oh my
that tower's gonna break though.
He's gonna try to finish it.
He has to go for it. He's gonna get. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wow. Wow.
What
I'm speechless there.
a sequence from Tura. He played that frantically well. Triple A was a bit too antsy, and he just made a huge mistake.
Oh yeah.
Man.
That was wow. It came down to the wire. I like the scraps. That was nice. That's what we were looking for. That's the hype. Look at that. Look at the highlight there.
Yeah,
it came down to the last hit.
Oh man, Triple A didn't even get the chance there. But imagine if Triple A didn't. Imagine if Triple A didn't try to get the execution onto Tora. He could have just tried to bait Tora to follow him and allowed the siege to hit the tower one, maybe 3 times and win the game. It was down, like you said, to the wire, man.
Yeah. And I felt like it was really crucial because there were a few seconds there that AAA could not just simply push. He actually hesitated for a moment on whether he would just go in for the GG and try to push the tower or get the kill. But then again, he's really low. Lubu was able to restore his health a lot better. And in the end, Tura comes out on top.
This means that AAA is 0 for 2. So he wasn't able to redeem himself in this 1v1 show match. But he had to fight some really tough opponents to actually win this game, or to try to win this game.
He had to, really make the plays.
Yeah.
He needed to try hard.
Exactly. And it's not the insult try hard. He really had to try hard.
Yeah, because, Tura was also playing a very nice tactic. Triple A had his own tactic as well, so that was exciting. That was the 1v1 we were looking for. That was nice. All right. So, moving forward, the other players participating in the 1v1s, they would also know now. You saw that strat? We need to do that too.
The next one is the guy to have made the first meme, I think, in our 1v1 show match here. The meme dream fighting machine, Nunu, executing Miggy in less than a minute into the fight, I think. Like 2 minutes into the fight. Can he do the same thing to Soda from USG?
Would it be a 2-0? Would it be a 1-1? We'll have to wait and see. But, based on the 5v5s, if you're going to look at the players, Dudu has been performing a lot better than Soda for day 2. So maybe it's gonna be different for the 1v1s. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
Man. I like the idea as well because it's a more flexible 1v1. Bring your best. Just fight. It's 1v1s. Let's just skip the rules. First tower, first kill. That's all you need to know.
And please, for the love of anybody out there, don't use range heroes because we want more action.
Yeah, we want them fighting,
It's 1v1.
Duke it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'd like to say that we enjoyed all of the 1v1 matches, but we thoroughly enjoyed that previous one.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, no offense to ADC. He's an exceptional hero, exceptional player. Sorry, he's really really good with his ADCs, his
Yeah.
marksman. But we're here to see some. Let's see it. Hopefully, they pick more melee heroes. Maybe a Florentino and a Verez showing up in a 1v1.
Same.
Maybe even a Toro. Toro?
Man, you keep bringing back the Toro, man. I don't think we'll be able to see him. Yeah. I
Pro
know.
players, please.
It's a sad
Is anyone going to catch up? Come on, try. I want to see
Yeah,
Toro.
don't disappoint our Isaac here.
Who knows?
He wants
We
to
might
see it.
see something cool.
I probably would want to see maybe like an Arduin or something. That's pretty cool. Arduin.
Oh, that would be nice as well. Yeah.
I like Arduin. He has such a nice character design.
His character design is really interesting. That he would be similar to what we would call a jack of all trades. He has the right amount of everything, but
Yeah.
he is going to be enabled when he gets to the point where he has the right, he has the right follow up
Okay.
with what he brings. But
Right.
hold that thought. Here it
we
is.
are. Oh, please,
Batman.
please, Batman. I want to see the Dark Knight. Batman.
There we go. There we go. Florentino. Oh, no. Soda is thinking, we're on the same wavelength with Soda. He's hovering. Oh, there we go. He locks it in. Yep, let's go. Florentino. Let's see.
Okay. Who's gonna be the opponent of this man who can survive 3 players or 3 heroes, as you once said? To zoom in onto the face.
Raz?
Wait, did we actually get a confirmation?
Yeah, he picked a Florentino, but I
Oh,
didn't.
no,
see
the
what
other
Nuno
one.
picked.
Yeah, from I didn't see the other one too.
Yeah, Nuno didn't pick anything.
Okay. We have to I think he picked something, but we didn't see it on the monitor. So we just have to wait once we get into the field.
I hope for the last game, Soda and Miggy think of picking Toro and Saint. Just like what a viewer said here, that would be the eternal 1v1 match. How awesome would that be?
I think it wouldn't be awesome at all. It just would be like us watching 2 tanks wail on each other for the next hour with nobody actually dying.
But for the meme?
Oh wait, who's this that Nunu picked?
Oh, that's a Brunhilde.
Oh.
Oh. Nunu has to be careful.
Pretty squishy character.
Yeah.
Let's see how this is gonna pan out though. It's a lot of dashes for Soda to work with, but again, oh come on, Nunu, not like this. He's gonna be.
It's a Brunhilde.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna be just using his range to break down the tower again.
Not only that, I mean, Nunu used Raz in his last game. So this is a Brunhilde. By level 4, Brunhilde is gonna have this ult like an AA gun. So she could be standing by the river and still hit the tower.
So that just means that there's like a time bomb or a countdown clock for
Yep.
Soda to have to dive in onto Nunu here with the Brunhilde. Oh my gosh, he's just going. Okay. 1 minute, 1 minute. Give us the clock. Nah. Okay, he's gonna try to clear out this wave. Maybe even stop the recall there. He's so fast and so agile.
Oh yeah. The first skill for Brunhilde makes you move faster and it adds damage the more she attacks. So the damage grows as well as the critical chance. That's what makes Brunhilde a really scary hero, because as the fights drag on, her damage gets higher. Then again, it's a Florentino. If he gets the right amount, that one chance, it's gonna be a big possibility that Sora can still get this.
True, but the win condition for Soda would be pretty dang high against somebody who is as quick in terms of movement on this Brunhilde. Oh, he even knew where Soda was.
Oh, he missed the flower. Nunu, very nice dodge. But if just like what I said, this is Nunu just having fun. If Brunhilde gets caught though by this Florentino, there you go. That's the AA gun.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's just gonna stand by those traps. I'm gonna just keep shooting here.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough firepower yet for Florentino here to make anything really happen. He has to wait a little bit more. But I'm already seeing it, man. This is gonna be a fast game. Nunu is just kind of like controlling the pace of it. He's gonna be able to bombard it. He's gonna be able to destroy it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu, I'm telling you right now, if you lose this, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, you will lose all respect to Nunu.
Yeah. You have to win this. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to count out Soda. Soda can still do something, but it's not gonna be easy there. Boom.
Look at that. He's just, okay. He has to go around it. He even absorbed a little bit of a tower hit. Yeah.
Oh.
That bombardment. He's chasing him down. He knows he got the kill if he wants to. Maybe not right now, but he still has the HP lead, and he's gonna be bringing a full minion wave for this tower. That means just maybe 1 or 2 hits free damage. He's playing around it. Gets the knockup. Dashes over 1 more hit. Invisibility, but no, Soda. What you gonna do now, Nunu? What you gonna do now?
Nunu was just playing bully, and Soda saw the chance, took it.
Look at how swag Soda is. Look at the face on Nunu. He's like, thank you. Popcorn crap.
Yeah.
Sorry, that means, I think, like, thank you in Thai. Was it? Popcorn crap.
Oh my god. Nunu had it in the bag.
Yeah.
And it was done. My god.
Man, you said it. There was a chance for Soda to make something happen.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened. Man. Consider me impressed, Soda. Much respect. That was some wow.
It was so close, though. And also, man, there was like, what?
The power.
No more mana for Nunu to kind of work with. You saw here, he was just basically auto-attacking.
Yeah. Soda realized, this guy doesn't have mana. I'm gonna dive.
Ooh, he even got like extra shield there, but not enough. That last hit. So perfect.
That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh, we are up to... What match are we up already? We are up to our 5th match in this 1v1 show match. Can't believe time flies. It's ADC versus Tura. Flash versus one team. Or Flash ADC versus one team's Tura. So ADC won his match against AAA, and Tura also won his match against AAA. So both these people...
It was a violent, though.
Yeah. True. but maybe we'll be seeing them both go for range.
Oh yeah, I mean, Tora uses a range hero, ADC uses range heroes. Is this gonna be a range battle? That would be interesting. But it's not gonna be as interesting as that Lubu Yeno matchup. That was some hype.
That was the best. That was definitely the
Yeah.
best. But I mean, again, it really will just depend on how the drafting phase goes. Obviously, as long as we have all the range banned out, we'll be seeing some melees duke it out in the field. For now, we just have to kind of hope for the best in that aspect, at least.
Well, looking at what's happened so far, people from different teams have shown different strategies, different styles and approaches to the 1v1s. Nunu went with an approach where he's just gonna dive and bully his opponent. Triple A tried to go on for some more finesse. Tura came down to the wire. ADC just flat out played it smart with a Violet. Migi died on a Taladas. We could probably see a lot more. So ADC and Tura up next. Let's see who goes 2-0, who goes 1-0, who knows. Both these players are 1-0.
True. I mean, that's all the only thing I can really say. It's gonna be quite interesting to see how these quote unquote winners are gonna be able to, change the impact of the game.
Man, I'm excited already. I want to see Soda again. Soda after finishing that fight with the Florentino, getting first blood, he stood up with a poker face and just walked casually to the other booth.
Yeah.
That's badass.
He was the one at the winning side of the meme, and he's gonna be going up against the losing side of the meme from a while ago, which is Miggy. So that's something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they both played up against Nunu as well, where Soda won and Miggy lost. So it's gonna be interesting to see how also that one will transpire. We'll just have to wait just a little bit more. And once again, guys, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019, presented by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall, all live at the Garena Studios in Bangkok.
Well, with all of this going on right now, we still have two 1v1 matches before, we figure out what the standings will be for this group. So, right now, it's looking pretty interesting, to be honest, but how about the boys and girls watching in the chat? What do you guys think? Is it going to be ADC or Tura? Share your thoughts, Let's spread some love.
I want to see something like that, I
want to see more. I just want to see more AOV. I'm having fun.
Same. Now all we can do is wait till the drafting phase begins once again. You guys are just, starting to tune in. It's a little bit nighttime already. Well, it's a time difference, but from where we are to where Thailand is, but it's not really that big. You can get yourself some dinner or something, some snacks, and just sit back, relax, and enjoy the memes, enjoy the 1v1s.
All of the fun, all of the games. We're just beginning, guys. So this is gonna be some cool stuff going on.
Yeah, actually, after this 1v1 show match, we're also gonna be finishing the next two series of 2 between what was this? USG versus, I think it's, wait, I'm not 100% sure on who they're fighting.
Okay.
I think it's
ADC.
IGP. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Elsu and Obit. Come on. Really? Really? There we go. Much better.
Come on. Oh. Is it?
This is done by level 4.
Okay.
This is done by level 4.
Ryoma
Once
and
Omen
Omen?
gets it, that's done.
All right. Let's see what
Let's
happens,
see.
man. Can he bring it to the table? Or can he bring it off the table? Well, I don't know what those two mean. Well, if he brings it, he'll win. If he doesn't bring it to the table, he'll lose? I don't know. It's the 1v1 show match. Just watch and enjoy. All right? We're here to just understand how it transpires. We'll be here together, give you as much action as possible. And this is, once again, ADC versus Tura.
I'm just gonna add that, you know, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a respect ban. Lubu was bad.
Didn't want to see the Lubu, man. Okay,
Yeah.
I know that Ryoma's sort of a duelist. He has multi-hits and a bit of mobility, but up against an Omen, is it really gonna be enough?
Well, I guess this is gonna be ADC until level 4. And if Tura can out-sustain it, Tura is gonna win this. But then if ADC takes control this early, this is gonna be quick.
Ooh, that was a nice stun from ADC. I liked it. He almost denied 2 CS to Tura. Tura immediately recalling. He's not gonna miss a wave here. ADC might try to stop him, but he doesn't have the range, I think, to stop that recall. So, pretty smart decisions from Tura to immediately just try to get his health back. He won't get 100% of his health, but at least he gets a good chunk of it back. ADC zoning him out. He knows that Ryoma knows that he's got the advantage. What a stun.
Yeah, and both of them are just gonna keep, you know, duking it out because once it gets to the point where they're whoa,
whoa, it's fighting already. Is he really gonna commit to this? He's gonna chase? Probably not. Yeah. He might actually recall again, but it might.
This will be
too late.
decided by level 4.
Tura is not yet level 3. ADC has done a great job at kind of just forcing him out. Oh. Great stuff from ADC to kind of clear out the opponent here. So Tura has to stay underneath the tower and at least absorb a little bit more of that pressure from ADC.
This is a little lopsided right now, but this is actually a pretty interesting matchup. Oh, ADC going for the towers. He's dealing a huge chunk.
That is really strong. And he's already level 4. This wave might be enough. Oh no, I think he needs one more minion. Or just to wait a little bit. Getting the experience that he needs. There we go. So close. There you go. Level 4.
Oh, there we go. That's the ult. He's caught ADC.
Pushing
ADC
forward.
dropping low.
Does he want to be underneath the tower to dive ADC here? He's chasing him down. He's hard on it. Okay, Tura backs away. Respects that there's still the tower with ADC there. Oh, nice damage. But that'll
You would
just
think
force
that
Tura to back.
Ryoma would have the advantage here because of the regen before level 4. But then you saw Tura dive in with that ult. He didn't get, you know, he barely got hurt in that engagement.
Yeah, that's Embrace is so good at keeping Tura in the forefront in terms of the damage. He doesn't have ultimate just yet. Tura might actually be in a bad spot. But
oh, that was close.
The range was enough. He's fine. He's baiting him in though.
Look how fast that wave clear is.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Tura's about to die.
He has to either go underneath the tower, keep it alive, or ADC will break that tower away.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Maybe the ultimate popped. So close. One auto attack. ADC is so good. Tura's like, never mind.
Tura couldn't go home. So that drops him to a 1-1. 2-0 for ADC. So based on what we're seeing right now, it's Nunu 1-1. It's just ADC so far winning both.
That's true. Gets that 2-0. Of course, there it is, the friendly handshake. Winner enters the loser's booth, and we are gonna be just waiting for the last 1v1 show match here. Somebody who has to redeem himself with Liab Miggy, and somebody who just wants to get that second W with USG's Soda.
Now, I just want to point it out, Tura, you should have recalled. Should have recalled.
Yeah.
You probably would have gone back in time.
I think it would have been close. We saw the pushing power of Ryoma, and I think his tower damage, like you said, was pretty strong. So it would have been a really close call, but yeah, Tura panicked there for a moment, and he thought he could have baited Ryoma underneath the tower, but it seems like it didn't work. Yeah, right here. He thought. Nice flicker.
He had just enough damage. If he did not have the Reaper's Blessing when that happened, Tura would have won that engagement. But here's one thing we can prove, and we can have trivia time. Trivia time!
Drop it.
Okay. Tura has had 2 of the most exciting matches so far. It all came down to the wire.
And here we are
So
showing
that's
up the following match. It's Miggy and Soda.
So for the people watching right now in the chat, this is PH versus Japan. We're gonna see Miggy and Soda duke it out. Can Miggy get his first win, or will Soda finish the 1v1s with a 2-0? We will find out.
So
Please,
it's
Toro
the
Fate.
it's the land of the it's the land of the pearls. Oh no, it's the Pearl of the South and the Land of the Rising Sun. Versus
The Pearl of the Orient Seas.
Is it Orient Seas or South? I'm not sure.
I remember Orient Seas.
Yeah.
Then it's the Land of the Rising Sun.
Yeah, it's what the Philippines was called before and what Japan is called.
Oh boy. Let's see what Miggy can bring to the table. Man, Florentino and Yena, perhaps? What do you think about that matchup?
Florentino Yena?
Yeah.
It's an interesting matchup. I feel like maybe Florentino might have slight advantage because of his mobility. I just feel like that one.
It could be, let's think of another matchup. What do you think about the Brunhilde earlier against, say, I don't know, Valheim?
I think Valheim might actually win if he has enough chance to get the items that he needs and get level 4. Because Brunhilde, even though she has a lot of mobility and a lot of range, I think her DPS, the damage that he deals per second, is not as potent as what Valheim can do in a short amount of time. Especially if you just allow him to get that quick auto attacks.
Maybe even, something fun like, Toro and Fate?
Zenial and Malok, dude. Zenial and Malok.
Oh yeah, there goes another one. Sephira or Marja?
Heaven and Hell?
Zenial or Malok? Liliana
Scud and Omega.
Ooh, Scud and Omega.
Thane and Ta'ara.
I would actually like to see a Scud versus a Ryoma.
Oh.
Or you know what? Arduin and Scud. Just like what the viewers are asking for.
We're probably not going to get that, but I hope so.
They're probably going to be doing power picks based on what we're seeing so
sure,
far.
For sure. It's never going to be joke time with these guys, especially when prestige is on the line.
I wouldn't try because that's $5,000. That can change your life.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing Batman Superman or Batman Joker right about now.
I wouldn't mind cheesing my way to $5,000. I'll pick Violet every game and just hope for the best.
Man, that'd be pretty sweet if you can. I also enjoy that if ever.
Yeah. Still though, I'm surprised. No one's picking Valheim. Valheim versus Yorn? Huh? Wouldn't that be interesting?
Sniper versus, ADC versus ADC. Yeah, I'd be excited to see that.
Or you know what? Here's another interesting one: Alice versus Pura.
Ooh. How about? Wait, let me think. How about? Ooh. Kali or an Alistair?
Oh. Wave clear versus wave clear. I feel like Kali would, get the slight edge because of the ult. But, if Alistar gets that timing right and catches Kali overstepping, just enough damage can finish off Kali. That's actually really nice to see. Very nice comp.
What else do we have here?
Maybe
Ooh, Raz and Chi.
Raz and Chi.
Because they're both
ballers. Oh yeah, because they have
fist on fist.
Both fighters.
Yeah, right. It'll be pretty epic to see how that kind of pans out. You're gonna see like Muay Thai, and I have no idea what Chi's fighting style is.
High five.
High five.
I was just kidding.
I think you're. Yeah, I think you're kind of just messing with me, man. She is.
I mean, if you notice when she does her skills,
she's from the land
she
of
has
China.
this high five.
Yeah, I've seen it. She's from the land of China, so maybe like dragon style, because her ultimate is called the Dragon's Bane.
Yeah.
Okay, so Muay
Something
Thai
similar to Lei.
Kung Fu
from
Dragon
Tekken.
style. Rawr. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I get what you mean. What else?
What other matchups could we see?
Cool matchups. Be cool, guys. Be cool.
Oh, you know what I would want to see? See Murad.
Okay. Murad versus.
Then Murad versus another. Imagine the plays, the dashes, the style.
Murad and Nakroth.
Murad and Murad. A mirror match.
That's actually not bad.
Wouldn't it be interesting? They time, the right dodges, the right play.
Yeah, I can see that happen.
I feel like that would be really flashy. Would be nice to watch.
Yeah, it definitely would. I'd be pretty interested in that. Okay, what else? Zephys and Lubu, because they have both spears.
Ryoma or Zephys.
True.
Could work. Both of them have the same skills in a sense, based on the move.
Diao Chan and Ignis. Fire and ice.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Okay. You know what? Let's hope that happens. They've been picking, the EK guy, and maybe
EK
we would
guy.
see Jiao Chan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be nice.
That'll be interesting. That'll be something. Killen versus Wukong.
Oh, battle for crit.
I'm also reading our community here just a little bit before the start.
Oh, I like the other comment. Silent Isaac versus Laughing Isaac. Well, what do you boys think?
Oh man, who would win that?
Who knows?
Okay, we're not done yet. What else can we also see as a one.
Arthur. Arthur.
Oh, Arthur and Thane. Because they're both like big, chunky swordies. Okay, back to the ball game. Here we
Joker!
are.
Joker! We see a Joker picked from Soda.
Do you lock it in? Like legitimately?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Killing Joke, baby. This is gonna be pretty good. He has a lot of range. He's really strong at kind of keeping his opponent away. So Miggy has to either match the range or find somebody who can dive right into the back line.
And that's the Murad. There we go. It's a Murad versus a Joker.
Can Murad actually make the 1v1s happen? That's the question, though. I feel like Murad's more of a team player than he is a, you know, he is a legitimate 1v1 duelist. At least for this show match.
I feel like Murad has the edge in this matchup. But if Joker gets the right pick, before Miggy could actually react, Joker could get that kill. But the problem is though, Murad can dodge the skills. The S2 is going to be very crucial for dodging rockets, for example. Temporal turbulence would be a really big factor as well. For wave clear, for example, would be nice.
Miggy, he's got to redeem himself from that less than a minute loss against against Nunu.
Well, he's probably gonna take this seriously now.
I mean, I think he was taking it seriously. He just didn't expect it to be that quick. But here it is, the Joker. We finally, at least I finally get a portion of what I was wanting. A DC character once again come back into the limelight. We have Miggy on the Murad and Soda on the Joker.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. Right now, it would be, there. That's the thing. Joker has the passive. The S2 from Miggy could dodge that. He could also dodge the rockets. But, range is still gonna play a factor here for Soda.
Just dealing good damage onto Miggy, but Miggy should be able to kind of keep his balance or keep his equilibrium just the same against Soda. He's actually gonna dive right in pre-level 4 here, but he's not doing as much damage as Soda is to him. He has to back away here. Activates immediately. The rocket will not connect onto Miggy there though, but Soda's gonna be able to heal himself up and force Miggy back, denying a little bit of CS.
This is gonna be an interesting fight. Because both heroes could actually negate each other's skills depending on the right timing. So if they could time each other really well, this could be a very, very nice clash once they actually start duking it out. Oh,
dives right in.
Level 3.
No level 4
Here's
yet
another
though.
one. Oh,
Getting the dashes. Soda's running away. Rocket back. Will not hit the Miggy's back. Soda's still low in HP. He has to recall. He can't do anything but recall right now.
Oh my god, the rocket!
Miggy!
One wrong rocket!
He's actually dying to the freaking minions! Oh my gosh, Miggy. He was able to micro out of it. Don't worry too much.
Living on the edge! Oh man. Joker recalled. Murad recalled. So now they're going to be back at full health. This is where the action starts. Both heroes are at level 4. It's now about the timing and the combos.
There has to be some range away from the tower though. Miggy's actually going in, but immediately backs away, not even getting connected by that tower. So perfectly done for him. He's going to be able to reap the benefits of that one. And Soda here has to be much more careful. Because, like I said, level 4 for Miggy, who's on that Murad. Temporal Turbulence. Pretty scary stuff.
Oh, nice dodge.
That's so
nice
strong.
Dodge.
Oh.
He's not using his ult, though. Is this a fight? Is this a fight?
He's picking up into the brush here, man.
Boom!
He's chasing him down, but it seems like Soda is able to use his range. Miggy, one more auto attack! Ah! The invisibility! Miggy still doesn't win. Soda! The micro
Soda, the
king
man.
of the 1v1 ring. Oh, what a play, what a play.
It was it came down to timing right there. That was some really nice stuff from both players.
There it is. The friendly handshake. Sportsmanship indeed. Wow.
And with that, boys and girls, we are now done with the 1v1 tournament. We can see Soda 2-0. Wow. 2-0 Soda. And of course, we would not forget ADC getting another 2-0 as well. So, let's see, let's see.
Yeah, just look at that.
Two
Quick
players
highlight.
are going to be eliminated.
Check that out. I don't think he mitigated any of the damage from temporal turbulence. Nice deflect from Miggy there. But the timing on Soda's invisibility to dodge that one extra auto attack that would have netted Miggy the win. That was amazing.
That was the Reaper's blessing that I was talking about. It's essentially the death sickle that works a little bit better. So with that happening in that fight, I feel like the execute was just a little too early. If it was, let's say, a fraction of a second later, it would have immediately popped the Reaper's blessing before Murad's would pop. So he would outlast the trade there.
Amazing. And like you said, man, with that we conclude the show match already. But don't go anywhere, guys. We still have 2 series of 2 for you to watch. The last one, I think, being something that all of us are also looking forward to. It's gonna be, well, again, MSP versus Buriram. But anyways, we're gonna go for a quick break, and when we get back, it's another series of 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be
ทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอรันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! Quad kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya! Legendary! Dominating! Double kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร ขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ ROV Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 พบกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุด เอรันดอร์ และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิม พบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง 2 เล่ม คือคัมภีร์แบบฟรี และคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปอง ผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้ 299 คูปอง และแพ็กที่พิเศษกว่าเดิม คัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูง บวก 20 เลเวล รับฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ทันที ในราคา 549 คูปอง โดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ 4 อาทิตย์ ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิม พร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจ ผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงาน ซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจ โดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวันและรายสัปดาห์ หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้ โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน 50 คูปองต่อเลเวล เมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนด ผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนด เลือกรับฮีโร่1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนด รูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้น เอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกม ฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่ 1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้น นอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง 60 จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตา เพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษ รูปโปรไฟล์ สกินลิมิเต็ด และไอเทมมากมาย พิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล 60 ภายใน 7 วันแรก คุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์ และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปอง แล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 เริ่ม 4 พฤศจิกายนนี้
We
ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอลันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอลันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอันติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอลันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอลันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอลันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! Quad kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
And we are back for the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. Man, I do not get tired of saying that. My name is Asarai, and here, of course, with me is Isaac.
Hi!
Explosion, man, of your voice. Anyways, this tournament is brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, and True Icon Hall. Being broadcasted live from the Garena studio in Bangkok, and the finals will be held at Icon Siam. Again, I cannot pronounce it properly for the life of me. I need to ask somebody from production to tell me how it is. But we have just concluded our day 2 group stage for the 1v1 show match, and now we continue with 2 series of 2 more Arena of Valor action for you guys, or Action of Valor for you guys.
This is it. We're going to be seeing the action coming from Team Flash yet again, but this time they're going to be facing Unsold Stuff Gaming. Of course, after that series, we're also going to be seeing Liab Esports in action against Buriram United. So, last match of the day, lots of hype coming in for these 4 teams. We're nearing the end, but, we still got a lot of action left in us here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tall task for the team fighting up against Buriram, or I'm just going to call him BRU, because they have won 2-0 in this tournament. The first 2-0, I believe.
It was the first, and it was actually one of the most tactical games that we've seen today.
Yeah, and we were talking about this, man. Like, BRU is the team to, kind of whittle down their opponents, and I don't like to use the term play with their food. It's more of like surgically make sure that you remove all resources from your opponent one after the other.
How do I say this? Surgical is the right term for it, but they're more like making sure they're double, they're making a plan A for plan B, for plan C, and plan D. They've got so many plans prepared so that once they make that dive, they have all the stops covered before they even try to end the game. That's what made those games with BRU very tactical.
That's true. That's true. But at least for now, we're just gonna have to wait for that match, because this one is also gonna be pretty hype. 1-1 standing for both of these teams. USJ versus Team Flash. Now, Flash, if you guys remembered, had the spectacular support in the sense of Pro E playing with the Kriziks. Amazing performance from him. And we also saw how ADC was pretty good in his Kilgroth, at least for the first game. But then second game, it was kind of like a mixed reaction to see how Team AK kind of, came back with that game.
Oh, yeah. And with how things are panning out right now, we're seeing a lot of different styles coming in from different teams. So as we go on with the group stages, we're going to be seeing a whole lot more being shown by these, really, really good teams.
Exactly. Tomorrow we'll be seeing a whole different chunk of teams to actually watch out for. We have the other Vietnam team, an Indonesian, Korean. Basically, Group A is going to be in tomorrow's matches, which also I cannot wait to see. That's going to be something also look forward to.
And with how things are going on right now,
yeah,
I feel like the momentum is shifting. It's not just gonna be the usual teams playing in the finals and all of that. I feel like this year is particularly different with how the AIC came to be. I think that every team has a chance. I mean, I not I don't want to you know say it with confidence, but based on what teams are showing right now, even through 1v1s or the 5v5s, it's just technically the first day, and they're already pulling out some really, really nice strides. So, if they are consistent with the execution, I feel like this would be a really big factor. And, who knows, maybe just some team that people didn't expect to suddenly win it. Hong Kong Attitude could be a dark horse.
I agree. I agree. There's just so much stuff that we haven't really seen from these teams just yet, and it's gonna be. I keep using the word interesting, but it is, and I'm just looking forward to kind of what they employ, because we've seen a lot of teams be really creative with their picks, but more so they've been much more creative with how they use their particular picks, which has been the reason why these matches have been so fun to watch.
It's so much fun. I'm having a good time right now. I've enjoyed the 1v1s. I like the 5v5s, but we're gearing towards the end of this stream, and there's gonna be so much more. It's just technically day one. Well, it's day two, but with the hiccups from day one. But let's forget about that. Let's focus on the more important things. It's just gearing up. There's more AOV action to be had. So for you guys watching right now, you guys have a lot in store for the AIC. This is gonna be some fun stuff. So keep watching.
Yeah, very, very true. And again, just kind of add more or to remind what's gonna be the case here, that the entire prize pool or the first place prize is 200,000 US dollars. Not any chump change, mind you that. Second place will get 110,000, third will be 50,000, fourth will also be 50,000, and then fifth to eighth will be 60,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
A whole lot. It's no joke. You just get to the top 8 and you get to win a whole lot of cash. That's fun. That's competition. That's at the same time you can see the teams showing their sportsmanship as well.
Yeah. In one word, it's esports, man.
Yeah. This is where it's at.
There's a good future for this. We've come such a long way from hell and high water, from just playing in our basements to now playing in big stadiums. Even malls.
Big stadiums, big balls. We've even had some really, really fun stuff, not just for the players, but even for the people who watch.
I mean,
so
that's the reason why a lot of these viewers also watch. Aside from supporting their teams, kind of trying to figure out how to get better in the game that they love to play, such as Arena of Valor. You kind of just watch these teams and see how they employ their strategies, and then try to do it on yourself. It works,
Yeah, and I started like that. I just enjoyed watching people play their games. Like, oh, this is your strategy. That's interesting. Oh, that's how you're gonna do this. That's really nice. And as it got on, more and more people just realized that we could just be one whole community and learn from each other. It would be really nice.
Exactly.
There's some fluff there, but that's what makes esports just so good. And AOV, it's something. I've had such a good time so far with this game.
Same. It's been quite a harrowing. It's been a journey, I just say.
Well, looking at the casters right now, who would you like to be? I'm just kidding.
It's all right, man. I like to be myself. I'm a pretty confident. I'm pretty confident in what I am, so it's fine.
No, I was looking at the two people speaking right now. I'd imagine I'd be the one on the left if you and me were sitting there.
Okay, okay.
Because I feel like most of the action, people are listening to us right now, but most of the action is when you guys actually see us. You guys won't get that chance, but who knows? Maybe in the future.
Maybe they'll fly us out to the finals. That'll be pretty cool.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Try out the delicacies of Thailand, and of course, just the sights and whatnot. It's a pretty fun country to be in.
It's going to be really, really fun to be there. I mean, Thailand as a country, that there's the culture there already, but then you added the esports.
Yeah.
Woo!
I actually just thought that you said Thailand is a country, and then just, stop. Nothing else after that. This basically telling me that Thailand is a country. Of course, I know it's a country.
No, I'm not gonna stop there. That would be really, really dumb to say, especially since we're live. But we're all waiting right now. We all want to see the next series. So as the two teams prepare for the next best of two, right now we are waiting for Unsold Stuff Gaming and of course Team Flash. Who do you guys think is going to take this best of two? Why don't you guys share it in the comments right now? Let us know what you guys think. It would be fun. It would be nice, but we also want to hear everyone's opinions. Let's have some fun here.
Give us a little bit of context on what you think. Definitely also looking forward to that. And okay, I think we're about to head into the match here, but for now, what are your thoughts? We want to pick out your brains.
I have a very nice thought right now.
Okay.
I want to see Soda on a very action heavy hero for this series, because he pulled out a lot of really cool stuff in his 1v1s. So what if, let's say for example, Soda's got that momentum? I feel like USG, that's gonna be some really good stuff riding them towards this series, and it might play as a factor, based on the mind games against Team Flash. Whereas for Team Flash, they lost their other game prior to this one. So what do you think about that? Would that be a factor? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I feel like putting Sora in a much more proactive character will definitely give them a kind of a better chance against Team Flash, because we saw Team Flash is a team that's not really afraid of just kind of setting their sights onto the one aspect, on starting off the game really aggressively and trying to pinch their opponents away from their own jungle, which is something that teams who don't really are anticipating it will have such a difficult time adjusting to it as it's happening to them, because the pressure from Team Flash is pretty dang insane. So USG have their work cut out for them. They really have to kind of bring themselves a different type of strategy here, and with Soda in the forefront definitely could help them out. But it's not only Soda that you have to also watch out for with USG. Dejuo, who played the Teamy on their second game, I believe, was also pretty amazing with how he kind of kept everybody alive. Granted, Teamy is, at least that particular hero, the way that he used Teamy is also something to, kind of keep your eyes peeled for.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Teamy as a hero in that situation, it was already a very nice pick, but he took it to the next level and made it even more interesting to watch because of how he played it.
True, right? I mean, and the thing is, like, Teamy can stick to a certain teammate and keep him alive for such a long time, but the way that Dejuo played him was that he did that. Plus, he also had a mix of being able to rotate quickly enough to able to protect a lot of his teammates, not only just the carry, but everyone else. So the way that Deji plays it, I think, is also gonna make Pro E, who is the support for Team Flash, to work for his meal. So this is gonna be pretty fun to watch.
Not only that, aside from the fact that we've got some really, really cool players coming in for USG, looking at Team Flash as well, I mean, there's XB, there's ADC.
Yeah.
Those two players as well. They're players that we would be looking forward to seeing. So in this series, those kinds of plays happening in a 5v5, there's some really, really cool factors coming in. So with how these teams will play their games, we might just see something different, something new, something, because you don't just win a tournament by doing the same thing. You gotta go a step above the others, and maybe these teams have what it takes. We might see something really, really nice. Who knows?
True. I mean, there was someone, I believe, like, we haven't seen the Zill or other Sassenshi characters. Granted, though, that he's not really as popular as he was before, it still could, turn the tides. I've seen the Murad as well. It's gonna be, again, up to these players to show what they have, but not show too much, because again, this is just the group stage. There's still much more in terms of strategy that they can employ as we go deeper into the tournament.
I feel like that is a pretty big factor. But then again, if you think about the whole situation right now, we all just want to see who wins.
I mean, that's pretty obvious. It's like we're watching somebody because we want just to see them to lose. But now
Exactly. I mean, we're here to see the best team win, and they need to pull up all the stops. I honestly think Team Flash has a very, very good chance at winning it all, based on how they've been showing up so far. But it's still too early to determine. We could see even more stuff as the days go on. We've yet to see AHQ in action. There's still Nova. We all want to see them in action. Vex, for example, awesome player. We might get to see them as well. But so many other teams have yet to play, and right now there is no clear picture yet, and that's what the group stages are bringing to the viewers. I feel like that would be really, really nice to see, and based on how each player would play their game.
Okay, that's okay. I see what you mean. Okay, so it seems like we're having a little bit of setup delays here, guys. So we do apologize for that. Hopefully, we do start in just a bit, as our counterparts right now in your screen are talking about something. I wonder what they're talking about.
Matchups, compositions, heroes. Oh, what heroes would you like to see in this 5v5?
Yeah,
we talked about
we talked about
1v1s.
it.
What about the 5v5s?
Oh. Okay, I mean, there's it's 5v5. There's a lot of mixes that you can see. I think we can still answer this into like per hero basis, like what just want to see back onto the table. You know who I would really love to see? Maybe the Grok. I do miss his hook powers, being able to kind of use that to create an advantage for your team. And it's really difficult to kind of deal with the Grok before, at least when you don't really have anything to protect your teammates. If you just get hooked, that's the end of you. So that's something I kind of want to see.
Yeah, that's true. Grok would be something really nice to see. I personally want to see Sephira and Perez in action together. I feel like that would be interesting as well.
Yeah. But anyways, guys, we're just gonna take a quick break here as we show you our overview. We'll be back for the AIC as we just wait for our match to begin. So see you guys in a jiffy. And the tide of battle has risen, has surfaced. Here it is. Game 1 drafting has begun. My name is Asarai. With me is Isaac, who's doing the oohs.
Hi guys! It's time for the draft. It's time for the picks and the bans. It's the most exciting part in my opinion. So, looking at the bans right now, we are seeing Prizix and Zip banned. Whereas for USG, we're gonna get Darcy and Lindis banned. They're hovering for a first pick Florentino. And they're gonna take it, moving to Team Clash now. What are they gonna answer with?
Yeah. So this is one of those games where immediately they're saying Prizix has been such a threat. Both of these teams have done great strides, and since USG is the one to get the first pick, they just don't want it. So this will open up USG for other options. Flash immediately looks towards the Hayate and the Zenyo. Pretty classic right now, pretty strong startup. You answer what you need into the late game, what you need in terms of damage, and then Zenyo's just really good overall in terms of being able to absorb the damage. But of course, USG will just answer with a Crixie, maybe even the Cricknack if they wanted to. Good combo at least.
I like the Crixie pick. You know, Crixie is a very stable hero, especially in this patch. So whoever gets the Crixie has a pretty nice advantage. But based on what we're seeing, it's going to be TV first before a Crixie. Yeah, there we go. So they already have a save from being a bro with TV. That's going to play a really big factor if any of Team Flash try to go for a finisher. Dejiwo, most likely gonna play another TV game. This is gonna be some hype stuff.
I mean, I feel like this is just like, we're already seeing the trend here. It's the comfort pick of Dejiwo. Mind you, or mark my words, one of these days, one of these future matches in the group stage, we're gonna be seeing somebody, a different team that goes up against USG, ban this team because of how good Dejiwo is with it. But for now, we're seeing the hover over the Raz, the lock-in as well. So this is a lot of dive-in pressure in the mid side. And even though Crixie does have, you know, the wave, the AoE, as well as the stun, Raz can definitely kind of play around that with his Razzmatazz, you know, just being able to kind of duck and dive with the ability to dash every time he uses a skill. So Crixie should be careful.
And based on the bans, they are going to go with Elsu so far, along with Ayeda. This time, they are probably gonna ban this Violet as well, because you're seeing USG without a marksman just yet. So it's smart to second phase ban whatever the other team has missing. So they're gonna go with banning Elsu and Violet. Now we're gonna be looking at USG's final ban. I'm thinking, okay, based on the lineup from the other side, they're missing their DS laters. Let's ban out those heroes. That way, it's gonna be a much easier time for Florentino, maybe counter or ban the right heroes. They're gonna be banning Omen, but this is gonna leave Roxy open. So I don't know. Would be a nice pick, but ooh, KG. Oh, that's even better.
KG can go for a DS lane, especially against Florentino. I think he has the damage to be able to deal out Florentino. You think so?
Yeah. I feel like, Florentino, you're gonna be able to take control at a certain point in the game, but once KG wraps up, we all know what KG can do. He's gonna be making his plays, doing the dives. It's all about whether he could survive to that point. Because then again, you are going to remember that previously, when KG was picked by ADC, it became really hard for him once it got to a certain point in the game. Because the item counters came in, and his regeneration was not as strong as intended. In the end, it became a comeback.
Now, okay, as we are looking at the final two picks for USG, Team Flash's composition is all in or nothing at all. Like, they have no control whatsoever. Like, in terms of the picks that they have. So, up against USG, who has a Teamy and a Crixie, and even a Tel-Anas, that's a lot of kind of controlled heroes here. So they need something to kind of balance out their composition or go all in at all. We still haven't seen the support yet. I mean, maybe it could be the Zenyo, but Pro E could pick something else to kind of even this out.
Not to mention,
Yeah.
if you look at the lineup for USG, you still need to consider the Florentino as a doc. So, you know, that's going to be pretty big. Right now, the only stun they would be relying on would be knockups from Raz and Sinyo. But aside from that, could be just slows from KG. So, Team Flash needs something to round out the lineup. And
Baldum is open though. Oh, okay, never mind. I was thinking Baldum, but Rorik. Okay. Rorik then.
Okay then. With that Rorik pick, then that means, yeah, they're just gonna full on dive. They're not gonna let this game last too long.
This is a battle comp at the very base of it, so we're just gonna have an all-out brawl out. This is gonna be incredible. This first game is gonna be hyped. Team Flash brought it to the table.
This Rorik last pick is sick. You essentially stop, you know, two really big heroes. Crixie's not gonna be able to pressure you because of, you know, your immunity to stuns. You're just gonna dive at that Crixie. Same goes for Cricknack. If you can't burst down the Rorik fast enough, Rorik is just gonna pop that shield and chase after you.
Agreed.
That was nice. Good
Definitely
draft.
nice.
I'm gonna favor Team Flash. How about you?
Team Flash as well. I like their composition. It just screams a bit more pick off, a little bit more in your face in the early game. It has a lot of things that you would want to see from an aggressive team, and Team Flash is definitely that team. On their side, the USG has, I don't want to call it mellowed team, but it seems like it's a more controlled team. Yeah, controlled team. So it's more of like, if they can keep away Team Flash, then USG should have a better grasp of this game. But can they? That is the question that they have to kind of answer and overcome.
Well, like what I told you last time, count on Dejiwo! Oh my god, I want to see Dejiwo in action. I feel like that is going to be the deciding factor here, because being a bro, if they fully commit and Dejiwo saves a very crucial teammate in that team fight, it's gonna change the fight. They could re-engage. They could turn it around. So we're gonna watch this teamy as well as the Cena and how they're gonna be playing this game.
Yeah, game one, guys. Here in our series of two, second to the last for today. And Dejiwo immediately at the very forefront of this 3v1, 3v2 in the mid side. And it's Kilgroth against the Florentino onto the top. But it's starting a little bit slow, a little bit slower, at least for now. Kind of interesting. I was looking forward to seeing a little bit more aggression in terms of the counter jungle, but Cricknack and Rorik not really known for their counter jungle, especially with this particular team. And it seems like nobody kind of want to let up in the lanes. But what do you think, Isaac? What do you think is going to happen, you know, before the level 4, or maybe even during the level 4?
Well, based on what's happening right now, this is going to be a very standard laning phase. They're not going to be too aggressive until they take control, but wait! Ah! Oh! That was fast! There we go!
Okay, that was a little bit too overzealous from Mai there. He thought that he had Gao, but at the very start, Kilgroth has a bit more durability than you'd think he should have.
Yeah, you know, ADC was there.
Is this gonna be enough though? There's a 4-man rotation. They have to back away. Do they know? Yeah, they can feel it already. Pretty sure also Raz was able to kind of give them the information XB, allowing them to kind of understand what was happening. 2 seconds for the dragon to come up, at the Spirit Sentinel will be taken by USG.
There we go. And with how things are panning out, we are seeing Team Flash with the advantage with the early kill onto that Florentino. They're gonna probably take that advantage and bring it as momentum moving forward, but Hold that thought.
Ooh, what a flank coming in from Flash Pro E. Once again, this man has done the damage. Rourke able to get the shutdown onto, or the final blow onto the Abyssal Dragon. Dejiwoo able to escape the grasp of death as he was able to flicker away from his target there. And this will be the Abyssal Dragon taken by Team Flash.
Man, that is a very risky play. They should not have forced that, but well, things happen. So now it's just Team Flash 2-0 right now.
Wow.
They're gonna need to make sure that these players scale hard enough.
Rourke is already level 6. So yeah, he's pretty fast with in terms of like just getting the XP that he needs. His roam is spot on for the moment here. Dejiwoo is just roaming around onto the right side, looking at Koi, hoping to maybe find an intro or something, but not gonna happen.
Oh.
Pro E just dives right in, but he's pretty tanky, so he should be at least alive. But never mind. You know what? Don't believe in me. Don't be like me, guys. XB is gonna get caught out here, and maybe that's another casualty. And from hero to zero, it's the reverse tactic. USG gets back up with 2 kills. What?
Double kill as well for that Taladas. That is gonna be really big. Slash Moon. He is going to scale a lot faster, but right now there's a trade in the top side. We are seeing KG diving in, going after Mai, trying to do it again, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to get away just fine. Recall for the Florentino, and it will drop then and there. With all this action happening, I feel like it's going to be a tower down, but Trixie's trying to rotate top side to see what happens.
They're diving deep into the jungle of Team Flash. They really want to force them out as this Abyssal Dragon is about to respawn. But while that was happening, 3 members of Team Flash were quick to work onto the tower onto the left side of the map here. Dragon is up. Will they contest? I think they will try to. They're not. Oh no. USG is not even starting the Dragon just yet.
Yeah, they know the rotation's coming in. They should probably avoid it.
Work is starting it up, though. They're using the range of XB here with his waves to kind of harass a little bit out of the range. Raz can't do that, though. Mai is alone by himself in the mid side. Gao could go for a flank, but he's just going to go and clear a little bit of this jungle onto the left.
Oh, man. Gao is trying to steal. He manages to get that right on time. If he will lose that buff. That's really good. You delay the quick dack, he will be forced to recall at least because he's low on mana. Without that blue buff, it's going to allow this quick dack to just scale a little slower compared to, you know, having that blue buff to just continuously farm.
And look at the respect, though, to Dejiwoo as he was just kind of roaming there. They knew that the Cricknack was not really in a position to make a play happen, but still they respect that Dejiwoo might be carrying or have someone with him around the vicinity. But as ADC has started to work his way towards the Abyssal Dragon, even spotting out the Crixie here, he's got the double buff. They might just be able to secure themselves another big objective.
They could probably try it. Who knows? But I don't think it would be wise right now. Based on the positioning and the advantage, Team Flash still has control of this game. They have the towers, they have the dragons. It's still gonna be a while until this Taladas comes online. So, in this case...
Ooh, what a stun underneath the tower, too. That's huge. That's a huge punish. And they get him even through the shield of the Zenial from Pro E. What a mistake for Flash to have done that. And now Pro E is another casualty of 4 as he gets the double kill. Gives the double kill to Slash Moon's Teleanas. Mistakes were definitely made.
That was another double kill for Slash Moon. He is 4-0 right now. And you know what? This Teleanas is starting to get really scary. They need to find a way to reach Teleanas or this is going to be really, really hard for Team Flash. They're running a timer right now. Based on their lineup, they really need to find a way to end this game quick because USG, they're looking like the more superior late game comp. This is going to be really tough.
And the thing is, we were talking about it a while ago. Team Flash, their composition looked more to be Again, aggressive early game. Rourke is your range carry here, but against a Tel-Anas who has a 4-0-0, he might not be enough to actually deal with it.
At the same time, you know, all this pressure being applied right now, yeah, Tel-Anas 4-0, but you're looking at this Kriknak, this Florentino, this Crixie, all of these heroes will deal damage. Can Team Flash survive all of that hitting them? That's another really
Oh,
big
here
question.
comes the flank though from Hippie. He wanted to be super aggressive. He actually still gets the shield from Teamy though. But Koi comes in not in the nick of time. So close in getting his mark. But this will actually open ADC to break maybe the mid-tier ones here. Flash Moon comes in from the side, uses his ultimate but will not stun anybody. And interestingly enough, nobody actually gets knocked out there after a huge kerfuffle from both sides of our teams here.
That would have been a kill if Slash Moon hit the Arrow of Chaos. It missed just a little to the left. If he had hit that, 1 or 2 heroes would probably die, but there goes Crixie.
He just wanted to farm. Like,
oh, that was painful to watch.
Gao is looking so strong on that DS lane Kilgroth. He is 5.7k, probably the second highest of our entire team here. Now they're trying to go for the Abyssal Dragon once again. And USG has not gotten this big objective at all yet. And Koji, with that Hayate, should be able to clear it up as ADC is zoning away the other members of USG.
Right now, we are seeing this Tel-Anas in the lead in terms of gold. You know, closely followed by KG. But Tel-Anas is having more impact compared to the KG right now. Here comes Gao.
Kilgroth! He's just going in. Do it again. Give me a triple. Smack it down. He's targeting somebody else. He actually spots Slash Moon in the back. Gets another. And this is the Wild Man with the trident in his hands. Can he even get Mai there? Dashes over. Spots out Teamy. But has to respect the Florentino. But that was amazing from the Kilgroth. But USG comes back and evens out the kills.
Both teams are, you know, getting online. It's pretty even right now. It's going to be this KG, this Florentino, this Tel-Anas, and this Hayate. It's going to go down to them and see who survives in this team fights, and it's looking really, really big right now. You saw the positioning coming in from both teams, and Team Flash had a really nice advantage moving into that fight.
Agreed.
It was a little unfortunate, though, because they lasted a little longer than intended in that fight, and it resulted to Hayate dying in the end to Mai as well.
Still, Gao was able to make the most out of a not so good situation. This will, well, being able to break down the mid-tier 1 and the left-tier 1, it's going to be a Darkslayer. They're not taking it down as fast as I would thought they would. They do have the Kilgroth, so there you go. They still get it in the end. But they'll have to trade their right tier 2 for it. Maybe
Ooh,
even a tier 3.
They might lose this tower.
True.
They're not gonna get there in time. There are 4 people.
They got here in time. He's actually coming in from the behind. He is smack-a-dab-a-doo. ICU. He's just slamming hard against them. Did he get it?
Yeah, they got that tower. And,
wow,
you know,
clutch.
Crixie dove in just to finish it off and died for that. You know, that was worth it. You know, regardless what happens there, they could defend the waves coming in from Team Flash. So I feel like that was pretty good.
Yeah, the DS
they have,
though.
Yeah, they have an advantage right now.
Look at the stun connecting, though. So good. They chipped him well enough here. They spot out Dejiwo, who probably has his ultimate on cooldown. No, I think he was just trying to maybe bait out. Maybe still had it up. I didn't see. But they don't have really a lot of options. Dragon is up once again, though, so that's a possibility.
Yeah, they dropped the Drake in the bottom side where they had the disadvantage because of the tower. Fight. Oh. Okay. No fight, but they would lose the tower here at mid. While Taladas and company are gonna try to defend it, we have Mai all alone against this KG. He's gonna try to defend it as well, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. So they're just gonna back off for now. Their tier 3 towers are still up, but now Team Flash is taking control of this map. They only have one side lane.
I was actually about to say that. Like, everything else is... It's so pristine from Team Flash. Left side, DS lane has not seen any damage at all to the tier 1. And the mid lane only has like a fraction of that tower cracked. He's surviving. Zale goes in. He might actually be a collateral here, trying to run away. Has to run away, and he still survives. That was risky stuff coming out from Gao.
Out of Chaos, though, that was close. If that hit Raz, you know, Slash Moon could have finished off that Raz really quick.
True.
The thing is, though, based on what's happening, you notice that they're not getting too many chances to reach the Stelladas. The only reason why they won the last fight was because the positioning from USG was so bad that it allowed them to split up the members of USG and just take that fight. But right now, if you're looking at, you know, the fortress, them protecting Slash Moon here, they're gonna have a hard time. They need to kill off this Taladas to really finish this game. And, you know, that Koi, he needs to really show this, you know, show Hayate and bring it to the table for Team Flash.
We're starting the second DS Dark Slayer of this game. So that's going to be helping them out here. But yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. They need to be able to spot out this Tel'Anas. Slash Moon is just so big as of the moment. 5-1-2, already standing at around 11k of his net worth, but his team cannot follow him in terms of the same thing. If his team cannot keep him alive, then that is a pretty big opening for Team Flash. But they are playing this really well. Teamy is always to be seen right beside the Tel'Anas, and it's going to be, like you said, difficult to kind of burst her down with all this safety features for USG.
It's starting to become very tough for USG now. They could still potentially lose this, but I feel like the chances of winning for USG would be better as long as they get the right fights. But they forgot about the minion wave here at mid. They might just lose this tower for nothing. That is really risky.
He saved it, but the thing is, that's gonna be an Enraged Abyssal Dragon. Already,
double buff.
Yeah, this is a pain to deal with.
Oh my gosh, Team Flash could just simply dive this. Pro E, he's right there. I don't think they realized that he's gonna come out.
They were very much aware. Kirito has to back away. He was spotted out so freakishly quickly there by Flash, and then just a little bit of poke has already brought him to his knees.
That is pretty big. They know that Crixie doesn't have Moonfall for a couple of seconds. They could force a fight.
Dejuo is going to be able to respond back into the fight, but he has wasted his ultimate already, meaning that Flash can actually break down some towers right now and just be able to do what they want to. This is looking so well. The Dragon is even taking so much damage onto the DS lane tier 3, and it's not even over just yet. Look at this. ADC is coming to the back line. He's dealing some damage. There is no Tel'Anas for 47 seconds, and Team Flash might have actually done it. The damage from the Rourke onto the base, and that is it. Game 1 taken by Team Flash.
They played that so smart. If you saw what Team Flash did there, they had the creep waves controlled. Once all 3 waves crashed in, they tried to force a fight and then disengage just so USG would pop their skills. Moonfall was popped. They did not have a way to clear as quick as intended. So Team Flash forced the issue, tried to get some towers down at bot. They were able to do it while a minion wave was already pushing mid, and at the same time, the Dragon was pushing topside. So 3 lanes being pressured and they just disengaged the moment Trixie got her ult back. There we go. 3 towers down. All of a sudden, the game is blown wide open. Nowhere to hide. Team Flash played that wonderfully.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I could not have said it any better. Team Flash are looking so strong coming into this series of 2. And now all they have to do is just to kind of wait a little bit, see the second game, and let's see the adjustment for USG.
Damn. There we go. Here comes the stats. So, it's just like the previous series with DRU. They had so much control over the map in terms of objectives, but USG, yeah, they were somewhat winning. But, what objectives did they accomplish? Not much. And Team Flash focused on that, capitalized on it, and eventually, once it comes to that battle of attrition, Team Flash is gonna overtake, and that's just what they did. Once they got control, they managed to press the advantage and just finish the game right then and there.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes really showed onto the side of USG there, and here he is, the key player of the game, Gao, with his kill growth. Not the highest in the kill participation, but you saw what he did in the crucial moments that Team Flash needed him. He stepped up to the plate.
Exactly, and that's the thing. If you're gonna think about it, yeah, Gao, 303 kill participation, 60%. That's not too big of a deal. But if you think about what he did that does not relate to KDA, applying pressure on the map, picking the right fights, thinking of ways to pressure and disengage, those are very crucial in setting up and making sure the right fights happen for them to get the right objectives. Gao was on point.
And now, guys, we're just going to take a quick break. Enjoy these highlights as we wait for the second game. All right, so here we are. Game 2 draft is underway. Ban and picks. Are we finally gonna see the respect ban onto the teamie? I mean, even though Team Flash won, you gotta give props to Dejiwa. Like, he was phenomenal with his teamie, pretty dang well most of the time there.
I also want to point out, Slash, 4-0, that stage of the game, the rotations were on point, allowing Slash Moon to get the right kills. But, majority of that came from Digio. Digio enabled Taladas to be like that, and it's the TV Town combo. Everyone knows about that combo. It's a very, very important combo that works really well, even in ranked games. It just wasn't enough against Team Flash. So, hopefully, USG, they have something different for this second game.
Bans looking pretty similar to what we saw, except for the Krizix and Team Flash immediately getting it. Pro E, we saw how phenomenal he was with this particular hero, and it seems like they want to repeat the sequence, but USG hovering over the Hayate, even the Yena.
This is also another interesting fact. It's like whenever Krizix is picked, I noticed that the opposing team would usually pick a Yena.
Okay. Could be a good counter pick to the targets against Krizix. It could also be a takeaway pick because Krizix's synergy might be pretty, it might be pretty potent with the Yena.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest factors there. But that's a Fennec. Ooh.
Fennec and an Omen. Okay, so we've seen this again as well. Omen and Krizix so well at kind of just forcing out their opponent. And Fennec is just... Hi. Okay, Fennec is just one of those heroes.
It's the perfect hero to pick. Because if let's say for example, Omen catches a hero, they're stuck in that circle. Fennec Cyclone, drop it in the middle. They will get damaged. Krizix catches 3, sucked into the middle. Fennec, drop that Cyclone. More damage. This is a scary first 3 coming in from Team Flash.
Agreed. And we've seen like Fennec always get banned on the second rotation of bans, but it seems like he was able to slip through the cracks because he's one of the first rotations here. And Unsold USG is gonna be picking up Thane as their third pick. Yeah, they will be, just so that they have a little bit more crowd control, because this is a lot of invade, a lot of push power from Team Flash. They need something to control the flow.
They're gonna need to stop this Krizix from the dive. I think the Thane pick was pretty smart. But based on the next couple of bans, they're gonna get rid of Crixie for Team Flash. They're gonna get rid of the Cricktac here for USG. With how things are gonna pan out based on the first 3 picks, Team Flash for sure favorable picks right now. It's still gonna be, down to the last 2 picks for each team, but we need to really see something different for USG to stop this first 3. If it comes down to the execution, if USG plays it smart, just like how they tried their best in Game 1, I see them actually beating this comp, because the main weakness of Krizix is if they don't get to dive and finish the game right after those dives. Yeah, you can dive it all, but what if you can't get any kills? Thane is the main factor for that. Thane is going to be a big problem for Team Flash.
And that's something that we have to watch out for. Next up, Liliana as well as the Crixie. Then on the other side, it's the Raz and the Cricknack. So they're kind of removing the damage factor in this comp. There's good enough damage with the Fennec, yes, but they need something to kind of finish off their opponents. And it seems like USG is getting everything to get the counters. I'm surprised they actually don't get a Diao-chan rather than this Ignis, but Ignis will be their mage of choice. What do you think? Diao-chan or this Ignis?
I like that Ignis. You would need a hero that could just consistently throw out spells, damage, and all of that. Ignis brings that to the table along with, the follow-up stuns. There is a disable factor on Ignis. Whereas, let's say you pick a Jiao Chan, you would already be sacrificing a lot of ability. So while those really big plays, let's say for example Jiao Chan gets that really nice pick off and just deletes everyone, it's a big factor. But if you look at the picks, it's an Ignis. I think this is the safer pick to go.
Oh.
Unless you want to go high risk, high reward.
Wow, this is something we haven't seen today. Okay, I thought we were gonna go for the Marja, but okay, let's just see Tulin and Elsu. So we got a sniper.
Oh man.
So if they can't really have an assassin in the backline, why not just have Elsu who can assassinate from far away? That's I think that's a smart choice.
Yeah, and they have a lot of catch. It's gonna be easy for Elsu to hit those, snipes.
They also bring to the table Tulin, who has a good chunk of bombardment with his abilities.
And with a change to Tulin, if you finish off a hero with a Thunderbird, it's gonna be reset with an 80% cooldown. So you could consistently actually spam that skill when it comes to teamfights, as long as you finish the enemy off in the right time.
USG backing up their composition with a lot of dives. If you think about it, they have no range except for Ignis and maybe the Murad.
Hayate.
Yeah. Oh,
Hayate is
sorry.
gonna be a big factor.
I was a little bit. I thought this was Zenial. He looked a little bit like Zenial. My bad.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
With
All
the
right, you're right.
skin.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, it's a Hayate, so never mind. But it seems like there's gonna be a lot more kind of in your face for USG. So it seems like they're gonna be matching the aggressive composition that their opponents are gonna be bringing out to the field.
I actually like the USG drafts, like how they think about how their approach is gonna be. It's really interesting, and if they can execute this well, I see a lot of counter engages coming in. If they could pull it off, it's going to be really nice to watch.
That's
so,
true.
I'm hoping for an even series. What are your thoughts? Who's gonna take game number 2?
I have a feeling that Team Flash will still be able to, go through above and beyond to get this W for themselves. I feel like it's gonna happen. Their composition looks to be very strong, and from what we've seen, at least during this day, they have been proficient with Pro E playing with the Kriziks, and I feel like it's not gonna change. Especially even though they have some counter picks from the other side.
Well, here we go. Let's see it. My boy, Fennec, along with a Tulin, against this Hayate and an Ignis. Oh, this is gonna be something fun to watch. Not to mention the Elsu. Oh boy.
Yeah, Elsu has a lot of range to deal. Look at that. He is kind of clearing out waves from far away. That's pretty good. But XB is, he has to be careful here. Kirito is kind of just mashing the damage onto his face there, but he can also bring it back. Deji was on to the side, spots him out. There it is. Carries him back out, but Pro E is also here to kind of stop him in his own tracks, and there he goes. Just escapes away. But this just means that Pro E will not be able to force his will onto the jungler, that being Murad.
That was smart from Digimo, just trying to get attention onto this Kriziks. This is gonna buy time for the Murad to at least get to level 4. If let's say for example Digimo didn't try to attract enough attention, it would be really difficult for Hippie here to transition towards that, really, really big bad Murad that we all experience.
True. And, just a little bit of CS, or rather, a little bit of HP burned for that is well and more important than, kind of trying to keep yourself alive. But he is pretty tanky, so he should be fine.
You're seeing a lot of pressure as well here in the mid lane. Based on how they're moving around, I feel like they just want to, bully this Ignis out of lane just so they could allow this Tulin to rotate some more. you can see Ignis being a really big factor in this mid lane because of the wave clears. So XB, they're not able to utilize his roaming potential in this early game because of that. So now they're going to apply a lot of pressure there instead, negate all of that, wave clear, at least for a bit, to allow Tolan to rotate to other lanes. That's pretty smart.
Abyssal Dragon is already in the sights for our teams here. But they immediately back away. I think they're still not comfortable, especially when not all of them have their ultimates out. But that should be already remedied as of the moment. Now ADC will be starting off on this Abyssal. And it seems like nobody's going to be contesting from USG as Murad is way too far to make something happen. Maybe the steal from Dejuo, but that would have been a little bit too ballsy. Even I don't think he would have done that, but still.
Would be ambitious.
Yeah. Opportunity
tried,
was there.
though.
Really charging right here. They spot out the one. This is going to be a 2v2 here inside the jungle, and Gao had to flicker away. Murad activating the temporal turbulence to increase, add some damage, add some hits, but he kind of missed there. But that will force at least Gao to, recall and go back to his own lane.
That's big. That allows Yeda to do a little bit of damage onto the tower at the very least. Yep, a little bit.
Also, who's into this bottom lane, he's just kind of like farming his to his heart's content. He has like a 400 lead against his counterpart. No damage onto the tower much though.
This is just gonna be farm central here in the bot lane. Elsu just sniping waves. Hayate just clearing his own waves as well. I don't expect much to happen in the bot lane because both marksmen can just play it really safe. Most of the problems here are gonna go around the invades in the jungle at this point. The heroes are scaling pretty fine.
Through that.
Two of the mages right now are going to recall. Now, the question is, what are they gonna do with that? Probably nothing. You're seeing Kha'Zix and Thane just playing around with each other right now. So, this is very passive.
True. They're starting to kind of look towards the dragon here. Slash Moon, of course he's a Yare, so he should be able to escape that one. Did he spot Dejuo there? Yeah, he did. That Koi is just so close to being knocked out, but he's still going to be fine. But that means that this dragon will be pretty much uncontested. So USG can just take it to their heart's content. Pro E is here, but I don't think a Kha'Zix will do much. Maybe a last hit onto that dragon, but aside from that, it shouldn't really matter. Yeah, it's a Murad. He's pretty quick with these objectives. And
free dragon!
Yeah, exactly. He just vamooshes his opponent away to get that free dragon.
Now, based on the items here, you are seeing... Well, never mind.
Yeah, right. Like, what was happening there?
Well, I was about to look at the items to see who was ahead, but
it just vanished.
Just thought, yeah.
There's gonna be a fight, maybe.
Oh boy.
Ice on the other side.
Bye.
They're trying to flank here. Temporal turbulence activated once again. Not enough though to even dent the HP of Team Flash. Flash is here. He's going in. Oh, he's activating the ultimate. They did lose the tower there. Dejuo is looking for it, but he actually pushes him away closer to the tower. Here it is. Smacks the ultimate there. Dejuo finally getting the first blood with the help from that Ignis. And they're not done just yet. Nice sidestep from Datkoi. And Tolan, will he join the fight? Kirito solo. Oh, snipe the Dabadoo from the side. Beautifully done. Hippie he did not expect that range from a melee master such as Murad. Still, wow.
That was a little too overzealous there for the Elsu. Staying in the bot lane with just a sliver of health. I understand, yeah, you gotta defend that lane, but it was as good as gone. Murad comes in, he just dashes, all of a sudden you die. He got shocked there. I don't think he expected that.
Yeah. Murad just popped out of nowhere, but this is definitely going to help out for USG the most.
Oh yeah, no.
They're not done just yet. Oh no. Gets him right there, keeps him in track. Pro E joins the fray though, but I don't think it's enough to kind of keep his teammate alive. Never mind, Mai actually has gone down. Hippie has to kind of back away, and Dejuo, I mean, he's a tank. He really can't do too much aside from just trying to absorb damage for his team. Kirito and Slash Moon will show their faces here onto the DS lane.
Huh. This is interesting. With how the teams are playing it right now, they're not exactly getting too much done just yet, but they're all scaling really well. You can see Team Flash with a 1k gold advantage, but they're even in terms of dragons and towers. So this is looking like a late game fight.
Dejuo. Oh, he's going to absorb the tower hits here. It's a 3v2. They should just back away. Slash Moon. Yeah, he couldn't keep himself alive there. What's the play from USG? Dejuo is getting followed up. Pushes them back. Here comes Hip. Or Hippie rather. Activates the Temporal Turbulence. And the Murad is paying his net worth in gold. Gets it. But from the backside, XB snipes him down with the power of lightning. And that was also a shutdown, so that's going to be pretty helpful in terms of the goal that can actually go into his hands, into his pockets.
That was 3 dead on USG. Team Flash need to get an objective out of this. The question is whether they could. They probably will be able to. They will get this mid-lane tower.
Oh, they followed up. I actually dropped
man.
down.
Oh man, this is not looking good for USG. That could be a DS lane. Another tower there. So once all these towers are gone, they could move forward and choke this team out. Hippie is gonna need those camps so he can stack. If you could get rid of those stacks, Hippie is gonna need to play with a lot more risk involved just so he could get the right picks with Temporal Turbulence. If he's not gonna be able to do that, you essentially negate 50% of that Murad already.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind when I play against a Murad, or when I even play my own Murad. Darkslayer is the next objective. Team Flash was so ready to start it off, but they don't have their team with them. They just kind of deleted the waves at the AD lane. It's gonna allow them to kind of have a little bit more leeway. They're looking at Mai, but yeah, she just can absorb so much damage.
Top lane. Oh, that's a dead Hayate. They caught Hayate. Hayate couldn't get away from that. Very good cancel as well. So Gao is just gonna continue.
That was
this
also
is
one
the
of those,
problem with
yeah.
Omen.
Yeah. You were saying?
This is the problem with Omen. He's just gonna apply pressure. He's gonna get your attention while someone else is probably taking another objective. And just like that, they were looking at Gao because he was planning to take the second tier tower, or probably not.
This is so fast.
While ADC was taking it.
Dejuo, he tried to dash over. He's not going to be able to come back. He's absorbing good enough damage. And still ADC finds him with the Fennec. The speed on that Fennec is so good. And because ADC has been free hitting, especially onto the towers, the power of Fennec just shows. And now, 10 minutes and 30 seconds in, we're already to the point where the base is basically keepings already for USG. What?
And just like that.
When did this happen? How did this happen?
Well, that's the problem. Gao got that pick off onto Hayate, applied some pressure, allowing ADC to just get that DS for practically free. Oh my god. There goes Murad.
He tried to go for a Temporal Turbulence, but didn't have enough time. The frame data for invisibility is not as quick as the burst from FL. Oh, they're trying to fight once again. Hayate or rather Slash Moon joins in onto the fray, but I think it's a little bit too late as 3 have gone down. Following it up onto Mai, he's gonna be able to absorb just a little bit more damage, and Kirito is the last man standing. There was so much damage from Team Flash, and with the Siege Minion gonna be able to absorb the damage from them. I don't think this is gonna be. Yeah, this is already GG. A 2-0 for Team Flash. Amazing performance from the blue side team, and USG are I don't know, that just spiraled so quickly, so out of control in such a small expanse of time.
You think that, okay, Team Flash pretty even so far, but it was really crucial what happened in the top lane. Once that Omen got that pick, it could easily say, okay, Hayate's gone, there is no pressure, we see them in another lane. All of this pressure is being, diverting USG's attention. While this happens, ADC solo kills the Dark Slayer, moves on to push. Pressure, pressure, pressure in every lane. And just like what they did in the first game, they control the waves, make sure that all of the pressure are on the right points in the map, and that's when they start engaging. And once they get that crucial pick off on the Murad, it was just over from there.
They did an amazing job of just kind of understanding what they had to do. And here are your endgame stats for game 2. There's so much that they got in terms of towers. Like 7-1.
It's just so, how do I say this? It's just so easy, but in terms of execution, what Team Flash did there was really hard. The way that they worked as a unit to make sure that particular scenario happened to the dot, it's not going to be easy for them to do that. But it looked so easy for us as viewers.
Yeah.
So, big props to Team Flash.
I mean, if you put an analogy to it, it's kind of like when you see a cartoon, our cartoon character pull a thread from like a piece of cloth, and then you pull it and everything just kind of starts to follow. That's what happened with Team Flash here. And here is our key player of the game, XB, in the mid lane with the Tolan. At least for me, I would have actually like Gao to be the MVP. He showed a lot more openings there for Team Flash, but granted though, everybody had a role to play to get that sweet victory 2-0 right now for Team Flash.
I felt like it was pretty even in terms of MVP performances, but I guess XB takes the cake there because of how Team Flash prioritized enabling him in the early game.
Yeah.
You would see 3 people in the middle lane just to make sure XB was doing fine. And once that happened, you would see XB rotating in, going around. He actually gets a very crucial pickoff on the Murad as well. That was really key in making sure that Murad would not snowball as expected. And when that happened, the pace was being controlled by the Tolan most of the game. So with all of that to consideration, I feel like, yeah, Gao was really big as a factor, but Gao would not get that kind of level if it was not for XP. So, bad props, Team Flash really played really well.
Yeah, basically the entire team. Alright guys, you can just enjoy the highlights, and once we get back, the final game of the day, it's gonna be a big one. It's gonna be a doozy. So, get all your stuff, all your gear together, because it's gonna be Liab up against BRU. So don't go anywhere. AIC will be right back after this highlight, after a short break.
Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 พบกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุดเอรันดอร์และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมพบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง2 เล่มคือคัมภีร์แบบฟรีและคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปองผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้299คูปองและแพ็กที่พิเศษกว่าเดิมคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูงบวก20เลเวลรับฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ทันทีในราคา549คูปองโดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ4 อาทิตย์ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิมพร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงานซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจโดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวันและรายสัปดาห์หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน50คูปองต่อเลเวลเมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนดผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1 ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดเลือกรับฮีโร่1 ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนดรูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้นเอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกมฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้นนอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง60จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตาเพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษรูปโปรไฟล์สกินลิมิเต็ดและไอเทมมากมายพิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล60ภายใน7 วันแรกคุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปองแล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 เริ่ม 4 พฤศจิกายนนี้ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่สปอตไลท์วันนี้เรามาพบกับเอรันดอร์ฮีโร่ประเภทแครี่ชีวิตนั้นงดงามเสมอดุจดังบุปผายามแรกอรุณสกิลติดตัวโซซิล 1. การโจมตีปกติจะสร้างโซซิลใส่เป้าหมายเมื่อครบ3 ครั้งจะสร้างความเสียหายเวทแก่ศัตรูในบริเวณ 2. เมื่อใช้สกิลหรือเก็บโซแลมการโจมตีปกติครั้งต่อไปจะโจมตีเพิ่ม1 ครั้ง 3. ภายใน3 วินาทีหลังจากใช้ทุกสกิลของเอรันดอร์เขาจะสามารถกดซ้ำเพื่อย้ายตำแหน่งไปยังโซแลมได้ทันทีสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟวิงเมื่อใช้สกิลจะพุ่งไปยังทิศทางที่เลือกโดยทิ้งโซแลมไว้ณตำแหน่งเดิมตอนเลือกศัตรูโดยการกดสกิลนี้เข้าไปโจมตีแล้วรีบกดกลับอย่างรวดเร็วสกิลบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนซ์เมื่อใช้สกิลจะสั่งให้โซแลมบินรอบบริเวณและสร้างความเสียหายเวทรอบตัวกดสกิลนี้ทิ้งไว้เพื่อใช้เป็นโอกาสหลบหนีศัตรูในยามคับขันอัลติเมทสกิลมอฟเมื่อใช้สกิลจะส่งโซแลมพุ่งไปยังทิศที่เลือกสร้างความเสียหายเวทและผลักศัตรูทั้งหมดในระยะหลังจากนั้นโซแลมจะค่อยๆเคลื่อนที่อย่างช้าๆไปเรื่อยๆผลักศัตรูที่ประชิดตัวออกไปเพื่อให้เสียเวลาเข้าประชิดหรือจะใช้สกิลนี้หนีศัตรูเพื่อไปยังทิศตรงข้ามความสำคัญที่สุดสำหรับเอรันดอร์ก็คือความคล่องแคล่วแครี่คนนี้มีสกิลที่ถูกออกแบบมาเพื่อจุกโดยเฉพาะเขาสามารถไปทางซ้ายและไปทางขวาในเวลาที่แทบจะพร้อมเพรียงกันได้หากตัวผู้เล่นเข้าใจขั้นตอนในการใช้สกิลของเขามากดีพอในช่วงต้นเกมการทำดาเมจของเขายังค่อนข้างต่ำแต่เขาก็สามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงช่วยในการกดดันเลนได้โดยการยิงทีเผลอการเคลียร์คลิปของเขาจัดได้ว่าไม่แย่เพราะสกิลติดตัวของเขาสามารถสร้างความเสียหายเป็นบริเวณสำหรับการต่อสู้กับฮีโร่หากเป็นฮีโร่ยิงไกลด้วยกันแล้วเอรันดอร์อาจจะต้องใช้จังหวะยิงฟรีเพื่อสร้างความได้เปรียบในการแลกแต่หากต้องปะทะกับฮีโร่ตีไกลเขาจะได้เปรียบมากเพราะเขาสามารถใช้บัตเตอร์ไฟวิงและบัตเตอร์ไฟแดนในการหลอกสกิลทิ้งระยะและหลบหนีได้แบบต่อเนื่องจนยากที่สายประชิดตัวจะตามทันนอกจากนี้อัลติเมทอย่างม็อบยังใช้ขัดจังหวะทีมไฟท์และจังหวะไล่ล่าของศัตรูได้ดีมากเอรันดอร์สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งป่าและเลนแล้วแต่คุณจะเลือกอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
Water is the origin of all life.
Double kill! Triple kill! One kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Combine! Hiya! Legendary! Dominating! Double kill!
อย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร ขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่ ROV Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 พบกับแครี่ที่พริ้วที่สุด เอรันดอร์ และรางวัลที่พิเศษกว่าเดิม พบกับหน้าภารกิจที่คุณคุ้นเคยจากคัมภีร์ทั้ง2เล่ม คือคัมภีร์แบบฟรี และคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์แบบใช้คูปอง ผู้เล่นสามารถปลดล็อกคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการใช้ 299 คูปอง และแพ็กที่พิเศษกว่าเดิม คัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ขั้นสูง บวก 20 เลเวล รับฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ทันที ในราคา 549 คูปอง โดยจะมีเวลาทำภารกิจ 4 อาทิตย์ ทำให้รับรางวัลได้เร็วกว่าเดิม พร้อมค่าผลงานที่เพิ่มมากขึ้นต่อภารกิจ ผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้โดยการเพิ่มค่าผลงาน ซึ่งจะได้รับเมื่อทำภารกิจ โดยมีทั้งภารกิจรายวัน และรายสัปดาห์ หรือผู้เล่นสามารถเพิ่มเลเวลของคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ได้ โดยการใช้คูปองจำนวน 50 คูปองต่อเลเวล เมื่อคัมภีร์ศักดิ์สิทธิ์เลเวลอัพถึงระดับที่กำหนด ผู้เล่นจะได้รับของรางวัลสุดพิเศษอย่างเลือกรับสกิน1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนด เลือกรับฮีโร่1ตัวจากทั้งหมดที่กำหนด รูปโปรไฟล์ลิมิเต็ดสุดน่ารักท่าเต้น เอฟเฟกต์พิเศษต่างๆภายในเกม ฮีโร่ใหม่เอรันดอร์ และสกินสุดเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟฟอร์จูนเทเลอร์เซฟิล่าพิเศษถึงวันที่ 1 ธันวาคมนี้เท่านั้น นอกจากนี้ผู้เล่นที่มีเลเวลถึง 60 จะได้รับสิทธิพิเศษหมุนกงล้อแห่งโชคชะตา เพื่อรับของรางวัลพิเศษ รูปโปรไฟล์ สกินลิมิเต็ด และไอเทมมากมาย พิเศษเมื่อคุณเลเวล 60 ภายใน 7 วันแรก คุณจะได้รับกรอบโปรไฟล์ และเอฟเฟกต์สังหารคูปอง แล้วพบกันใน Valor Pass ซีซั่น 11 เริ่ม 4 พฤศจิกายนนี้ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ฮีโร่
Gigatech Fiber เน็ตบ้าน 1,000 เมกมาพร้อม 2 Gigatech Fiber Router เร็วแรงทั่วบ้านเพียง 799 บาท พร้อมดูฟรี True Premier League กว่า 100 แมตช์ตลอดฤดูกาลจัดเต็มกับความสุขที่ได้มากกว่า สมัครวันนี้ คลิก
And here we are. AIC 2019 brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, True Online, True Icon Hall. My name is Asarai, and here with me now is Isaac.
Hello.
And now
I'm Isaac Plays.
Yeah, that's you, man. And we are here for the final game of our day 2 for the group stage. It is between Liab Esports and Buriram United Esports.
There we go. There we go. So, for the people watching right now, you guys know what to expect. We are seeing the pride of MSP representing, Liab Esports. This is it. They're going to play against one of, considerably the best teams in AOV right now,
Yeah.
in BRU. So, people are looking forward to this series. Well, at least for the people in MSP. Let's see what happens. Maybe there's an upset. 2-0, 1-1. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, I am hoping for just some really good AOV action. What are your thoughts about these two teams?
I remember at least the previous members of Liab, or when before they were Liab, they kind of played a little bit of the explosive plays. Like they really love to make everything, kind of go at their own pace, but their pace is very quick. And going up against Buriram or BRU, who we saw was playing at a much different type of play style here, where they try to control, choke their opponent into submission, is gonna be something to behold, because it's a contrast of how these two teams try to approach at each other. And I think that's gonna be something that two of us will definitely kind of look forward to. And I think it's cool.
And, just to add to that, just like what you mentioned earlier about BRU being very surgical in their approach, what if they change the pace again for this series? What if they play it really fast, like full throttle? It might be a big factor in how Liam will need to approach this game, or the series coming right now.
Yeah.
But based on what I'm seeing, Liam needs to play a different game. We know how they play based on being in the same server as them, but at the end of the day, if Liam planned to be a different kind of beast, this series is a good way to make that statement.
Yeah, this is the chance for them to make that serious statement, or make that statement coming into the group stage. And no more dilly-dallying. Here is the game 1 in our final series of 2 for day 2 of the group stage in AIC 2019. Liab has first dibs on first pick, while Buriram will be able to get 2 picks immediately. The question is, what will they get for themselves?
So they immediately banned the Darcy and the Zip, whereas for BRU, I feel like they did their homework. They first banned a Florentino. 1717 on a Florentino, it's no joke. He was streaming playing Florentino just the other day, so that's going to be a big factor. BRU is going to get rid of the Kriziks. So 1717, he's going to stick with a Lindis first pick. BRU will answer with a Yena and a Steel.
Crixie is open for the taking here, possibly for Liab, and maybe even get something to kind of complement that. Wonder what's going into their heads here. The pressure is on because they saw how strong BRU was on their previous performance, so something to always kind of take note when you're gonna be trying to, deal with your opponent here. Maybe they can even go for a Kreknak or whatnot, but it seems to be an Omen and a Baldoom. They don't even look a second way onto anything else. They just want their DS lane and their support from the looks of it.
That is pretty nice. You have the disengage, and then you have a split push. You have a poke as well. It's looking pretty well rounded for the first team with
Yeah.
LYB. But if you look at BRU right now, Yeda, Xenial, Trixie, they have one formula, and it's that all of them will try to get in your face. Well,
True.
probably not the Crixie, but these two, Yeda and Xenial, will allow Crixie to at least get to that point where, you know what, I'm gonna dive with my team because I've got a lot of people typing.
Liliana and Raz taken away from the board just to kind of maybe keep Crixie alive here. And they're denying a lot of mid lane options for Liab. Since Liab did opt to not go for the mid lane pick in the first rotation, they're kind of paying the price with Raz and Liliana as the resultant bans from BRU.
Oh. So it's gonna be Cricknack and a King ban. BRU will answer with a Krillin. Ah! Woo! Oh, this is gonna be spicy. But then again, you're picking an Envy's hero against a Lin. That's that's some really, really, really aggressive stuff BRU are gonna be showing. Because the piercing gaze, it's gonna reveal your location, especially when you dive in. So playing this Lindis is gonna be very key in stopping Krillin from snowballing and making plays in this game.
Yeah. Having that also I like it. They're gonna be able to scout out where Krillin will be appearing, at least before he uses his ultimate. I'm not sure what the interaction is with the scout there, but at least this will be a lot of information that they can use, to kind of scout out at their opponents. So Honest is also here, so that's pretty cool. So that's gonna be their late game option, at least for BRU.
Looking at the draft right now with all 5 heroes being shown now, I like the picks coming in from Liab. They have 2 heroes that can essentially spot out the position of Krillin. This will not, be considered based on BRU's other heroes. So it's still going to be a factor going in because they have the Crixie, they have Teladas in the late game. They still have the CDL to dive. Yeda can still be a factor. 2 heroes essentially stop this Krillin, yes, but they're gonna need more than that. I feel like BRU practically win this in the later stage. But if Lindis can take control early, this is gonna be Liam cruising to 1-0.
Interesting sentiments there. I feel like it's kind of the reverse. Like I feel like it's gonna be a lot more controlled in the early game for BRU. But again, once this game starts, that's when we'll see how this entire first match will transpire and how this will interact, because this is Liab's first game today, isn't it?
Yep. This is their first ever game on the international level. So this is gonna be really hype. Liab, let's see what you've got. Let's see if you can match up at the international level. You're playing against one of the biggest teams, probably one of the best teams right now in AOV. If you want to make a statement to see if MSP has caught up, this is the right time for them to do it. And, hopefully we see some really good AOV.
Here we are, game number 1 already underway. Liab Esports versus Buriram United here at Group Stage 2 for AIC 2019. Liab already starting off the bat with Rubik, scouting out his opponents. And here it is, Bentz breaking away at that wave, gonna allow Gambit to, just kind of get the possible last hits quickly, faster than his opponent.
This is gonna be a breeze. This is gonna be a breeze for 1717 right now. Yena does not have the capability of contesting an Omen. So at least until level 4, it's gonna be, 1717 dominating that lane. Right now, what we need to look at would be this mid lane and see how their rotations are gonna be. Whether it's gonna be the Elsu they're gonna be prioritizing, or it's gonna be the Taladas taking control.
Oh, immediately spots out the one here. I'll stop you there, man, as Isilindil's almost getting caught there, but he's fine. He's a Zenial, but that was close for comfort, almost getting blown up.
Now they can use that information. They know that Cenial is going to be going home. What do they do with that information? This is where they should apply that pressure in another lane, and hopefully they could pull out a kill or two going forward. But
True.
if you look at the positioning right now, Cenial's already back, so it's gonna take a while.
I mean, it was going to take a while, but it seems like they already made short work of Summer here, but they're lining up. Nunu is taking so much, it's putting out so much damage against multiple targets all at the same time, and from what looked like to have been such a great starting play for Liab, immediately became a blunderbuster for them because Summer was just the bait and Nunu was the true hero of that start, and it seems like this Abyssal Dragon will also be a byproduct of that shenanigans onto the DS side.
Not only that, now that they know that, okay, yeah, you get rid of the Yeda, fine, but we're gonna get your jungler and your support, this will essentially allow BRU to take control of the AD side and get this dragon for free. Now they're in the lead by 1k, that's one Abyssal Dragon, let's see where they capitalize based on their current momentum.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? Like, they were so focused on trying to get that shutdown. I like how Liab was so proactive at being able to kind of just try to get all of this rotations going, but now they kind of stop in rotation, and it's BRU shifting their tempo. You were wondering if they would do it, and now they are. This is different from what we saw from the previous game.
Yep, and right
They're
now,
not done
the
yet.
vision from Elsa.
Oh no! Oh no! That was just combo after combo. But Miggy survives. Rubik's comes out from the fray and makes it so that they got themselves that punish. So not out just yet. Liviab is still, showing their stride, but this is BRU already showing that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, this is fine. If you look at the compositions right now, this is a Lindis. Going into the late game, it's already a factor to have a Lindis around, but at the same time, there's an Elsu. So they were able to pick off the Quillen. Question now is, how will they impact the game based on what they're doing right now? You see Quillen is going to be negated. Yeah, there are two heroes that can spot his positioning out, but what are they going to utilize first one for at this
point? Here they go. He is starting onto it. They have the Yena onto the front line. Okay, she got sucked in from the ultimate. What? Got sniped out from so far off range. Rubik, say goodnight. But that was just the support, which is fine. But check this out. 4 people from BRU rotate. They know that they can actually go to the bottom or to the AD lane and actually get this tower, even a couple more of the camps. And while that was happening, luck onto the DS side. Yena was supposed to be in a bad spot, but because the Zenial was there, it's a whole different story. Having a response is so good at keeping the Yena alive.
Oh boy. I really like what BRU is here. They know that Quillen is going to be having a hard time with 2 heroes essentially countering his movement. With that being said, they're not going to prioritize on the Quillen. They're going to do it themselves. And right now, they're capitalizing on that fact and just going forward and forward and forward. They have stolen camps from Lindis already, and this is going to drop the effectiveness that Lindis will bring into team fights.
The level of proactiveness from BRU, so they got themselves, or they were focusing with 3 people, the DS lane tier 1 tower, and then while that was happening, Tel'Anis and another was getting the Abyssal Dragon. The amount of macro that comes out for BRU is looking to be a little bit too over or a little bit over what Liab can handle, at least from what they can see. Rubix has already used his ultimate there. Difox did use his own to kind of stun them, but this will just allow well, BRU to go uncontested around the jungle of Liab, and Liab, they can only watch as their base is now in tatters as well as their jungle.
Oh no. Ooh, that was close. Rubik's nearly got caught out there.
You know what I think, man? This is such a quick, consistent game from BRU.
Oh.
Oh,
First
no.
one, taking a kill. This is looking like another one. That's a double kill on a Quillen. Woo! That is scary.
Scary indeed. And we are only 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and we already have a 4,700 gold lead from BRU. They get the stun onto Defox, but I think he's going to be fine. Actually gets a counter stun onto Gambit, but no one to follow up. Here comes first one. Let's have another teammate right around him, and towers are just falling down left and right. This is not a tower defense game anymore. This is a tower destruction game that is being played by BRU perfectly against their opponent Liab, which has taken nothing yet in terms of the objectives.
And that's exactly what BRU are doing, based on their positioning. They're gonna force people into their jungle, into Liab's jungle, and they're gonna try to take things.
One more.
Once they manage to take those things, there you go. 1717 will fall. And, you know, going back to what I was saying there, you're seeing Quillen in that enemy jungle, taking caps away from this Lindis, while the Talanas are just gonna freely take these towers. So they're diverting attention here and there by just diving in, getting that, getting that camp away from the Lindis to scale and become a factor.
And already,
while this is happening, Taladas is already getting towers, getting the Dark Slayer. They're scaling really fast.
Scaling really fast. Checking out the levels. First one is already 12, while Defox is 10. And they're about to hit even more levels up. That is just a huge margin of, well, a gap between Liab and BRU. It's going to be hard pressed for our blue side team to come back from this one. I mean, do you think that they still have a chance to get back into this one, though?
At this point, they're gonna need to stall. They need to stop the pushes from happening, which is really difficult already. But if they could do just that, they might be able to pull off something to make this game work.
Yeah,
because right now, Quillen is scaling a lot faster than a Lindis, and that's not how it's supposed to be.
And you know what they say, once you have a late game carry, have its late game items in the early game, you know you're screwed. It's gonna be very hard press.
And it's looking really, really tough right now.
Nice connections on stun though. Whoa! 4-man imprisoned by Rubik's. But an imprisonment is just a delay. It's just a delay tactic against what is to come right after, which is BRU already primed, already readied, and that is a wipeout. And this is probably one of the fastest games that we have here in the AIC 2019. 9 minutes and 20 seconds into the clock. GG's for game 1. BRU dominated, still undefeated.
There we go. That was the biggest factor there. Let's say, for example, that Rubik's catches 4 and there was enough damage in the follow-up. They didn't have it because BRU focused on the macro game. They invaded the jungle so that Liab's attention would be on stopping them from getting the jungle, while their attention was on those factors. Stellatus was just really farming. Oh, I'm gonna take this wave. Oh, I'm gonna push this tower. And that's all she wrote. Once that happened, Quillen somehow gets a double kill against a counter as well as the support. At that point, it's gonna become really, really hard for them to come back. And they never got the chance. Once they got a really nice pick, they weren't able to capitalize because they were too far down on resources, and BRU played that beautiful. Fastest game.
They played it beautifully indeed. This is our game 1 endgame stats already. Check it. Check how big the margin is in terms of gold. This short of a game, 12,000. And like I said, in the previous game, or in the previous series with BRU fighting against another team, was that they don't waste anything in terms of resources. Their macro play is pristine. They're able to do so many things at the same time without having to kind of, you know, lose anything in the process. And because of this, they're able to stack so much in terms of the objectives, from gold to towers to Dark Slayers and the dragon. It all just piles in, you know, and what results is BRU, the dominating squad, even with just 9 minutes into the game, they're able to do something like this.
And here's something I just want to point out. They already had a Lindis. I feel like the Elsu lacked, you know, it was a pretty bad pick going into that game. If, let's say, for example, Liam picked a different hero, aside from that Elsu, it would have probably changed the outcome. But, you know, that's dwelling on something in the past.
Wishful
It's already
thinking.
happened. BRU up 1-0. Based on the performance here, you can see the key player, and that was the Crixie. Yunu played amazing. 5, 0, and 4, 75% in skill participation. With that being said, you know what? Let's hope Liam pulls off something different for game number 2 and we get a
Yeah, we're just going to leave you with the highlights, guys. Enjoy it, and we'll be back after this short break.
Whoop, whoop.
Game 2. Let's go. My name is Astray. This is Isaac. And the final game of the day, Liab still has a chance to redeem themselves from what was a ridiculously, possibly the fastest game that we've had here in AIC 2019.
And based on what we are looking at, the first ban from BRU is going to be a Seal. Liab is going to answer with a zip ban. And right now, with all of these bans happening, I feel like the first phase usually just targets 1717. So I don't know, that's just me. But based on what I'm seeing here, first they ban out the Florentino, now they're gonna ban out the Yeda. Knowing that BRU has the first pick, DS Lane will have really good priority here.
Makes sense. They got themselves a Florentino.
There
now, Liab has at least the benefit of the 2 starter picks because they are going to be on the red side. And this might allow them to have a little bit more flexibility with what they kind of want to establish. We saw, on game 1 that they had too much range. Range is good, but too much is a bit of a no-no. And it just showed that BRU, knowing this fact, never really was afraid to pick a fight. They always put the pressure onto Liab, and Liab's composition broke at a certain time, and it just kept breaking and breaking, shattering left and right. But it seems like they're gonna give us a bit more of a fight here with the Kilgroth and the Darcy already picked out for their first rotation.
I like that. They could flex Darcy mid. They could flex Darcy jungle. KG could be a jungler. KG could be the DS lane. They're not revealing anything in their lineup right now, so BRU, they're gonna need to think, okay, Darcy jungle probably? Who knows? They're gonna need to think of those factors as they pick the next one. And they're gonna go with the Murad and a Talanas. Safe picks. Talanas worked wonderfully in the previous game, so you know what? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And they're gonna do just that.
And they like how BRU is so confident that whatever happens in the 4 bans after this first rotation of picks is they have already set up their quote-unquote damage lineup, with the Murad and the Talanas, and then whatever comes next, they can actually just be very flexible with it. As long as, like you said already, Talanas is so good. There's a certain synergy to it. You get the stun. Temporal Turbulence is so good at just kind of hitting targets, especially targets who are kept in place, and Talanas does that really, really well. And now we'll just have to see what they kind of bring as the final rotation of picks will be underway in just a moment. But this is something interesting. Raz will be taken by Liab, and Gambit will be the one to bring that.
I like the Raz pick.
Yeah.
So this one essentially reveals, okay, Darcy's gonna be a jungler. We have a Raz.
Yeah.
But, right now they're gonna be banning out the Tulin. They're gonna ban out the Yimnet as well. Let's see the last 2 bans before we see what happens here. Because, just like what you mentioned earlier, BRU, they set up their damage dealers, then they just complement the last 2 with just rounding out their lineup. So
there's still so much that they can use.
Exactly.
Yeah. Xenial has been banned out though, but we've seen Teamy, we've seen Thane. We might see maybe even an Arduin or something, or Toro. For goodness sake, you've been looking at that particular hero for like the past day. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, speaking of Teamy, it's been stolen by Liab.
That is smart. They ban out the Baldoom, they block pick the Teamy just so BRU cannot get the Teamy Tel combo. Pretty good pick up right there.
Now, what's gonna keep Talanas safe? That's the question. The only thing that comes into my mind is the Thane.
I guess the Thane is gonna be the last possible one, but there's a lot more.
They're a bunch more creative. We also talked about how the DC heroes aren't as usable anymore, but Superman could be. Chognar. I haven't seen this elephant in a long time.
That is smart.
Yeah.
That's standard. You see a Darcy, you pick a Chognar.
You also see actually back in the day you also see Teamy use a Chognar just because he has the cleanse ability, if I'm not mistaken, to kind of remove the crowd controls that the Teamy has.
Exactly. And that's what you need the Chognar for. That ult is specifically so if Darcy gets a pick, then you use Chognar to cleanse that and back away, or you re-engage. And with that pick, going last, that was pretty good. I would have been fine with the Baldu, but in hindsight, Chogdar is gonna be a lot more manageable compared to a Baldoom, so I
True.
understand the ban coming in there.
Yeah,
Still
yeah,
though, it's
exactly.
another Crixie tell for BRU.
It's okay. It's so good. Like how they used it a while ago. I did say that there's kind of like a synergy with Murad and Talanis, but the way that BRU used the Crixie and the Talanis, how is Liab gonna adjust to that? Like,
They are gonna need to play out of their mind.
I mean, I think that's the most basic that we can say it, and I definitely agree because like you can't really try to play around the AOE. You have to charge in head first and try to counter them so that they can't set up that AOE. And maybe that's why Gambit is on this Raz, because he's the one who can disrupt this particular matchup. I mean, aside from him, Teamy's the only one who has some reliable CCs. Aside from that, I don't think they can really do too much in terms of the CC department.
This is fine. The chances of them winning in game 2 are a lot bigger than their chances in game 1. So, at the end of the day, yeah, you're gonna remove the ult factor from Darcy with the Chogdar pick, but Darcy's more than just that ult. That dimensional cube can still pack a punch and clear those waves, so it could be an even bigger factor. At the same time, they also have more things to throw out, so that's gonna be really important. I think Liab can pull this off.
Well, here is us hoping that, well, not really us hoping, but the fans of Liab hoping that, they can break the streak of BRU. It's gonna work in multiple levels. You get yourself the momentum boost. You're gonna feel so good after winning that. And of course, it's a point for them in the group stage. The most important thing, it's a point that they can use here in the group stage.
Oh yeah. This is it. This is it. Game 2.
Very aggressive right from the get-go here. Okay, I haven't actually asked this. Who do you think has the better composition, at least in terms of the picks? Because we see a lot more newer heroes. Not really new heroes, but new heroes in terms of the picks come out, such as the Chognar. What are your thoughts?
Personally, I like the Liab lineup. I mean, this is the MSP strat. We pick the heroes we want, we patch them together, we see how it works, and then we do that. But then again, in terms of execution, if BRU play the game that they played in game number 1, it's gonna be difficult for Liab to execute. So that's the factor right there. It's all still gonna come down to the execution.
True. You can see here the rotation for BRU, not much focus on kind of countering the jungle here, but more of just kind of showing their presence on the lanes, which I think is kind of showing because of how the composition works. Still though, this just means that they have a lot more, or they also have a lot more control around team fights, around congested areas because of that Chognar, because of the Crixie the Crixie Talanis combo. So they still have to be very worried once the level 4s start happening for the teams.
Exactly. And we can never count out the Hayate. Yeah, they lost. Hayate lost the game, but it's still Hayate at the end of the day. This is a completely new game. Hayate can still be a really big factor.
You saw that he got hit at the apex length of the wave of Crixie. But Liab is going at it already, immediately kind of showing themselves here at the AD lane and trying to chip down at that tier 1. What's more so important is that they're showing their presence around the dragon so that BRU are not going to be able to get this for free. But look at the positioning from Crixie. Nunu, having his clairvoyance around the area, is able to spot them out, get the flank, and actually deal so much damage. First one there, though, might actually go down, has its important turbulence, and now has turned the tides around. Benz is down. Rubik is also down. And that's a double kill not even a level 4 on this teamie, so there's no chance for him to use that being a bro and keep himself and his teammate alive. Mistakes were definitely had there by Liab.
That was fast. There we go. So just like what we talked about, once BRU, changes their pace, they seem passive when they're laning and based on their movement, but all of a sudden they just change gears and they suddenly take these fights 3-0.
So quick.
This is gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's already like a 2,000 gold lead. We saw this is kind of again like deja vu happening all over again. But now this is Liab with a more teamfight centric composition. They want to get into your face, and if they can't get the objectives, might as well just try to go for the fights here. Especially now that the bleeding has begun, they have to stop it.
I still think it's fine.
I get why it's fine. Like you still have Bents on the Hayate.
Yeah.
And Kilgroth played by 1717. The problem is if they try to play for the long haul here, it might be too quick, too short for them to actually make it into a long haul. That at least is my worry, against BRU.
And you saw what happened, with the KG4 and Tino matchup in the previous game. There's still a possibility of that happening, and we wouldn't count Liab out right now. Maybe biased, but I'm hoping for Liab to win this game too, and I still see ways for them to win it. They just really need to execute.
The problem now for Liab is you saw that there was Rubik's kind of initiating with the teamie. He wanted to make something happen. The follow-up from Liab was already there, but this disengage from BRU was at least on point. And what this kind of allowed was 4 members of BRU able to take the DS lane top tier 1, while Summer on this Florentino was able to do the same thing on the AD lane. But it seems like Liab has finally found his stride, starting it off right here, but that is a Murad, and Murad is just too difficult to spot out if you don't have enough crowd controls to keep him in place.
Oh boy.
Oh wow,
And
teamie.
Oh boy. Look at where BRU are positioned right now based on their movement. They are getting objectives in a specific spot while the hero that they want to scale harder is just farming, and then they will shift gears, have that farming hero dive in while the other heroes go in and take objectives. They just switch around. And it's like going from Southpaw to Orthodox. They would change it around and just allow all these heroes on BRU to scale. It's a really smart strategy at the same time, but executing it's a completely different story. They really need to be synergized to pull this off, and they're doing it pretty well right now.
Considering that there's such a big lead already for BRU, there's not much of a kill lead whatsoever. Aside from maybe just kind of respecting the composition of Liab, they are out-rotating Liab right now. And I think it's safe to say that the speed of how BRU are doing it outspeeds what Liab is. And it's kind of like trying to chase somebody, running down the hall, you're trying to chase them. It seems like Liab are so close from grabbing their backs, or BRU's backs, but not close enough that they can pull them back. And get that comeback against their opponent. Rubik's is so low. He was ballsy enough not to use his ultimate there because he knew that he was still underneath his tower. But because of that, because he's so low, because he has to go back, Difox is free hitting this tower already. And 1717 was taking a substantial amount of damage as well. Ooh.
Oh my god.
That was just from one temporal turbulence.
That's painful. So, you can see Crixie zoning the enemies out. You can see Talalas just prioritizing, hitting this tower. And then, suddenly, there's a Murad, temporal turbulence. You know what? We're gonna zone you back even further while we take these towers. Liab are gonna have a hard time engaging based on their lineup. That's their biggest problem right now. They have no way to engage at this point. So it's going to be a Hail Mary for 1717.
Yeah, they need to get something in terms of objectives too, but they don't seem to have a composition that is good for objectives against what BRU are employing. And now it goes to show, Miggy's got knocked out, Bence is gonna be dropped as well. He even got a fadeaway auto attack from Nunu as kind of like a parting gift for him, where he parts his ways, literally gets parted from here to there to everywhere. And while that all was happening, Murad was split pushing the DS lane, or the top lane rather, and that's gonna allow even more freedom for BRU to just be here. But nice steal there from Gambit. I like that.
That was good, but you know, that's a blue buff.
Not good enough.
One blue buff is not gonna change the pace of the game.
If he did that for the
Liab
DS
needs to do more
though,
sniffs.
if he did that for the DS, maybe.
And they have one outer tower so far. Yeah, I think. Well, they have 2.5 with how it looks like. But mid lane, this is essentially gone once BRU starts taking more objectives. They need to surprise BRU. I think Liab taking the play right now, like doing this. There we go. That was smart. They get the pick off. They run away. They get 1 kill. That's pretty important. But while this was happening, they're not going to get anything done by getting a Florentino killed. This is allowing BRU to figure out where they are, figure out the next step in their plan. And once they saw that, okay, Liab engaged on this Florentino, let's get the DS.
True. The thing with Liab here is that even though they got that kill, it was only kind of like a fraction of what they should have been doing earlier this game. And now it's not really too late, but it's more of like they're slightly late to what they have been doing. But to be fair though, they have to kind of try to play around BRU's understanding of the map. Because if you see how BRU plays, the positioning that they do, everything is done with a purpose. It seems like they're going to be able to find the brunt of Liab's lineup here. Well, it was his Elendils who did kind of just check the brush there, so he's going to be able to absorb quite a bit of damage. But that's a Murad. He's not really going to get caught out unless you maybe have a stun. It's not going to look too good. They have a Drake pushing in for them, and with the help of Defox, this is just looking so difficult.
Yep. And right now, Darcy is becoming a non-factor. They're going to need to change the game plan here. Gambit nearly dies from that engagement. Nunu is just having fun right now. Silent on Liab, and this is really difficult to watch. They're still somewhat in the game. I mean, 10 minutes in, it's a 5,000 gold lead. Okay, make that 6,000. It's still not over. You know, this Nexus is still up. You know, never count out a team. They can still do something.
That's true. But the problem, at least that, well, the Liab are going to be facing, the less or the more that BRU gets gold, gets the control of the map, the less the options are for Liab of coming back to this game. Becomes more and more impacted rather. But if you think about it, they still have a good chunk of damage. You saw that Gambit was able to deal like 1/4 the HP of Defox with one of his waves. So if they can find Defox on the Stellanas, then maybe.
Oh my god, that dive.
Wow. I mean, I don't even call that a dive. He just poked him. He just wall over the wall. He's just gonna repeat the process here. Gets another one. No being a bro from the teamie because Rubik's was way out of position. And this is another quick and clean, just obliteration from BRU. And that Nexus has exploded. And ladies and gentlemen, BRU are 4-0 for group stage day number 2. Hot damn.
Now, that's exactly what BRU needed to do. Get rid of Gambit so that they could just continually dive. The reason why they were being delayed in their push was mainly because of the slows Gambit was giving them. And, you know, that sudden dive from the Murad, they didn't see it coming. Raz is dead. They full on just push. They get rid of 2 towers immediately, and right after that finishes, they end the game. So, the fact that they're coming in, they played around the map again. And they translated that to a clean 2-0 victory. Very well played from BRU.
And as the day ends, we kind of set a little bit of a tempo here, at least for this one, because this is group, if I'm not mistaken, this is Group B. So the Group B teams are going to be looking against each other, and they're going to be thinking, all right, we've already seen who the strongest are, who are the underdogs, who are the middle of the pack, and the adjustments to happen on the next days of the group stage definitely has to come out here, because again, everything is lying on the points. If you don't get the wins, you don't get the points, and that means that you don't get a chance to get into the grand finals. And with these 6 teams, if I'm not mistaken, from each group we only take 2 to get into the playoffs. So from the 6 teams, only 2, and 4 will not be able to see the light of day for that playoffs. It's gonna be
the
brutal.
other way around.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the other way around. They're gonna get the top 8. 2 teams will be eliminated from each group. So, you know, based on the performance right now, this is really, really good experience for Liam. They played against one of the best. They got tossed around, you know. There's no sugarcoating it there. But this is a sign for things to come. They experienced how it's like on the international stage. They will learn from it. They might bring something different to the table. This is just day number 1, so to speak. So there is more to come, boys and girls. It is not end just yet. And of course, with that performance from BRU, hopefully we could see even more of them making those kinds of plays, not just for the teams and for the entertainment, but for all of us as players to learn what there is to do in order for us to win some games. Very well played.
Yeah, the execution is just there for BRU. Liab, though, they still have a chance to get back into this one, but BRU, I mean, against all of their opponents, just showed how they are. And here are your standings, at least for Group B. Tomorrow we're going to be starting Group A, if I'm not mistaken. And check it out, the points, man. BRU 4, Team Flash 4. Team AK is at 0 because they got the 1-1. And Liab, 1 Team Esports, and USG are all sitting at -2.
Oh boy. You can see BRU dominating Group B right now, 4-0. Looking at the rest of them though, you know, like I said, this is just technically day 1. There's still more to come.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, at least 3 out of the 6 that are in Group B right now are at same points. So that means that the possibility for you to get into the quarterfinals, or sorry, the playoffs, the top 4 teams, there's still a chance.
Yep. And it's not gonna be easy, but it's going to be a whole lot of fun for the viewers and for us, because we're gonna be seeing a lot more of this. Boys and girls, this is the AIC 2019, and I guess that's practically it. We just finished off all of the games for day 2.
Yeah. Enough
What
said
are
for
your
this
thoughts?
one. What are my thoughts? It was amazing. Aside from watching the series of 2, we also were kind of treated to the best, or to the 1v1 tournament. And man, these players are so creative, what they kind of like bring to the table, and I can't wait to see what other shenanigans they're gonna be able to kind of show us as the days progress, you know?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And with that being said, you know, now that day 2 comes to a close, what are the viewers going to look forward to in the next couple of days?
They're gonna be looking forward to a bunch of, and wait for it, filthy action here in the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. And I think that's about it for us. You know, we can already close this out so that the viewers can rest. They can kind of mull over what happened during the entirety of this day. It has been a grueling 9 hours for player, for viewer, and even for caster. And it seems like the following days would be even more brutal as we see teams trying to fend for their tournament lives. So guys, we're gonna call this even. See you on the next one. Again, my name is Asarai. My friend here is Isaac. And this
Hi, I'm Isaac Plays.
and this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2019. We'll see you on the next one.
Buriram United เป็นสโมสรอันดับหนึ่งของไทยและเราจะทำให้ RV ในไทยกลับมายิ่งใหญ่อีกครั้งหนึ่งในเวทีระดับโลกยินดีต้อนรับทุกทีมเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยครับ
ไม่เข้ามาก็ไม่เป็นไรงั้นขอเข้ามาเองเพื่อให้ได้ยิงไกลๆเราเหลือเอ็มจีคนเดียวเท่านั้นจะโหมหรือเปล่ามีเต๋าอีก1 คนครับแต่ว่าตรงนี้เหลือถึงตั้ง4 คนทีเดียวครับไม่น่าไหวตรงนี้
GCS부터 RPL까지 그리고 국제대회인 AIC와 AWC까지 짝 선수와 저는 수많은 경기를 함께했습니다. 저희는 원년 챔피언이고 이번에 새로운 OP팀으로 돌아온 만큼 그 영광을 다시 한번 누리고 싶습니다.
Một năm trước tại AIC 2018, dấu ấn chúng tôi để lại chỉ là một đội tuyển non trẻ. Thì nay chúng tôi đến để khẳng định lại vị thế, để có một chỗ đứng rõ ràng trên bản đồ liên quân thế giới.
在 GCS 夏季赛初，没人看好 HKA 能拿下冠军，但在这2个月的比赛里，我们不服输的决心以及努力不懈的精神，让团练上帝不只是团练上帝，我们也证明了自己的实力，拿下 GCS 冠军宝座。而这股精神，我们也将持续延烧下去，横扫2019 AIC 国际赛。
这个是赢，这个他们可以怎么往这一看法？恭喜 HK！
Selama bertahun-tahun menghadiri banyak turnamen internasional, tim kami selalu stabil karena tidak ada perubahan besar dalam personel. Bocah ajaib sudah memiliki keberanian yang lebih stabil di panggung internasional. Jadi saya percaya bahwa AIC 2019 akan menjadi musim bagi AOV Indonesia untuk memiliki terobosan yang belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya.
在今年 AWC 以及 GCS 夏季赛失利后，我们从中学习了许多挫折的洗礼以及丰富的国际赛经验。存在着粉丝期盼的我们不再害怕，期待勇敢追逐世界冠军的梦想，正在为我们换。